Good morning, beautiful humans. I started like a minute late, so let me pull the court room right up. We haven't missed anything though. We're right on time. We're right on time. Get this guy up. How y'all doing? Another glorious day here in Chicagoland. It's a winter wonderland. Incredible amounts of snow. It went from, I think we had 3 days of fall and then directly into winter. So it's been brutal. It's been brutal. All right, let's see. Okay. I actually like winter. I like the first snow, and then I get sick of it. Then it gets old. It's very beautiful, though. It's very beautiful. New fallen snow. It's quite delightful. It makes for good natural lighting as well. So I got windows here, so the snow's always nice. All right, so day 3. I think we still have Gorino on the stand for a bit, right? Was he still on the stand? Is that correct? I think he was. Still on cross. Larry Tipton had all night to try to figure out some questions that might have some impact. We'll see if he figured anything out. It's hard to know. It's hard to know. But hey, make sure you're liking, sharing, and subscribing. Let's get some more people over here during these things. And you guys are the ones who help with that. You gotta like the stream. Gotta like the stream. It's important. It's just minimize the chat, hit the like button, and then we can move on. Then I don't have to keep asking you. All right. Allie should be joining us momentarily, maybe, possibly. She's up. She's stirring, walking around. What? What is this? What are we talking about? Tell me more. Tell me more, Wildcats. What'd they say about my wife? Do I have to go beat some ass? Is that what's going on? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I do, in fact, owe you a call. You got to remind me, man. You have to you can't be afraid to bug me. I've got, I'm pulled in a lot of different ways. So I require a reminding because of my advanced age. Does that make sense? It's true. It's true. Yeah. Cause I don't calendar things the way I should. And things get lost in the morass. Is that loud? Is that loud? The ice? Yeah, today I'm going to have to do a poll. I'm going to do some kind of goal today. I have not figured it out. Yeah, no, I mean, it's certainly like if you're Tipton and you think that you can find one person on that jury that's going to buy the COVID vaccine killed theory, you're running with it. You're running with it because at least it's some kind of explanation as opposed to just, saying, well, she unexpectedly died. We have no reason to know why. And old Hook Nose here didn't see fit to tell law enforcement where the body was so that he could potentially prove what he was saying was true, which is that she died suddenly of natural causes. He had nothing to do with it, which would have also helped in collecting life insurance. I mean, it would have been an entire thing. Yeah, like the Garcia pod. It's for sure. That's for sure. God, I want to finish that goddamn thing. It's just like this thing that hangs over me all the time. all the time. All right. Okay, we should be starting momentarily. Yeah, I've been falling asleep to a lot of Bears content. I've been pretty obsessed with the Bears, and it's Bears Packers week, so that's, the greatest rivalry in all of football. Just as I don't want to hear any shit about the Eagles and the Giants or the Eagles and the Cowboys. It's not the same. It's not the same. It's the greatest rivalry in all of football. Like Bears Twitter versus Packers Twitter is pretty epic right now. It's pretty epic right now. It's quite the war. Quite the war. A lot of shit talking going on. Yeah, I am like Todd Mullis not as much, but Barton McNeil is something I've got to get the second one out. His people keep hitting me up, and I keep telling them, I'm like, you guys got to help me put the content together, and we'll knock it out. Oh, please. Allie will talk about that all day.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Wolf.
Welcome to all of you. Just give me a minute. Sorry for the late start.
We forgive you, Judge. We forgive you. You're one of the good ones.
All right.
You are unmuted.
Sorry, Your Honor. This is a screenshot that the government took from the video they initially wanted to introduce, specifically and solely just to show a particular carpet in the Walsh home. We agreed on a screenshot. However, this screenshot, frankly, is just as inflammatory as the video. There's certainly more ways to crop this photograph. We've also been more than willing to stipulate that the rug in question was originally in the Walsh home in that room. I don't think we need this particular picture in this case in front of the jury to serve the purpose they needed to serve.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would suggest it's not inflammatory. It simply is, what we've done is after you made a recommendation of doing a screenshot, we took the initial image of the video and put that on there. It clearly shows the rug, the victim.
Is there any other part of the video, I don't remember because it's been a while since I've looked at it, that includes Ana without the child?
No, I believe it's her with it.
Because I remember that the child falls off. He sits on her head. Are there other parts of the video that you can crop back so that you're showing just her in the rug and not one of the children?
I will look, Your Honor. My memory is it doesn't work that way because the other two children are there and they're walking in and out of the frame.
Okay, but there may be just a picture where it's just her and somebody's feet. Why don't you look at that and see? An alternate would be to, as I did in my chambers, take a piece of paper and just across the band where the child is most dominant, or alternately, I am sure that somebody, well above my capabilities, but I'm sure that somebody could edit out the child entirely.
So just so we understand, the position is to try and keep the children out of it entirely.
I think that the Commonwealth is entitled to show the jury the rug, even if the defendant is willing to stipulate to it, but I want to do it in the least inflammatory way as possible.
Okay.
And so if there's a better alternative, and I think there might be, but again, I haven't watched it in a while. And by better alternative to me, that's a video or still, excuse me, that shows the rug and Ana and less of, if not
I'll do my
any
best.
children.
I mean, Your Honor, you can, if you just even cut that picture in half.
Well, you know, if you excise the child from the photo, it just looks like she's on her back doing like a yoga move or something. I don't know.
I'll be honest, I don't love that either. And I don't,
Well,
I mean, there's a way just to, even if you crop it, it doesn't need to be a giant photograph, particularly, I understand they have a right to put on their case, but we're not going to cross-challenge or say this is not the rug. So all they really need to do is establish a photograph of the rug in the home.
well, said this and I'll say it a couple.
All right, clearly this is a rug that was found at some location, and they're trying to show a picture, obviously, that has both Ana and one of the children, at least, in the photograph, in order to prove up that the rug that they found somewhere is in fact the same rug. And I'm assuming it's going to be at one of the places that he was dumping. So this is a guess. This is a guess. I don't know if there's blood on the rug or not, but I think what they're trying to show is that the rug was at the house, and now they've got video of him dumping at a location, and that particular rug that we've seen in this photograph has been matched up to the house rug, which proves that what they pulled from the dumpster was in fact put in there by Walshe. I'm guessing that's what it is.
Times the Commonwealth has the burden. The Commonwealth, within the rules and within the bounds, gets to show their case, present their case as they wish. And having this visual of her on the rug has an impact. I would like to make it more neutral without the child in there. And so see if you can work on that.
I will, Your Honor.
While I'm talking about things that you should work on, Madam Clerk, that back. I want you to look at the William Fasto text messages with the following in mind, because it's likely where I'm going to draw the line, although I'll hear from you. I've read your pleadings. I think there is classic state of mind evidence in those, embedded in those. In particular, well, there's different places where it is, but there's probably the most classic is where there's a comment by Ana after she's giving him some parenting advice, and she says, you know, something to the effect of, I shouldn't be giving any parenting advice. My life is completely messed up. You know that exchange?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's likely coming in as state of mind evidence, but there's a lot of other stuff in there where they're talking back and forth about child rearing things that I think is irrelevant to the jury's fact finding. So I'm going to put it back on the Commonwealth today to pair that back to what you think is relevant and state of mind evidence. Relevant otherwise and possibly state of mind evidence.
Understood.
All right. And then the defense can argue with regard to that, but I think there's some pretty classic state of mind evidence embedded in those texts. And it also raises the issue, which we've discussed a number of times throughout the case. What are the reasonable inferences that can be drawn from the statements that Mr. Walshe made in, I think it's at least 3 separate spots of his now played to the jury interviews with regard to what he was or was not seeing. And by that, I mean trying to be as clear with you as I can. He says at least 2 times, once on the 7th, at least once on the 7th, or twice on the 7th, and once on the 8th. He is asked about the evening's events, and he ties Ana sending a text message to William Fasto to when Thomas went to bed. And we know from the Fasto text messages that was sent at 10:07. His memory was good. The kid went to bed sometime between 10 and 10:30. So we know from his own statements that he knew that Ana sent that to Will Fasto that night. So it seems to me that there's one of 2 reasonable inferences that could be drawn from those statements of the defendant. One is that he knew it because he observed her texting the message in the kitchen or in the family room, wherever they were when she sent that message. Could you argue that that's unlikely in light of what the other contents of the evening's texts were? That is, if Ana were having an affair, and she was, with William Fasto, would you be showing your husband the texts that you're sending? The other inference is that he knew of it also because he was, as he said, I'm getting her messages. And so you're going to have vastly different views on what the reasonable inferences the jury can draw from that evidence. But as an evidentiary ruling as to whether it comes in or not, I want you to be focused on those comments on the 7th. I think there's another comment on the 8th, and either in the earliest of interviews, either the 4th or the 5th, there's a comment with regard to where he says somehow her messages are showing. I don't know how. It's it's a more generalized comment. I know you're going to make the iMessenger argument, and I cut you off from that yesterday, frankly, because I think that's for the jury to decide what that meant, and not for any witness to decide for the jury what that meant. All right, the other things I want to talk about.
He's a good judge.
I have not given this jury a consciousness of guilt instruction. And many times yesterday, I was thinking, when? And you're not asking for it, and I understand why you're not asking for it, and I just want to make sure that we're on the same page with regard to why I haven't given it yet. It seems to me that both the Commonwealth and the defense are being scrupulous in your description of the searches, in the sense of you both refer to whoever the user of the device was making these searches. And that the witness has, I presume, been coached appropriately, I don't mean it in any pejorative way,
Thank you.
to say the user of the computer did these searches and not the defendant did these searches. If it was that the defendant did these searches, the consciousness of guilt instruction would have been given some time ago. Now, what sort of, I don't want to say muddies the water, but the defense opened on the fact that the defendant lied to the police. It seems to me that as soon as you believe that link has been made between the other conduct of either concealing the evidence in this case, the defendant concealing, not the user concealing, the defendant concealing the evidence in this case, or the defendant lying to the police. I know you opened it on it, but the evidence before this jury doesn't include your opening. But when it becomes apparent to the jury that the defendant lied to the police, or the defendant is the person who was doing those searches, the consciousness of guilt instruction should be given. And I'm either going to do that sua sponte or at your urging. And your version of when that becomes apparent and when mine might be different. So raise it with me if you think I'm missing out on something. Do you understand?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense?
I understand what you said, Judge. Will be objecting, but I would wonder, before you gave it, if you could just either give us a copy or the specific conscious of guilt.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to go fancy. I'm happy to look at it. Why don't you come over here? It's just this.
Yeah, she's a really, really good judge. And that's an interesting dilemma that they have there, because what she's saying is that ultimately the instruction is going to be it's going to define what consciousness of guilt is. At some point, I want to look it up and see what instruction. I was hoping she was going to read it there to hear what it is in Massachusetts, but ultimately she wants to read that instruction during the trial, but she's waiting for them to make the connection in terms of things that Walsh says in the interviews, and to where they're able to tie it up with evidence that he lied about things. So, you know, and obviously you could understand why the defense wouldn't want that read during the trial, because even the mere mention of consciousness of guilt will, it hurts the defendant. Just the mere statement in terms of that being put out there, that these things are things that he did or things that he may have Googled, have a tendency to show a consciousness of guilt that he committed a crime. So I could see why the defense wouldn't want that put out there during the trial itself, even if they were to get the instruction at the close of evidence, because it's just different. It's just different. You know, it's hard to know when jurors make up their mind during the course of a trial, and obviously you're dealing with individuals. So, you know, they're not all just one group think. They all have their own minds. They all reach their own conclusions. And that happens during various times of the trial. And I think that the defense's mindset is like, look, we don't want that to kind of, if somebody's like, wow, man, some of this shit is crazy, and then the judge reads that instruction and they're like, oh, all right, that's what you call that. That's what you call that. And then that has that juror locked in on their position on guilt or not guilty right then and there. You know, I mean, that's just something that will happen psychologically, because I think if we were able to poll jurors more in depth, you know, on the occasions that we're able to talk to jurors, I always ask, you know, because in terms of when they may have reached a decision, what piece of evidence or what, you know, what was the one thing, if there was one thing that put them over the edge in terms of them landing on what they thought and what they ultimately voted. And, you know, you'll get pretty honest answers as to that thing in terms of what that evidence was, but in terms of like when it happened, it's harder to get to, because as defense attorneys, we always want them to wait. You know, just wait. Just promise us that you won't reach a conclusion until we start putting our case in chief on, which is really, really hard for people to do. You know, the state has that advantage of going first. They're putting their case out there, and, you know, people start to form conclusions. And as defense attorneys, we're always asking them, look, just wait. I understand that it's going to be difficult for you not to reach a conclusion during the state's case in chief, because they're putting their case on, which obviously is going to make the defendant appear to be guilty. You know, I mean, that's the entire point of the job. So, you know, you just have to try to convince people, if they can, to try to wait. And it's a difficult task. It's a difficult task. Oh, I see the little love bug back there. Oh, no, she's shaking. She's saying, no, don't say I'm back here. Pretend I'm not here. Okay, I didn't see my little love bug back there. Babe, you missed some pretty interesting early arguments.
I know. I was actually thinking about trying to go back and watch it. I heard a little bit of it as I was trying to get ready, although there's
So there were a couple of things. There was one, there's a photograph that the state intends on using that shows a rug. It didn't really get into, I had to kind of try to
flesh it out.
Yeah, I mean, like, we don't know, but I'm assuming that there's a picture of a rug. They wanted, like, Ana and one of the kids or more of the kids are in that photograph. They want the kids and Ana cropped out of it because obviously they feel it's prejudicial, the defense. But I'm thinking this rug that they can show that was in the house, I'm assuming that it was found at one of the dump sites, and they want to be able to say, okay, well, rug here.
Yeah, pause it real quick.
Oh, yeah.
There was that one, I don't know if you were there or not, where they're talking about the walking through the house, where he said that he like squeezed a a bag and thought it felt like rug, carpet or something?
He said he kicked it with his foot.
Oh, is that what happened? Whatever it was, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like they're putting that together. They're gonna have the photograph that shows the rug. They had his testimony that he kicked a garbage bag and it felt like a rug.
Well, they better have a little more than that. Better be the
But I
garbage
think
can
they found it at one
with
of the
her other
dumpsters.
shit, but with her other shit, not just a dumpster.
Well, I mean,
It's
even
got
if
her DNA on it.
well,
It's got his DNA on it.
it depends if it's a rug.
Same color as the rug in their house.
It depends if it's identical rug.
Then that's all right.
Well, that's what I think it is.
Well, it's reminding me of your murder on Songbird Road. Just pick out some random fucking...
No, I don't think it's a fucking piece of carpet. I think it's a rug.
Oh, a rug, not a piece of
Rug.
carpet. Sorry.
Correct.
Like a throw rug.
Like
Okay.
a rug. Like a rug.
Like a rug.
Like an oriental rug. Like a rug that has designs
Like
on
the
it.
bathtub rug. Just kidding.
Oh my God.
Like the one that goes in front of the toilet.
And the other thing that they brought up, the judge brought up, is she was talking about, as they were kind of going through some of the evidence yesterday, she's like, I really want to give this jury a consciousness of guilt instruction. And she's like, I know the defense is obviously objecting to it, but in light of the fact that, and it's interesting because it still isn't letting us know whether or not what he pled to is going to end up coming in. And I guess that probably won't rear its ugly head until we find out whether or not he's going to testify. I don't know.
Right. But if they're letting a consciousness of guilt instruction in, then sure as shit, it's relevant. It says counter to it wasn't consciousness of guilt. I was just hiding the body.
Yeah, I mean, but if she lets that instruction come in and she charges the jury with it, does it kind of force him into having to testify a little bit?
I think it allows the defense to bring up with some of the other witnesses the fact that he pled guilty to that. I don't know. I had to think about it more. My brain's not working quite fully. I made myself this cup of tea, help with my throat and stuffiness and hopefully alertness.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I look like death warmed over. I'm trying not to look at myself over there.
Allie saw this cup of coffee and she gave me the fucking stink eye. She's like, really, dude? Really? I'm like, but
yeah, you had a good excuse.
Right. I got up at I don't know if you guys have like teenage girls in your homes, but there's this thing where it's like a status thing, I guess, that they like to get. It really is like I'm not even kidding.
Because status, it's like a coolness factor.
Well, that's status, dude.
Okay.
So but they like to have Starbucks. So they'll be messaging each other like in these different groups. And then you'll get there. Like I'll always see like 10, 12 middle school girls at the Starbucks. And they like to walk around in the school with their chai gingerbread venti latte shit. I'm like, it's a thing. It's a thing. So like occasionally Scarlett's like, oh, Dad, can you bring us to Starbucks? And it's always her and her friend. So like last night at first I was like, no, I'm not doing it. And I'm like, all right. I always cave. I'm so weak.
He always caves. He's a sweetheart.
I always cave. I like to say no, but then I always cave. I just can't do it. All right, sorry. Let's go. Trying to build up a little blooping. Jury's not in yet.
Hot mic. Damn it. Something now I hear nothing. She must have muted it.
Bill Kelsey, can I just see you for one more second? There's something else I do want to say.
I want to say sometimes your hot mics get picked up. Look, you see those red splotches on his face there? Starting to sweat. Oh, where's your rosary, buddy? Just prayer hands. No rosary?
Yeah, he ditched that like midway through day one.
Yeah,
Like,
someone was
"All
like,
right,
dude,
I
it makes
think I
you look
made my
really
point."
guilty that you've got to pray you're praying for your sins the whole time.
No, I'm praying the jury gets it right.
I think it was Candy or whatever. She's like, well, some Catholics might see that as this mofo needs to pray for his sins hard.
Mhm. Yeah.
Get those sins.
This is a tough sell case for the defense, I'll tell you.
Tough.
Tough one. It's a
And I'm
tough
just telling you, like, even if it wasn't tough already, okay, like, even if, because we were saying, look, it only takes one. The searches that don't make sense with what he says happened and the lack of searches, which we said from the jump, and one of our viewers, I can't remember which, said it first, where the hell's the search for I just found my, lifeless wife's dead body? What happened? What causes sudden adult death? But just the searches for like murder, what to do with a body after a murder.
Or
And
the one with can they identify a body with broken teeth? Which again, like everything can be argued that it's made in order to invade or evade. You know what I mean? It's like that. Like you could argue it both ways. You could argue, okay,
but there was
well,
a
that
couple you
shows-
couldn't.
huh?
There was
Well,
a couple you couldn't.
I'm talking about that one specifically.
Oh, right.
Like you could argue that was as a result of injuries that caused death on the front end, like whatever, smashed her in the face or what have
No,
you.
that's a way to like get rid of the fingerprints, the teeth,
I understand.
right.
I'm not like I saw Judge Carol Erskine though, like she put it out there that it could be argued to show meditation. I said, well, I think the more obvious argument is that it was for evasion,
Right.
to avoid identification of the body.
Yeah. Because if I don't know, but
I mean, that all I'm saying is it can be argued both.
yeah, no,
ways.
that for sure.
Yeah.
That for sure. But the search for, and I think you watched it all the way through, like there was that one search for like, not how long until I can use her credit card, but like
How long to use credit card?
I don't know, but there was a couple yesterday where I paused it and was like, all right, now that one, where's the corresponding, like, oh, no body, no crime stuff,
Yeah.
like, where's the, and if they're missing, I don't know, there was something, it was like, where's the corresponding, like, am I worse off if she's missing than if they find the body kind of thing?
I mean, I think you could still argue it that it's just, I don't think that destroys the concept that he didn't kill her. I don't know. I mean, it's so fucking far-fetched that it's hard for me to figure out how they're going to sell this thing. It's like these doctors are going to have to say some shit.
I mean, even if the doctors say all the right things, which I'm assuming they will, it's the lack of searches combined with some of them that have, like, again, the what to do with the body after a murder,
Right.
like that.
I
right.
mean, you could argue that, I mean, typically the only way that you're going to get the kind of Google result that you need if you're trying to figure out how to dispose of a body is by including that word, because typically you're not disposing of a body unless you've committed that crime. You know what I'm saying? Like,
If it would have auto-populated, then I could have seen that. You start to say how to dispose of a body and it auto-populates after murder, but we didn't hear on another one. She was like, and what did he click on an auto-populate?
all
You
I'm
listened to
saying
the
is,
cross. Did the cross say anything like that? Because I missed the cross.
they talked a little bit about auto-populating, and I can't remember if they specifically, there was one where they asked about whether or not they could determine if it auto-populated or not, and I can't remember if it was that search term, but that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I hear what you're saying. I'm still saying in order to get the desired result, if you're him, that you may include that word, because otherwise it's not going to understand what you're looking for and why, if that makes sense. Like if you're just like, how do I dispose of a body? You know, because it's like he's trying to evade law enforcement. Oh, the dog is just on one.
Yeah.
He needs to go out, but it's so cold.
Well, he accidentally got out yesterday because the tie down leash was so cold. I don't think I closed it all the way. So he actually did get out yesterday and run amok in the morning.
I mean, he is a snow dog.
Went around through the snow and stuff.
But
So one of the searches was, can you be charged with murder with murder without a body? And then I Googled it, although I knew what the answer would be. And I was like, all right, well, he got the answer. Yes. Okay. So now if we're going back to what you and I were saying before, when you're considering, all right, I can get charged with murder even without a body. Am I better off letting them find this undamaged, perfectly, perfectly normal body? It's for that reason that I think people aren't gonna fucking buy it. Like that right there. You searched, can I get charged with murder without a body? You're told by the freaking interwebs, yes.
Tipton's gonna have to argue it, obviously.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to argue exactly what I just said.
Tipton's the defense or the state?
Defense.
I don't.
You're gonna have to try to explain it away somehow. You can't just let it sit there like a big steaming hot turd. Jessica, I'm so sorry that you lost your dog. It's awful. It's so sad. Oh.
Right, but her point is well taken. If you're, if my dog suddenly died, I would be Googling every possible.
That's 100%. We all agree on that.
Looks like, don't say anything about me dying. Stop barking at me. All right, I'm gonna go see what I can do for this guy.
Yeah, do something for that dude. Give him some kind of treat.
I don't think we have any more bones. He's got a bone that he's not even really.
I know, he just carries that thing around, drops it down the stairs. I think somebody fell.
But I want to hear what the judge says when she comes back, if anything. Or they're standing, they're waiting for the jury. All right, I'll be back.
Brian Walshe, your attention shall be heard. What's that called in Massachusetts? The Supreme Court. Please be seated to judge the cell phone.
Good morning, jurors, and welcome back. Jurors will start today with the 4 questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media and that you not go on any news media? Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about the case? And were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about the case? And do you all still have open minds? Those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative by all 16 jurors in the box. We're ready to begin today's work. We can have the witness back on the stand. Trooper Guarino. Morning. Just Trooper, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Morning, sir. Good morning.
So just a couple of recaps here. That binder that's been marked as Exhibit 79, the binder of the history that you included of the MacBook Gray device, we can all agree it contains 3,677 records as you defined them yesterday.
Yes, well, half technically because they're duplicates. Shows the first one from the parsed and the second one from the carved, but they're the same record. So it'd be about, what, 1,800-ish, realistically.
I don't understand your answer.
So if you look at the binder, it shows one record, say record number 1, shows the information, the parsed information, and then this record number 2 shows carved. It's the same date and time stamp, the same information, just a different location in the database. So it's almost duplicated.
Okay. Here's my question.
Yes.
In the binder that's been marked Exhibit 79, you listed 3,677 records.
Yes.
And it totals 1,034 pages.
I'll take your word. I don't have it in front of me, but yes.
Do you have a copy of it?
I don't up here with me now.
Mustn't have gone far. We can find it.
Sure.
Thank you. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Yesterday, you testified to the binder that was admitted as Exhibit 80, and that was the regarding the iPad Mini.
Yes.
It involved 2 separate extractions.
Same extraction, but 2 different versions of the software. Yes.
Wasn't it labeled Extraction 1 and Extraction 2?
I didn't label it that, but that's how it is labeled. Yes.
In any event, it's clear now, isn't it, based on your forensic analysis, that the searches that were found on the iPad Mini were not conducted on the iPad.
Yes, that is correct.
That you used the term sync yesterday, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you used the word sync in the context of the searches based on your forensic analysis originating on the Gray Mac.
That is correct.
And when we say sync, and when you say sync, it means that, in part, that no one manipulated that iPad Mini with regards to all the searches that this jury's heard about.
That's correct, yes.
You told us yesterday that there are multiple records, as you defined it, records in this Exhibit 79 that have the same timestamp, correct?
For this binder here, the 79?
Exhibit 79, yes, sir.
Yes, that's correct.
And you told us specifically, if I heard you right, that does not mean that there were multiple searches with the identical timestamp, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it does not mean that the website that's referred to in each one of those duplicate records, it doesn't mean that that website was visited twice.
Unless the visit count says twice, then yes, but like I said, that parsed and carved record, there's the same record of the same thing that happened, just different spots pulled from the database. So,
and you did not, in what's been marked Exhibit 79, you did not indicate to whoever looks at Exhibit 79 what were those duplicate records.
I did.
How'd you do that?
I spoke with the prosecution, or the ADAs, and explained what this is and how it parses out the data and when it prints out.
What I'm asking you, though, is when someone opens up that book, and let's just say someone like a juror, when they open up that book, there's nothing to indicate to them out of those 3,677 quote records, which one is duplicative and which one is not.
Well, I just testified to it now and also on direct, and it also shows in the book the same date and time stamp, and I explained the parsed and carved records. I don't have a paper written report, if that's what you're trying to
You
infer.
don't have a what?
Paper written, handwritten report, if that's what you're trying to infer.
Really not trying anything. I'm just asking you that if someone were to look at those 3,677 records, there's no term used that says this is a multiple, this is a duplicate of record 1 or record 2. It says nothing like that in the book, does it?
Objection.
You can answer.
I don't fully understand. So you're asking if there's something that says that one's a duplicate and one's not?
I've asked, yes, that's what I'm
Okay.
asking.
By the same date and time stamp in the record, and as I explained, the parse and carve, but I don't know if there's anything, like there's no key guide that says what it is,
Okay.
if that's what you mean.
And yesterday you also told us about something called redirects, correct?
Yes,
And that a redirect means that the computer or the device on its own, with the software, with the browser, redirected the user to another website.
when they click on a website, it can redirect, yes.
Okay. And it's the device and the software operating within the device that determines a redirect. It is not the user.
That is correct.
And you don't have anything in this 3,677 records. You don't have, we'll use your reference, an index or anything to indicate the reader of this Exhibit 79, what are redirects and what are not.
That's correct.
And you have no idea how many, quote, redirects occur within this Exhibit 79.
Just the few that I saw. So I don't know. I don't have an exact number.
Okay.
All right, this is what we were asking about.
That with regards to Exhibit 79, that there was no activity on the gray MacBook between 3:50 a.m. and 4:52 a.m.
Which day, counsel?
On what day?
Right.
January 1st of 2023.
Again, I'd have to double check. I remember there was Gmail usage around the 3 a.m. point, and then 4:52, there was some searches, but I don't know if there's anything in that time frame in between.
So what, if you will, sir, maybe you could check.
Why does the sound sound so good today? It's like he's really.
I fixed it.
What?
I flew out. Yeah, I flew out to the courthouse, handled some shit.
Hey, am I wrong? Were they doing the cross yesterday? Or did they like throw another witness? Oh.
No, they
Jeez.
started the cross.
Counsel, can I see the side of the bench?
That was during your nap.
Oh. Yeah, so guys, I had to make those phone calls and for work, and I was waiting for the call back, and I came up and laid next to Bob. Some of you might remember I was kicking my foot up, so it looked like he had a foot behind his shoulder.
You might also remember she was snoring.
Stop, that wasn't happening.
Oh, what?
You're making that part up. No one heard anything like
What?
that.
What?
And
It
then
sounded exactly like this. So adorable.
passed out. Sleep
Uh,
so difficult. Last night it was
I missed it. What is the bar about? Sidebar.
judge asked for it sua sponte,
Ooh.
like out of the blue. So
Ooh.
we heard it. Is this for
See?
real?
Hell yeah, girl.
Babe, then why didn't you like touch me?
You were like
I was
two
oh
and a
my
half
God.
feet away from me. We've got good mics. They pick all the shit up.
All right. Well,
Oh,
Kai didn't
see,
hear anything.
It didn't hear
Even
it.
if they're lying, I like it.
Yeah, I don't think
Spitfire
you
says you're
heard it.
teasing me. Okay.
I don't. If you would have really been snoring, I
You
would
would
have.
have been like, babe, I know you don't want the whole world. The whole world.
Honey, you're snoring during the live. You can't sleep there.
See if you have any blooping room.
We have very little.
Well, might as well use it when you can.
Yeah, I suppose. Let's see. Yeah, we have a little bit.
Oh,
Well,
you went right past it. There you go.
Oh,
Oh,
oh. All right.
Did you find that?
Yes, I have it here, sir. Thank you. Yes, you're correct. 3:50 a.m. is record 1947, and then
Write
the
this
following
down,
record
Dave.
is 1948, 4:52 a.m.
Yesterday, you testified that you recalled, or you thought you recalled, references to William Fastow within the MacBook data.
That's correct.
Do you know where that is?
No, I don't.
Can you indicate, well, you just said no, you don't.
Yeah, look, then. Why don't you look?
Trooper Guarino, if I represented to you that there is absolutely no reference to William Fastow within these 3,677 records, would you agree with that?
I don't know. I don't remember. I remember seeing it somewhere, but I don't know if it was in the MacBook. There's, like I said, a lot of data.
It's fair to say, isn't it, that your examination of exhibit that's contained in Exhibit 79, there's no indication that that MacBook and any user of that MacBook ever accessed Ana Walshe's iMessages?
Her iMessages? No, I never saw any indication of that.
I'm going to refer you to page 555, record 2055.
Where is everybody today? There's very few people.
What record number you said? 2055?
2055.
Okay, got it.
And that search query is, what is disposal of dead bodies?
It'll grow.
That's correct.
There's no reference to murder in that query, correct?
Not
That's
that one,
correct.
buddy.
And that query occurred at 6:36:18, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to refer you to stay on that same page, page 555, record 2057.
Okay.
That occurred at 6:36:22.
Yes.
And it regards body disposal options.
Yes,
No reference to murder, the word murder, correct?
that's correct.
Turning to the next page, 556, record 2059. That occurred at 6:36:30, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The search query involves cool ways to be buried, correct?
Cool
correct.
ways.
There's no reference to murder, correct?
That's correct.
Page 557, record number 2061.
Okay.
That occurred at 6:36:33.
Yes,
And it's a query of above ground burial options,
Hey, so
correct?
pause it real
that's
quick.
correct.
And there's no reference to murder.
He's doing what I said he
What
should
you
do.
said, exactly. So here's my just opinion on this, okay? Is that he's starting by doing searches where he's hoping to get help, like, without, searching something that's going to incriminate him. So he's trying all these vague searches, hoping, like you were saying earlier, like
Yes,
maybe
exactly like I was
until it-
saying earlier.
right, right. But it's even vaguer, so,
Hey, man,
but
I
we'll have
nailed
to
it.
wait and see. He
I
touched
nailed
on
it.
the redirects.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what that argument is, though. Do you
I
get
hear
it
you.
now?
Yeah, well,
You were
yes.
giving me a lot of resistance when I was trying to put it out there for you. I'm just telling you, that's how you have to argue it. You know
Right.
what I mean? It's like whether anybody's going to buy it is a completely different situation. But like in terms of like formulating the argument, that's the argument.
Oh.
Well, I kept trying to figure out ways without using that word to dispose of this body, and I just wasn't. It was like sending me to funeral homes and
Right.
crematoriums, and I'm like, nah, I
Right.
need something different.
Before you hit play, and I got to find I got my phone so we can text about it while this plays. The kids actually gave me a babysitting opportunity, but
What?
I'm one-armed, so they need both of us to do it.
When's that?
We'll text about it.
When is it?
I don't remember. I just saw a text come up from Brian, like, so are you going to babysit?
Is it on a weekend or a weekday?
Saturday.
This upcoming Saturday?
Right, but you'd have to like lay in bed with the baby, and because that's the way they do.
What
For
do you
her
mean?
nap.
For nap time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, so you and I,
Are you
so-
threatening me with a nap with my granddaughter? I mean, okay. I can do that.
all right, I'm going to put us in a group text. You can hit
All right.
play.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Yesterday, you did testify to some search queries that did include the word murder, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree that these searches that we're talking to the jury about today, they began at 4:42 on January 1st of 2023.
452, but yes.
4:52. The first time the term murder was introduced in these searches was at page 596, record 2185. That's correct, isn't it?
I don't know. I haven't memorized all of these, as you can
No,
tell. but,
I know you're looking.
But what record number you said?
Okay. Page 596, record 2185.
Yes, I have that here. I
And
see
that,
it.
okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I cut you
I
off.
was just going to say, I see it here. I don't know. I don't believe there's any other things with murder in the keyword search prior.
I'm sorry?
I don't know if there's any other words with keyword searches for Google with the word murder in it prior to this one. Again, like I said, I haven't memorized all of these records. It's quite a bit of them.
Figures.
Well, if I represented to you that the first time the word murder appears in these searches is at page 596, record 2185. Would you agree with me?
I see it here, so I can just take your word for it.
Okay. And that occurred at 11:28:43 a.m.
Yes, that's correct.
So the first time the word murder appeared in all these records was approximately 6 hours after the searches began.
Again, I'd have to take your word for it, but it seems that.
And that search that we just talked about, the search at 596 record 2185, the one we just spoke about, that occurred right after a search at 595 record 2181, where the query is best way to dispose of body parts quietly.
Quietly.
That's correct.
And that occurred at 11:27:56 a.m., correct?
Yes.
So yesterday I asked you some questions about the use of additional terms to get a different search result. You remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
And that is one example in Exhibit 79, where first a query did not use the word murder, and then it did use the word murder to get different results, correct?
I can't speak to the user's frame of mind when they're searching for something. I can just say yes or no to what the data shows. So those search terms have it, some don't. That I can't speak to why someone is searching what they're searching.
It's like Bob's in the defense attorney's mind.
Or tipped and watched our shit.
I testified yesterday, and I'm going to give you a site, page 694, record 2507. If you can turn to that.
Got it streaming to his ear.
Page 694, record 2507.
Not
Okay.
crazy.
And that has to do with a query about hard drive removal.
Yes.
Correct?
You don't think lawyers trying cases are watching streamers?
But with it in his ear right now, babe, that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, yeah. No,
I mean, you just said it. He'd have to be listening now.
yeah. True. I thought you were talking about the thing I was talking about yesterday where he's got to ask the questions about. That doesn't say murder, does it?
No, I meant like he
It's
Yes.
fair to say that tell us when that search occurred.
just said 11.
January 2nd, 2023 at 2:01:19 a.m.
Now, you're aware of the fact that certain devices, all made by Apple, were first turned over voluntarily to the police on January 6th of 2023.
No, that's not true.
you would agree that certain devices were turned over to the police on January 6th of 2023.
Yes, certain devices were.
And when those devices were turned over, those devices were examined, correct?
Yes, they were.
And all the hard drives were intact in all those devices.
Well, yes, they were.
And there was no evidence that any of the hard drives had been tampered with, correct?
Well, the products that we were
Was
given-
there any evidence that the hard drives in any of those devices turned over on January 6th had been tampered with?
They don't have standard hard drives that a PC has. They have different hard drive types. They're soldered onto the motherboards of these devices.
So there was no evidence that anything had been tampered with.
That's correct for these chips.
And then you're aware of the fact that then on January 8th, strike that. Let me ask that again. Those devices that were turned over on January 6th were returned to Mr. Walshe on January 7th.
Yes, that's correct.
And then those same devices that were first turned over on January 6th were seized on January 8th or thereafter.
On January 8th, yes.
And additional devices were also seized on January 8th.
Yes, they were.
And one of those devices that was seized on January 8th was this gray MacBook, correct?
Yes, sir.
The gray MacBook whose data appears in Exhibit 79.
Yes, sir.
And there was no evidence after a forensic examination of all the devices now in the possession of the state police that none of the hard drives had been tampered with.
Like physical tamper with, sir? Like physically or like trying to take them apart?
That's one
Yes.
question. We'll do it that way.
Positive.
Physically?
Other than the damage to the devices, no, there was no
Pause it real quick, Dave.
tampering, like screws missing that I saw.
And when you say the damage,
So I don't care. I'm Googling all sorts of shit. I Googled how to dispose of a dead body so it is undiscovered. Okay. So first, your AI says, and I don't think they had that when he first did these searches, right? It was, or was it just last year? I don't remember. But anyway, AI, the first like AI overview is like, I cannot provide instructions on how to dispose of a dead body. But then you get a couple of YouTube things. Then you get Quora, is that what that's called? Quora, how to dispose of a dead body without any trace. But then Reddit, and I didn't click on it, but it's pretty interesting. The best strategy we came up with was to dig a large hole and place the human body at the bottom, cover it several feet with earth, shoot a large mammal, and then I didn't click on the rest, but you can assume where it goes from there.
Yeah, you bury the mammal. So you
Right.
you put the body in the hole, you cover it with dirt, and then you put a large dead mammal, say a deer, on top of that, and then you bury that as well, because that throws
Right.
off the scent.
Right. And then Reddit also has things like how to conceal the time of death.
I mean, the best way to do it is to buy a crematorium. So I invested in this crematorium because, it's, business is always going to be good.
But
People always-
I mean, truth be told, not a lot's coming up like that. Like I would have to maybe add some more
There you go.
terms. Like I
There you-
got to tell this interwebs
Right.
that I'm
you
trying to
need
disguise a
specifics.
murder.
You need specifics. Farmer, I remember Cody Whitehair. He had a nice run with the Bears there.
Please, people,
For an
don't
offensive lineman.
low hanging fruit trying to get Bob talking about the Bears.
I mean, I'm obsessed with the Bears right now. It's been a long time coming. So,
damage to the devices, are you talking about?
Other than the damage to the devices, no, there was no tampering, like screws missing that I saw.
And when you say the damage to the devices, are you talking about the one iPad mini that was cracked?
Yeah, and the screen on the gray MacBook, the display itself was not broken, but the LCD screen had like a flicker. It didn't work perfectly.
And none of that affected the data within those devices?
No, that's correct.
You know what he should have done is had him do some searches there.
Yesterday, you testified with regards to a search history search at page 888, record 3127.
All right, I have 888. Which one?
Record 3127.
Okay,
That search occurred on January 3rd of 2023, correct?
that's at 7:30 PM.
At 7:38, correct?
That's correct.
And that search involved, can police get your search history without your computer, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, without repeating the same question, all those computers and iPhones and iPads were turned over on various dates, January 6th and January 8th and thereafter.
That's correct.
And you're unaware that any other computer or any other iPad or any other cell phone had been destroyed or otherwise disposed of.
Just one cell phone.
Okay. And the search history on all of these devices that were turned over, it was all intact, wasn't it?
Yes, the devices that were either turned over or seized during the warrant were.
And in your forensic analysis of all these devices, you did not see any evidence that.
Did you want me to pause it?
Yeah, so that was one of the other searches that I said, all right, he searches that. The answer is going to be yes, right? Because they can either get it from the cloud, from the internet service provider. They can, so he gets the answer yes, yet he's still doing all.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Aw. Oh my God. She's coughing violently. I think all of Illinois is sick.
Man, but he's still doing all these searches. So it's wild.
Yeah.
And he hasn't, in theory, because as the searches keep going, it's clear he's still trying to do stuff. He was doing his research first, yet still decides, I'm going to take the risk and hide the body instead of let them see this perfectly normal body that died of natural causes. I don't know.
I mean, maybe he's thinking they're going to think but I don't know. I don't know. Like that's the part where if she died from some kind of natural causes, like I don't know in what world he would think that they would ever think that it was a homicide.
Right. And again,
no evidence of it.
All of these searches, all of them, all these random different ways, nothing like if someone died of natural causes, is that something easily determined by an autopsy? It's just, I'm sorry. I just don't think, I think logic is going to rule the day with this jury on the lack of searches and, some of the other searches. I see how this can be explained away. Like you were saying, that he wasn't getting enough when he just put in things without murder, but the lack of searches.
Right. That's the more powerful evidence in
Right.
terms of him just not trying to figure out what's what, like what happened to his wife.
Every single person on that jury is going to say he did not search once anything about how did she die or whether the police can determine that it was natural. And for those reasons, I'm not buying your piece of shit story.
Yeah.
Unless the defense is about to point some of those searches out,
We'll see.
Yeah.
Anyone tried to remove, delete, or otherwise change the search history contained on these devices?
That's correct.
Yesterday, you testified to cell phone history search, and that's at page 904, record 3184.
Yep, I have it.
And you're aware of the fact that Mr. Walshe was interviewed beginning on January 4th, correct?
I don't remember the exact days. I got involved in the case on the 6th, but I know he was spoken with prior to that.
That query, that search query that we just talked about, page 904, record 3184, that was conducted on January 4th at 8:55 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
But as you sit here today, you're not sure when Mr. Walshe was first interviewed by the law enforcement at his home.
That's correct.
Are you aware of the fact that he was not just interviewed once on January 4th, but twice? Are you aware of that? Were you ever, I guess your answer is no.
That's correct. I don't know.
Are you aware of any dates that Mr. Walsh was in fact questioned or interviewed by the police at his home prior to his arrest?
I just know it was prior to the 6th.
In any event, in all of the devices that you did in fact forensically examine, you saw no evidence that any user tried to destroy any cell phone history as it applied to the cell phones, correct?
To Mr. Walsh's?
To any of them.
Yes.
That's correct.
Now, my understanding from your testimony yesterday is that you did not specifically conduct a full examination of any of the iPhones that were seized.
That's correct.
That would be Trooper Connor Keefe.
That's correct.
A user that uses these devices can delete information, can't they?
To a point.
But the fact of the matter is that those forensic tools that you use, Celebrite, Magnet Gray, Axiom, when you run the data that you extract from a device, that software can detect where a deletion.
As I said, to a point.
It's fair to say that in your examination of the MacBook, device 3, and in all of those records in Exhibit 79, there's no indication that any data had been deleted.
I didn't see anything glaring.
No, the answer is
Yesterday,
no.
you talked about the Chase account login data, and specifically the Chase login data that occurred on December 27th of 2022. Do you recall that?
Vaguely.
I refer you to page 259, record 951.
Thank you.
Kill me.
What was the page again? 259, you said?
259.
Thank you.
Did they do any impeachment of him at all? Did they talk about how you can't really tell the time because
I
it
haven't.
goes by when a window was open? Done any of that yet?
And you would agree with me that that particular activity, the Chase login, that extended up to and including record 1026, found at page 279.
Yep, I have it.
I don't get that. That's me referring to what he said during Karen Reed's
And
time.
it's fair to say that you do not know what was reviewed during that Chase login.
No, I do. I can see right here. So it goes, each URL, if you go into it, shows dashboard, overview accounts. There's another one shows a dashboard authorization, his when he signed out.
Do you know the details of what he viewed?
What was actually in his account? No.
Okay.
I just know that the headers for the Chase accounts that he was at.
So you don't know if the user was looking at balances, deposits, anything like that. You just know that he logged in to the Chase account.
Yes, whatever covers under the account overview or his login information, that's all I can tell. I don't know if he made transactions or...
And you do not know if there are multiple accounts associated with that Chase login.
That's correct.
What? Pause this, babe.
I'm going to refer you to
What did you guys talk about this earlier? Who the hell's talking about my license?
I don't know. Some channel about the witnesses in the Reed case or some shit. I forget what it was.
With me and the witnesses in the Reed case?
I don't know. They must have been talking shit about us or you. I don't know. I have no idea.
Well,
I asked Wildcats. I'm like, is Wildcats had said something? Bro, some new channel focused on the McAlberts. I don't know.
how the fuck does that come back to me?
I don't know. People like talking shit.
They don't know
Yeah.
shit.
They don't know shit.
Neither does the judge in that case.
Yeah, that you won.
Right.
That's the part of the story that always gets forgotten. Sometimes you gotta take the bullet for your clients in court, man.
Yeah.
It's just the reality of being a defense attorney.
Yeah.
It's nice to wear the white hat over there. They don't give you any shit. Different story on the defense side of it.
Page 906, record 3195. Are you there yet?
No, you got me going from one end to the other. All right.
Do 195.
3195.
Okay. 319. Okay, have it.
That's another Chase login, isn't it?
That's correct.
Occurred at 3:58:26 p.m. on January 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And now I'm going to refer you to record number 3292 on page 930.
Okay.
That's another Chase login, isn't it?
He's already logged, well, he's logged in from earlier. So it's the same login.
It's not the same login that's referenced at page 906-3195, is it? Because that login occurred on January 7th, correct?
Well, if you go back through, oh, I see the date change. Yep. It goes all the preceding ones are also Chase from the 7th and then the 8th.
So the reference specific to page 930, record 3292, that's a Chase login that occurred the next day on January 8th, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And that's at 3:02 a.m., correct?
Yes, it is.
Maybe,
So
depends when the tab was
What you
open.
saw in this MacBook data was multiple logins on the Chase account, correct?
Yes.
And they spanned many days during this period that you examined it, 12/25/2022, up to and including January 8th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many Chase logins apart and aside from the Chase login that you testified to on direct examination yesterday that occurred on December 27th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You'd also note, and I'll focus your attention on page 948 at record 3362.
Okay.
That involves a login to a Fidelity account, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And that login occurred at 7:04:21.
Yes.
So there are multiple logins involving financial institutions
Right, he's trying to figure out all the money he can get his hands
within that
on. Now it's
MacBook
just dead.
data that is contained in Exhibit 79, correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, you cannot tell this jury how many times there was a Chase login on this MacBook between 12/25/2022 and January 8th of 2023.
Unless I see the last visited count or I go through and hand count them, then no.
And the same question, you can't tell us how many times the Fidelity account was logged into between December 25th, 2022 and January 8th of 2023.
That's correct.
And of course, you didn't examine any data on the MacBook prior to December 25th,
Pause it
2022.
real quick,
So
Dave.
you have no idea how many times Mr. Walsh or anyone else.
So I was kind of wondering the same thing. Like, did I miss something? What is the point of? I know he's countering something that the prosecution pointed out, but what's the point of all these other logins? Like, what do you think the prosecution?
I think they're, to me, because they're being very careful with calling it not the defendant using the devices, but a user. I think they're just trying to establish that, you know, it could have been anybody that was logging in and logging off. I think. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I mean, no, who else could it be?
I know. I thought they were trying to establish that whatever the prosecution was saying, like, and he was searching the Chase account right after this, like implying X, Y, or Z, that he's trying to show that no, he was also doing it all these other days. So it doesn't mean what the prosecution said, but maybe it is what you're saying. But like you're saying, who the hell else could have done it? They're not trying to say, they're trying to say, they clearly aren't trying to say that Ana was still alive, because he admits that he disposed of the body and that she died at that time. So, and to me, I'm thinking he's logging into all of these places like, where's all the money I can get my hands in right now? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's yeah, I don't know what impact this is having. Like, this is slipping again into just let's just ask questions to ask questions. Like, I don't think he's
Maybe he'll bring it all together with some sort of question at the end here.
Hey, don't hold your breath.
Logged into the Chase account prior to December 25th, 2022. So you have no idea how many times Mr. Walshe or anyone else logged into the Chase account prior to December 25th of 2022.
Yes.
Right. I agree with what Amanda's saying. I just don't know why it's so
I want to
important.
focus your attention to page 279 through 280 and record 1029 that is referenced on 279.
All right. Okay.
Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
That was a Google search that occurred at 9:37:07, correct?
Record 1029. Yes.
And that occurred once again on 12/27, this 12/27 date that we keep hearing about, correct?
Yes.
That search and those results had to do with Porsches, didn't they?
Yes.
Had to do with someone searching for Porsche cars, correct?
Yeah, it looks like it says 911 Porsche 2009 for sale.
And one of those searches involved a Porsche for sale in Cohasset, didn't it?
I don't know. I can look.
Getting ready to spend that life insurance money, huh, big guy?
Oh, I see it. Yep.
That's
On
a yes?
Car Gurus, yes.
Okay. That search that I just asked you about, that occurred on 12/27, that search happened right after those Chase searches that occurred on 12/27, didn't it?
Yes.
And that Porsche search at 279, 280, and the other searches thereafter, they occurred right after those searches that you referenced yesterday to the jury about divorce, correct?
Believe so.
I'm going to focus your attention now to page 2.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
They did. I just went back. I saw it.
I'm going to focus you now to page 234, record 863.
2, 3. Okay.
That is a search that occurred on 12/27, once again, and it occurred around 8/23/13, correct?
I have 82308, but yep.
Okay.
So he's making plans for the
And
future after.
I'm going to
searching the
ask you to go forward to record 870 and ask you to look at those records that run from 863 to 870. They all involve searching for a diamond ring, don't they?
Yes.
And one of the specific queries is a 4-carat diamond, correct?
Yes.
Well, it's
And
easy
there's
to
a
plan.
specific reference in the search at page 236, record 870, that it references BlueNile.com diamonds, correct?
That's correct.
These searches that you just testified to regarding searching for diamonds, they occurred just before the searches that you told us about regarding the divorces yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Talking about those divorce searches now, the divorce searches that occurred on 12/27, they start
Here's the same thing he's got.
actually with a search at page 240, record 887. And the search involves Katie Holmes' divorce.
Yes.
Katie Holmes is an actress, do you know?
Yes.
And so that is the first search that appears on 12/27 that includes the term divorce, correct?
Why did she get a fake divorce? Just to protect her assets?
Let's see. I believe so.
And then there's the searches that we talked about, you talked about yesterday on direct.
I'm chilling.
And it's fair to say, isn't it, that those searches regarding divorce you testified to ran from page 241, record 891, to page 258, record 948.
Is that the question? Did I?
Yes.
Yes.
And you characterized them yesterday when asked by the Commonwealth. How do you characterize the nature of those searches? All showing divorce advice. Your words, correct?
Not gonna lie, I forget what I said, but I believe so.
Okay. So it's fair to say that if they ran from 8:33 to 8:54, that'd be a total of 21 minutes, correct?
Yes.
That's 21 minutes of looking at divorce, as you characterized it, divorce advice, and over 15 days of data that you extracted from the MacBook, correct?
Yes.
And these divorce searches, once again, they occurred after the diamond searches, right after them, didn't they?
Yes.
And they occurred before the Porsche searches, didn't they?
Yes.
And these searches occurred before the Chase searches that you testified to.
Yes.
So on 12/27, that extracted data from the MacBook shows that all right around the same time, there was a Chase login, correct?
Yes.
Looks like someone was shopping for a diamond ring or a diamond, correct?
I don't know if they were shopping for it, but they were looking at it.
And somebody was looking at Porsches for sale, correct?
That's correct.
And there was no divorce-related searches that occurred in the data you looked at from 12/25 up to and including, up to the 12/27 divorce searches.
Not that I saw.
It's real easy.
It's fair to characterize these searches that you testified to yesterday, that they began at 4:52, and sometimes the searches only seem to last no more than a minute or two.
I can't speak to the time frame of all of them because I don't have them all memorized, but I know some were short, some were not.
But in fact, if someone reviewed Exhibit 79 carefully and looked at the data would reveal, wouldn't it, how long and how short some of these searches went from one search query to the next, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And it would also show that during these searches that were being conducted, that at times the software, the browser, would then redirect and send the user to someplace else, and then a new search would be conducted, correct?
Again, I don't remember being all that many, but yes, that could happen.
And there are searches that include searches of what detergent to use to clean up, correct?
Clean up what?
Clean up a wood floor? You recall that? If you don't, that's fine.
Yeah. I remember having something else in that search string, but I don't remember just
blood.
how to clean wood floors.
Okay. Do you remember, as you sit here today, anything about searches for concrete floors?
Yes.
Okay. All of these searches, they go on not just for one day. These searches go on for at least 3 days, don't they?
I believe they go from the 1st to the 4th.
Okay. And
So there was blood
on
those
January
places
3rd,
before
there are searches about how to deal with smells and odors from a decomposing body, isn't it?
Yes.
And those searches about how to deal with an odor, they don't even begin until January 3rd, do they? If you know, if you don't, that's
I
fine.
thought on the 1st there was one, how long it takes for a body to start smelling.
But not how to, that's correct.
Yeah,
but
but
not how
not-
to clean it up.
That's correct.
And not how to mask the smell or anything of the sort.
No, there is,
Is this your ball from your sling? You're muted. You're still muted.
Yeah, I took it out because I was trying to do this lay on my other side and lean forward into a pillow, and the ball was impeding. But don't lose it.
How could I
So-
lose it? I was going to wear it as a clown nose.
So someone made this point. I don't know if it was today in the chat or yesterday. I think it was, I can't remember, that if he's searching how to get blood out of concrete or out of the wood floor before he has started the dissecting of the body parts, then that would indicate that there was already blood from however, whatever brought her death, about. So I don't know if this is helping him or hurting him about this, what he's talking about right now.
Yeah, either do I.
January 1st, 4:58. That's correct.
And not how to mask the smell or anything of the sort.
No, there is January 1st, 4:58. How long does a body stop smelling?
But not how to mask it, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And not how
Come
to
on.
clean it up.
I'm not seeing that.
True. Little lion. Could have tried with a knife before he went with a hatchet and a hacksaw. You could also have people on this jury really mad at Massachusetts.
You're not seeing it.
I'm not seeing it. I'm just seeing the
Period.
the beginning ones that I've already talked about.
That's all I have.
That's all I have.
That's it.
Redirect.
What's he going to do?
Very, very
Close
briefly.
with the big flop.
Yeah, there's no home runs to be hit here.
79.
My Lord.
This is like a series of walks and singles in baseball metaphors. I mean, there was
He's
nothing.
going to put all this
We could
together.
just,
He's got a
put
plan
up
for closing.
Exhibit 79, page 593, just to clear up one thing. Record 2171. If you could just read that title, please, Trooper.
It says your spouse is missing and you want a divorce / hello divorce.
And what is the date and time for that?
January 1st, 2023, 10:49 a.m.
So that is after 12/27 of 22, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. And Trooper, You talked about
Here, pause it real quick, babe.
on,
That was one of the very important searches we talked about yesterday, because the defense has said they were only searching divorce because he wanted to protect the assets because of his issues with the fraud case. So now if she's missing, why is he still searching about getting a divorce? And typically a man is only anxious to get a divorce real quick, if he wants to, he's got another woman on his mind. I mean, why in the hell is he trying to get a divorce? Let's keep his theory. Pretend we still have his theory in mind. Why is he searching about getting a divorce once he's missing? He thinks he'll be able to get a divorce, protect the assets, and even though she's still missing, access those assets through her cards. I mean, could that be the logic there?
I don't know. Are you saying that you think that he's trying to get a divorce in absentia? Is that like,
Well, that's what he's searching, how to get a divorce if your wife is missing.
huh?
And he claims the only reason to get a divorce was to protect the assets. Now, look, these searches for the diamond ring in the Porsche, it's real fucking easy to decide you want to buy your wife a diamond ring when you know your wife's about to not be there. So, oh yeah, let me act like I'm searching for buying her a ring and buying her a Porsche because I know I ain't never going to do any of that.
To me, it's interesting that it sounds like he didn't at any point try to delete any of this shit. You know what I mean? It's like that's such a weird part of this. I don't like, not that they couldn't have theoretically,
Gotten it
recovered
anyway.
it through the extraction, but still, I don't know if he knows that. I don't know if he follows true crime. I don't know if he knows that Sully Bright and the like exist.
Well,
in
he
the
searched.
world.
Can they get your search history without your device? So he learned that they could get it from the internet service provider anyway. So
Yeah, or Google, whoever, wherever search engine you're using. But that's different. That's different. That's a different thing than finding out whether or not deleted information or texts or searches, anything is recoverable.
right, and as 13LJT says, he knew that searches were there and handed over. Wait, but were they on his?
Yeah, they were on
kid's
the
phone?
iPad Mini.
Right. Did he hand that over real easy too? I don't remember.
I don't know. I think that was him thinking he was slick. They're like, oh, they'll never look at my kid's iPad Mini.
Right.
Like, why wouldn't you destroy that thing? It's like, it's
Not that would have helped.
Well, maybe not. I'm assuming that the kids, because I'm trying to remember you have to get an Apple ID in order to be able to have that. Like, meaning it's going to be on the grid. Like,
Right.
You can't get an iPad without it being on the grid, meaning that there's going to be a paper trail that it existed. Like, that's the problem with getting rid of phones. There's no way you can get rid of a phone short of it being a burner that you bought for cash somewhere.
So-
and you started an account just by, paying for minutes without there being some kind of paper trail behind it.
So
Like,
Little Lion says,
do you understand what I'm saying though? It's like,
right.
there's no way. And if you've gotten rid of the phone, that's consciousness of guilt,
Yeah.
typically.
And Little Lion says, I think it turned out he didn't search on the iPad Mini, but the searches were synced to that. And that would be if it was using the same Apple ID. And most of this search history we've been hearing about has been on the MacBook. So maybe that is what
Yeah, he could have the same situation that I have. Like,
Little Miss Princess.
when I got the new MacBook, I didn't want to sync it up to my old Apple ID because of that thing where your shit populates on my thing. Because so many years ago, we shared an Apple ID. So like, when I get a new phone, if I installed an app on my phone back in the day, like back when we first got iPhones and Allie and I were sharing an Apple ID, it still populates Allie's shit. So I'll get a new phone and it'll be like, oh, hi, Allison. I'm like, what the fuck? Or if, it's auto, whatever, like.
Taking my contacts.
Well, yeah, your contacts, but if it auto deletes an app that I have because I haven't used it and it's trying to save space, and then I need to use that app again and I go to reinstall it, it then is asking me for your Apple ID password, even though, but they've made a workaround. So if I go in the App Store now, I can just go and re-download it and it's not asking for your passwords. I don't know.
Yeah. So I think everyone's right. It wasn't the searches were on his computer, but his Apple ID was also on the kid's iPad. So it linked to that as well. All right, let's go.
Cross-examination, you were asked about devices that you received on January 6th of 2023 by Mr. Walsh. Did you receive the MacBook?
No, I did not.
You received, what did you receive?
The iPhone 13 mini and 2 iPads, iPad 6 and iPad 6 mini.
And did those have hard drives like a laptop?
No, they have memory chips similar to the MacBooks, but not like a PC hard drive.
And did you find at the search warrant a PC or a laptop with a traditional hard drive?
No.
And did you search the house for a traditional laptop or a PC?
Yes, I did.
Ooh, consciousness of guilt. He's hiding the PC. Look, that little red splotch on his neck got redder.
Oh, red
Gulp.
splotch.
Gulp.
Any recross?
Splotching.
No, we
Witness
can't
may step
deny
down.
he
Thank
hid
you,
the
Ron.
fucking iPad. I mean, the MacBook. So there's all our answers. He didn't turn that thing over. And he didn't realize that the
MacBook?
Right, and he didn't realize that the iPads
May
were
call its next witness.
linked.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would call William Foley.
Bloop, 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 bloop. You disgraced. Good do you know?
You proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is William Foley, Foley.
And where do you work, sir?
I work for U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
What does the U.S. Customs and Border Protection do?
The U.S. Customs and Border Protection inspects arriving merchandise, cargo, and travelers traveling into and out of the United States.
And how long have you been with U.S. Customs and Border Protection?
With U.S. Customs and Border Protection for 13 years.
And what are your responsibilities there?
My responsibilities are mainly to inspect documents of individuals that are traveling into and out of the United States.
What's this dude's
Are you
name?
familiar, as a result, with a system known as
William-
TEX, T-E-C-S?
Yes,
Pause it.
Can you tell us what that is?
sure. So Texas,
I think he said William Foley, but I don't know if someone in the chat.
What do you
Got
guys
it.
got? I'm trying to update the ticker.
We'll keep an eye on it. Let
People are
it
talking
play.
about Publix has peppermint candy and mini bunt cake.
Foley, Foley.
Thanks, Claire. Thanks,
says it.
Claire.
Yeah.
Good looking out, kid. Good looking out. All right.
a law enforcement tool that basically stores arriving and departing records for individuals that are traveling into and out of the United States.
And who has access to it?
U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
And how are entries in text generated?
They're mainly inputted by the airlines when passengers travel internationally on aircraft.
Now, are you familiar with another system called APIS?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes. So APIS stands for Advanced Passenger Information System. It's a system used by the airlines to transmit travel data of passengers traveling into and out of the United States.
And what interaction does that have with text?
Once a record is inputted into APIS, it's transmitted to text within 72 hours of a traveler's arrival or departure into the United States.
And what would someone who's traveling in or out of the United States need to give in order to have their information go into APIS?
A passport.
And now, what happens if someone has dual citizenship and has 2 passports?
So the airlines scan whichever passport or record whatever passport is provided to them by the traveler.
And if someone has dual citizenship, would it record still that they're coming or leaving the country?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So if someone has dual citizenship and they use another country's passport, does it still get recorded into APIS?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, you've earlier provided some documentation from text that's been stipulated to as Exhibit 82. Your Honor, with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to publish Exhibit 82.
And the description of Exhibit 82 is what?
A 2-page text document having the name Ana Walshe.
Is it from one of these 2 systems?
It is from the TECS system by U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
She's on top of her
Right.
shit, this
2
judge.
pages of TECS documents are now admitted into evidence as Exhibit 82.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes. And this is pre-marked as 82.
This guy's going to be a short witness.
Yep.
We're literally on the same page. So, Mr. Foley, can you see the screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to walk us through this document. The date at the top left-hand corner in time, what is that, sir?
July 8th, 2025.
And underneath that, encounter date start and encounter end date. What are those two dates representing?
Those dates are the travel records from January 1st, 2022 and ending on July 7th, 2025 for pertaining to Ana Walshe.
And what is the date of birth?
Date of birth is April 12th, 1983.
And scrolling down, sir, there's 2 lines of entry with Ana Walshe's name. Can you walk us through what those 2 lines represent?
Sure. So the bottom line shows that Ana Walshe departed the United States on November 23rd, 2022 and returned to the United States on December 7th, 2022.
So on that
Must have been
bottom
your mother.
line, after November 23rd, 2022, there is a UA under carrier code. What's that mean, sir?
That stands for United Airlines.
And what does the O in the next column mean, sir?
That stands for outbound.
And now, sir, it says on board. What is the significance of that?
That shows that the airline confirmed that she was on board the aircraft.
Now, on the top row of data, right above that, what does LH mean under carrier code?
That stands for Lufthansa Airlines.
And what does the I mean, sir?
Inbound.
Now, underneath that, there is a legend. And can you just run through the legend for us as far as what the codes and values are next to them?
Sure. So DUB is Dublin, Ireland. FRA, Frankfurt International Airport in Frankfurt, Germany. BOS is Boston Logan International Airport. And IAD is Dulles International Airport in Washington, D.C.
And sir, other than those 2 entries, were there any other records of Ana Walshe traveling outside the country from January 1st, 2022 to your July date in 2025?
No, sir.
Nothing further with Mr. Foley, Your Honor.
Any cross?
The records that have been admitted as Exhibit 82, they're not public records, are they?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Patrick Reardon.
I didn't get what he asked. I heard the answer, but
I don't know. Something like, did you create the records or so? I don't know. I don't know what it was either. Something pointless.
All right, I guess this is
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
just to
Thank you,
show
Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Patrick Reardon.
she didn't leave the. She's not traveling internationally right now.
Well, it was just, yeah, it was just to show she didn't leave the country.
Right. All right. Pay attention when he spells his name this time, baby.
I will, hon. Right this way, sir. Step right in.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Patrick Reardon, Reardon.
Where do you work, sir?
Cohasset.
And what do you do in Cohasset?
I am a sergeant and a canine handler.
How long have you been, you say sergeant, so I'm assuming Cohasset Police Department.
Yes.
How long have you been with the Cohasset Police Department?
About 18 years.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
About 3 years.
And how long have you been a canine handler?
About 15 years.
And in January of 2023, what was your canine's name?
Einstein.
Now, what type of dog is Einstein?
He's a Belgian Malinois.
And what type of police dog is Einstein?
He's certified as a patrol dog. He tracks, it does area searches, building searches.
What type of training did he go into to be able to track?
So initially he takes myself and him go through a 16-week training with the local sheriff's office. And from there we do a twice a month training.
And now, sir, I'd like to ask you some questions about.
I think dog cops are the best cops. Like, honestly, I think they love their dogs so much. Like, I just think they're good cops. I think every dog handler cop, I think, is a good cop. You can tell this guy.
Really, you don't think dog handler cops exaggerate when their dog has made like a clear cut, signal? Come on. There's good ones, there's bad ones. That's all I'm gonna say.
I don't think so. I think they all just love dogs and, just dog lovers.
I'm just wondering, is he short or is this chair that these witnesses are sitting in really low? And
I think that guy's like 4'8". It's like a little Lapution.
January 5th of 2023, did you have the opportunity to do a track or an area search with Einstein that day?
I did.
Approximately what time?
About 10:20 in the morning.
And what was the weather like?
It was cool, cloudy.
And where did you conduct this search?
I conducted the search in the front left side, in the rear of the property.
And when you say the property, is that 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes.
Now, sir, what type of search was this?
This was considered an area search.
And what would you call it? Can you tell us what an area search means?
An area search basically means it's not a track, so we don't have a definitive area of where the person would have started. So an area search would just be using the dog to try and pick up a scent of human odor in the area.
Now, Your Honor, if I may, we've stipulated to a series of photographs from exhibits 83 to 89. And if I could publish the first of those, exhibit 83.
All right, I'm going to clarify. I think that dog handlers that are looking for human remains are good. So canines that are sniffing for drugs, those guys can be bad.
Great.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman? Sergeant, can you see the image on the screen?
I can.
Is that the general area of the home that you had the opportunity to do your area search of?
It is.
And if we may have exhibit 84. Now, Sergeant, do you see this image, exhibit 84?
Yes.
Is the home in exhibit 84?
Yes.
Now, sir, can you just tell us generally how far the home is set back from Route 3A?
It's about 100 yards.
And just generally looking at exhibit 84, can you tell us again where you did your search?
So as you look at the home, I started the area search in the front left between the home and 3A. on the left-hand side and worked my way back through the area where you can see Peppermint Brook.
Now, if we may have Exhibit 85. Sir, what part of the home is this?
That's the front.
And did you have the opportunity to walk this area with Einstein?
To the left of the driveway, yes.
And if we could have Exhibit 86. Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
And that was also an area you got to walk with Einstein?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, could we have, just a little bit out of order, Exhibit 39 from the other day? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
What is this of the house?
This is the backyard of the home.
What animals were in the backyard of the home when you were doing your search with Einstein?
There was a large German Shepherd in the fenced-in area.
And how was it behaving?
It was barking consistently at us.
And what was Einstein doing during this?
He was fine. He's not dog aggressive, so he continued to work.
And so is that what that other dog would be considered, dog aggressive?
Yes.
And could we have Exhibit 87? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
Where is this in relation to the home?
It's to the left of the home.
And did you get to walk this with Einstein?
I did.
And then if we could have Exhibit 88? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
And where was this?
Similar area to the left of the home, towards the back.
And then the final image I want to show you is Exhibit 89. And where is this in relation to the home?
That's in the backyard as well, the gravel path that leads up to the back.
And now, sir, what, if anything, did you find?
We didn't find anything.
And how long did you do that area search with Einstein?
It was approximately 25, 30 minutes.
And did you go inside the fence where the dog was?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because the dog was there and it wouldn't have worked out.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Russ?
No questions.
All right, so
The
they
witness
didn't
may
get to
step
search
down.
all
Thank
the
you.
areas.
Thank you.
Past
Commonwealth may
witnesses.
call its next witness.
Commonwealth calls Tom Menino.
Tom Manito.
Oh no, let's see how she starts this time. What is your name?
Right this way. There you go. There you
Good
go.
morning.
Thanks.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your
Hey,
Honor.
pause it real quick.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your...
You got it right when the name's coming, man.
Sorry. So that established that the dog was, the canine was unable to, he did not search all available areas. They didn't go into that other area, so that maybe there was a place the dog would have alerted had it been able to do so. Agreed, babe?
Hmm.
Well, what else, what do you think it was for?
What do you mean? Why,
Well,
you're asking why they called that particular guy? I think to show that it didn't catch her scent somewhere. I don't know,
I think it was
because they
to
didn't
show-
delineate between a cadaver dog and a tracking dog. Like I think they're trained differently in terms of what scents they're looking for. Like I'm assuming that dog was looking for her being alive, like her scent.
I don't know. I thought it was to show that it didn't search everywhere because that other dog impeded its ability to go to the other side. So she very well may have been in whatever area they were unable to search.
Oh, like you mean her remains?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They didn't even get into what type of, like, this wasn't a cadaver dog.
Well, they did say they searched for the scent of, a human scent.
Yeah, but alive humans smell very differently than dead humans. I mean, they're trained for specific scents. You know what I mean? It's like bomb sniffing dog, drug sniffing dog, living person dog, dead person. I don't know. I honestly don't. Like, clearly Tipton didn't think it required any kind of cross, so maybe the jury's just as confused.
Your last name for the record.
Thomas Menino, Menino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed with JetBlue,
In what capacity?
corporate security manager out of Boston Logan Airport.
Thank you. And how long have you been employed by JetBlue as corporate security?
Just under 2 years.
And what are your responsibilities there?
Security issues at the airport, keeper of the records.
And so as part of your job, you said you are keeper of the records,
Correct.
custodian of the records?
Correct.
Thank you. And does JetBlue Airlines keep records of customers flying on its planes in the normal course of business?
Yes, we do.
And how are your company's records kept?
Electronically.
When are entries made of those records?
As soon as someone purchases a reservation for an airline ticket, that's when we get the record.
Thank you. So as close to a transaction being made as possible?
Correct.
And why are records kept?
Just because we want to know who's flying on us, and if there's any
I
issues with it.
apologize, Judge, I just can't hear the witness.
Okay, I'm just going to ask the witness. This is a really large courtroom.
This
Lean
guy.
right into
Oh,
that
sorry.
microphone in a big, bold voice.
Sorry.
Thank you so much. If you could just repeat that answer.
So just so we know who's flying on our airline, and that we, just have a record for
I thought it
them.
was federal
Thank
law.
you. So are your records kept in good faith?
Yes, they are.
And do you have JetBlue records concerning reservations for December 25th of 2022 through January 30th of 2023 for passenger Ana Walshe with a date of birth of April 12th, 1983, that you have provided to the Commonwealth?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, I'd ask now that we enter in, which has already been previously marked as Exhibit 92.
9-2?
92.
Presumably, we're going to hear about what 90 and 91 are later.
Yes, we will, Your Honor.
All right. So 92 are the records from JetBlue. They're marked and admitted into evidence.
Thank you very much. I'd also ask that they be published for the jury at this time electronically.
You may.
Do you have a copy of those, sir?
I don't have them with me.
I will bring them right up to you.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Menino, are you familiar with those records?
I am.
Thank you very much. Looking at the reservation on 12/25/22, could you go to that page, Ms. Gilman? Thank you.
Okay.
Where was there a reservation from?
This reservation was from DCA, which is Reagan National Airport, to Boston.
So, and the code for Boston?
BOS.
Thank you. And what time was that reservation for?
It was for 6:30 p.m.
And can you tell if Ms. Walsh took that flight?
No, that flight was refunded.
Okay, so you can tell that she did not take that flight, is that correct?
Correct.
And where do you see that flight was refunded?
Where it says STAT, S-A-T, S-T-A-T, it says R-F-N-D.
And what happened to that flight? Do you know, did that flight go that day?
That flight went, but that was refunded ticket.
Okay. And when was that flight purchased?
Looks like it was issued on December 20th of 2022.
Going to the next record on 12/27. Did Ms. Walsh have a flight on 12/27?
If y'all are coming in from Jimmy's class, welcome, classmates. Yeah, no, this witness is basically going to be testifying that Ana Walshe bought a plane ticket and that she never used it, assuming.
Wait, they're talking about still in December, right? Or was that when the January one?
No, she bought this in December 20th.
Right, but the first one that she didn't take was that was the one she missed in December as well, right?
I think so. I think so. I
Okay.
mean, the bottom line, they're just trying to show that she never flew anywhere after the fact.
22.
Yes.
And where was, from where?
This flight was from Boston to Reagan National Airport,
And what time?
7:30 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
This flight here was booked through JetBlue when it was with the Northeast Alliance. That meant we were dealing with American Airlines. And so this was purchased for an American Airlines ticket. So we don't have record of if she took that flight or not.
And when was that flight purchased?
It was December 20th of 2022,
And where can you see that?
where it says issued.
And looking at the next page, please. Did Ms. Walsh have a flight on 12/30/22?
She
Yes,
does
she did.
sound like Jennifer Coolidge.
And from where to where?
That flight was from Reagan International Airport to Boston.
Baby, know who Jennifer Coolidge is?
No.
She's that woman that was like most recently in like White Lotus.
Which one in White Lotus?
She's like the blonde, little heavier set.
Wait, the mom from like
No,
from
no,
American Pie? Oh,
no, not the MILF. No, she's Google her. You'll
I'll
know
have to
her.
because I
Seen her in a
forget.
million. She's really funny.
And what
Sounds
time?
exactly like
That was at 6:30 a.m.
And did she take that flight on December 30th of 2022?
That ticket was used.
And when was that flight purchased?
That is the mom.
it is.
December
Yes.
20th of 2022.
Wow. So she is the MILF.
Yeah.
And what's the difference, if you know, between created and issued?
Yeah. So it's created. That's when it was the ticket was created, was that date, and it was issued. The ticket was issued on the second date. So yeah, it was. Sorry, that was created on November 5th of 2022.
And then it was issued?
Yes.
Okay. So created is the day it was purchased?
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could just go back to that. Thank you. So created is the day it was purchased?
Correct.
Thank you.
I get it.
And was there a flight on January 3rd of 2023?
That's correct.
And from where to where?
From Boston to Reagan.
And what time?
That would be at 6 a.m.
And was that flight used? And Ms. Gilman, if you could go down now.
No, that says it was no-show. So it meant that the person did not show up for the flight.
What's the difference between refund and no-show?
So refund is you can cancel your ticket prior to your flight and get your money back. No-show means you just don't show up for the flight.
All right, so she did book the flight, or someone booked her a flight.
Is this
And
the one on the
looking at the
20th?
next
Or the
document,
This
please.
December 30th. No show.
Was there a flight reservation for January 13th
There
of 2023?
Yes.
And where was that flight scheduled from?
Reagan International Airport to Boston,
And what time?
6:30 p.m.
And did Ms. Walsh take that flight?
That was a no-show on that flight as well.
And if you could go down, please? And where do you see that?
Right there, it says CMP2. Hold on, just make sure I get the right one. The third, sorry, it's CMP1. It's the lower one.
Thank you. And going back up, when was that?
That was created on November 5th of 2022.
Okay. And looking at 116, Did Ms. Walsh have a flight reservation for 1/16 of 2023?
Yes, she did.
And where was that flight scheduled from?
That was from Boston to Reagan,
And what time was that flight for?
6 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
That was a no-show on that flight.
And when was that flight purchased? Going
That's
up, please.
November 5th, 2022.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go up in the record so we could see that, please?
A little bit more.
Go up, please. Thank you. And going to the next document, please. And looking at this document, did Ms. Walsh have a flight reservation for January 27th of 2023?
Yes, she did.
And where was this reservation from?
Reagan International Airport to Boston,
And what time?
6:30 p.m.
People are still
And did
telling
Ms.
me
Walsh take
it
that
was
flight?
Mom.
That was a
Some people are
no-show for that
behind
flight.
time.
And when was that flight purchased?
That flight was purchased on November 5th, 2022.
And looking at the January 30th, 2022, did she have a flight reservation for that date?
She did.
And where was the reservation from?
Boston to Reagan International Airport,
And what time?
6 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
She did not. No show.
And when was that flight purchased?
On November 5th, 2022.
And the final page, please. And what is this document showing, Mr. Menino?
These are just flights that we had scheduled for, it looks, December 23rd, 2022, December 24th, 2022, December 25th, December 30th,
Yeah,
2022, and January 1st,
100%.
2023.
And so that shows whether or not the flight went or was canceled.
Correct.
And those are only the JetBlue flights, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So this would show the the December 25th of 22 flights, whether they flew or were canceled.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Any cross-exam?
No questions, Judge.
Witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go. Quick witnesses. I forget how many quick witnesses yesterday they said they were going to have, like 4 or 5 of them.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Greg Lawrence.
Greg Lawrence. Ooh, Greg really stuffed himself into that suit coat. The button's holding on by a thread. Thing
And you
shoots
may
out,
proceed.
Put somebody's eye out.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Gregory Lowrance, last name spelled Lowrance.
And where do you work, sir?
The Cohasset Police Department
And how long have you worked there?
since 2018.
And what are your rank and responsibilities?
Currently, I am a police officer assigned as a school resource officer to the elementary school in town.
And what were your responsibilities in January of 2023?
I was working as a patrol officer.
In what shift were you working on January 4th of 2023?
The 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. shift,
And how were you dressed for that shift?
regular department uniform.
And where were you dispatched at approximately 11:44 a.m. on January 4th of 2023?
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset.
Sir, can you keep your voice up, please?
I'm sorry.
Lean right into that microphone.
You can also move that a little closer to you, the microphone, if you want. Now, what was the purpose, what was your purpose of going to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
I believe it was for a well-being check.
And what did you do upon arrival to that residence?
I exited my cruiser and approached the side door of the residence.
And then what happened?
I was met by the resident of the house, Mr. Brian Walshe.
And where did you meet him?
I was on the door to the right of the main front door.
Okay. And what did he say, if anything, when you arrived?
He wanted to file a missing persons report for his wife.
What was his demeanor?
He was calm, collected.
And was this interaction that you had with him recorded?
It was not.
And did Cohasset Police Department have body-worn cameras at that time?
We did not.
Does Cohasset Police Department have body-worn cameras now?
We do not.
And did he say why he wanted to report his wife missing?
He contacted her workplace, and they had not heard from her, and he had not heard from her in a few days.
What did he tell you about the last time that he had seen her?
It was on January 1st, 2023.
What, if anything else, did he tell you?
That it was the morning between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. Before she took a flight back to Washington, D.C. for work.
And did he tell you where she was taking a flight from?
Logan Airport.
And did he tell you how she got to Logan Airport?
She took an Uber from the residence.
And did he say what he had done to contact her?
He had tried to call and text her, and also was reaching out to friends and coworkers in the DC area.
Yeah, I can say that I hate his beard. I can't tell if he even has a mustache. He's got stubble, maybe. He's got no sideburns, which is fucked. Like, it's just not my thing. It's like some kind of insane goatee. But does he have a mustache, or is that just...
He's trying.
It's like some fucking Amish shit. I don't know. It's no bueno.
And did he say whether or not this was typical behavior?
It was not.
What did he say about their typical behavior?
When she is away from the family for work, they usually FaceTime frequently, so he can FaceTime with their children.
Officer Lawrence, what did you next do in regard to Mr. Walsh's missing person report?
Oh, I'll beard shave.
I returned to my cruiser to go into my cruiser bag and take out a blank NCIC missing persons report form to fill out.
And what is NCIC?
It is the National Crime Information Center, a national database used for law enforcement to get information out to surrounding agencies.
So what kind of information do you need for that?
Just basic biographical information, any personal appearance information, anything that will help locate a missing person.
And were you able to compile information for that form?
Yes.
And this point, Your Honor, I'd like to put into evidence what's been marked by agreement as Exhibit 93, the NCIC form.
Exhibit 93 is now in evidence, the NCIC form.
Thank you. And before I ask you a question about that, who gave you the information to fill out the form?
Brian Walshe.
Do you recognize Brian Walshe in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out for the record?
He's right there in a black suit, red tie.
Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to publish Exhibit 93, the NCIC form.
You may.
Thank you. What did the defendant tell you was the name of his wife?
Ana Walshe.
And what did he say was her date of birth?
April 12th, 1983.
Where did he tell you she was born?
Belgrade.
What information did the defendant tell you about where Ana Walshe lived?
They owned a townhouse in Washington, D.C., which she stayed at when she was down there for work.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go down. And what did he say was the address?
5334 43rd Street Northwest.
And did he give you the Washington, D.C. and the zip
Yes.
code?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he say what her car was?
Yes.
And what was that?
A 2022 gray Volkswagen Taos.
And did he give you a physical description of her?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And what was that physical description that he gave you?
About 115 pounds in weight, 5'2" height, brown hair, brown eyes.
And did he provide you any information about her phone?
Yes, he supplied me with her cell phone number.
And well, why is the cell phone number important for you?
Then we can conduct a ping of the cell phone to determine its last known location.
And what number did the defendant give you did he also, besides her cell phone, did he also give you his cell phone number?
Yes, he did.
And what number did he give you?
617-939-8646.
And did the defendant tell you what airline Ms. Walshe was going to fly?
He said that she was flying JetBlue.
And why is that information important?
Then we can contact Logan Airport and determine if she boarded any flights for JetBlue that day.
And after obtaining the information from the NCIC form, where did you then go?
I then returned to the Cohasset Police Department.
And I should ask, did you go inside the house at that time?
I did not.
How long were you at the house?
Probably around 20 minutes.
And at some point, did you go back to the house that night?
I did.
And why did you go back to the house that night?
I returned to the residence around 6:30 p.m. For a recorded interview with Sergeant Harrison Schmidt.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Any cross?
Two questions. Had you ever been to that house before?
No, sir.
And you started working at Cohasset in 2018?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench? The witness may step down.
Yes, you may. I'm heading right up, Your Honor. All right, we got some blooping. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Break? This ball? Okay.
Had you ever been to that house before?
No.
Okay.
Why do you think he asked those two questions?
I don't know.
All rise for the court, please. Close your notebooks.
I'm taking a break. God damn it. I keep missing it. I don't know.
Either way.
All right, so I missed how long of a break? A morning break. I don't know if they're on a sidebar or what. There's OnlyFan, Walsh style. It's a much nicer fan. Don't tell OnlyFan I said that though. Just doesn't have the same vibe, even if it's more attractive. All right, I'm gonna slide this shit. Let's see what's up. Doobie doobie doo. Oh man, eating up all. We had so much blooping time. Oh my god. Now we're fucked. All right, we're live. That was like 17 minutes of blooping. We just got screwed by the man. Just got screwed by the man. Yeah, I mean, they burned through all of those keepers of records and The K9 guy and this last dude. I mean, in a dream world, dream scenario, they run out of witnesses for the day. And it's a short day. I'm trying to think. Hey, Trace, did you send me or have you seen a witness list for this? I'm curious as to how many witnesses they have. So they've got in the Google searches. We still need the videos. All the videos have to come in that they find of him driving around town, dumping shit in garbage cans, dumpsters.
Someone in chat had said that they had the witness list, so it exists.
Yeah, it's got to exist. Yeah, the fan. That one's really pumping. It must be hot as shit in that courtroom. Well, I mean, they must have the heat cranked because it's winter. What's the weather like out there in Mass?
It's snowing here, babe. Again.
It's snowing again? Oh
Yep.
my God, you're right. Ugh. Man. We're gonna have a white Christmas, yo. Gonna have a white Christmas. Mom is not on the witness list. That's interesting. On neither party's witness list, huh? Mom's not getting called. I mean, we knew that because she's sitting in court. She would have been sequestered. She wouldn't be able to sit in there. Yeah, everybody should be listening to Buried. I mean, I don't know how many times I have to tell you all. It's like, it's insane. It's insane. Oh, thanks, Trace. Let me see what's up with the witness list. Okay. All right, so it's a shit ton of keeper of records. Wow. There's like 25 keeper of records. There's some civilian witnesses. Looks to be about 20. MSP crime lab personnel. There's quite a few of those too. About 6, 7 cops from a Cohasset. Foley was called.
Oh, they're coming back.
There's his little red handcuffs. MSP, Bukaki, Tachiko. Fanning. All the usual suspects. I've already heard Guarino. Yeah, no fucking Proctor. Tully. Yeah, I don't know if you're on. Yes. Oh, wait. Defense prospective witnesses. So Dr. Stephen Lakin. They have Proctor listed on the defense.
Well, they just want to call and dirty him up.
I
You can't impeach your own witness.
Yeah. At least, you can't call him with the intent to impeach him. If he surprises you.
Oh, yeah.
Some different shit.
So how many witnesses are left on the state's witness list?
I mean, a fuck ton, but you don't know if you have no idea if, here, I'll just, I'll bring it up.
Why did hostile witness come up?
I don't know.
Oh, Mandy highlighted that, I guess.
Who do you think will be a hostile witness?
No, but if your witness gets on the stand and is refusing to answer questions, just not answering them, then you can treat them as hostile and cross-examine them. If it's another party's witness and you're cross-examining anyway, there's no such thing as a hostile witness.
Yeah, you can't. It would. Yeah, I don't think they're going to call him. To be honest with you. Oh, Mandy's got her Christmas tree up. Nice, Mandy.
I mean, we should. I mean, Thanksgiving's past.
I told Scout we're gonna get it Saturday.
I mean, I can't. Usually, I'm setting all this shit up, and I mean, I can bring boxes up. I can put things out one at a time.
You mean I'll have to bring the boxes up, obviously.
Right. I mean, you have to do everything right now.
Yeah.
I've been fighting giving you a list of things to pick up for me.
What do you mean?
Like things I need at like the store.
Such as?
I was trying to remember. One of the things was in my mind, but like I can't dye my hair, so I need like gray cover up. So I could have just kept my hair up. And then there was a couple other things I can't think of. I mentioned something this morning and someone was like, "Oh, I take this for that." And I was like, "Yeah, it's on my list of things to have Bob get for me." And now I can't remember what it was.
Oh, Mandy's going to go shopping. Thank you, Mandy.
Because Bob's running around for everybody for everything. So the last thing I want to do is like, "Hey, go pick me up like the hair dye shit that I don't really need right this second." But
I don't give a shit. You know, I'll go
I
get
know.
it. You know. Jury tamps.
Trying to remember what I complained of this morning. It'll trigger my memory.
Yeah, Proctor's on the defense's witness list, which is very short. Very short.
I went up to get something and I left it up there.
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth calls Seth Fox.
Seth Fox.
The defense witness list only has 8 listed prospective witnesses. Short case in chief. What's his name? Seth?
Watch your stuff for me.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Seth Fox.
And how do you spell your last name?
Fox.
Thank you. Mr. Fox, what is your occupation?
I'm a subpoena compliance specialist with Lyft.
And what is a subpoena compliance specialist?
My job is to intake and respond and review subpoenas that are served to Lyft by law enforcement.
And how long have you done that job?
For 2.5 years.
And how long have you worked for Lyft?
Since 2018.
And what are your, as part of your specific responsibilities, are you a custodian of records?
Pacific?
Yes.
And as such,
Part of your Pacific, maybe I heard it wrong. I thought she said Pacific responsibilities.
Why are you talking shit about Peg Bundy?
I don't know. Maybe she didn't.
Fuck.
I do want to go
are
back
your
to
responsibilities as the custodian? Specific responsibility. And what are your, as part of your specific responsibilities, are you a custodian of records for Lyft?
Yes.
And as such, what are your responsibilities as the custodian of records?
To collect.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. I don't give a shit. I will walk in and buy a case of tampons. I ain't that guy.
Yeah, he's not that guy.
I don't give a fuck. You kidding me? Like any dude that's so insecure about buying tampons needs to go get some fucking mental
That
help.
happens like in their teenage years and in their 20s. They're like, oh my God.
Oh, please get the fuck over yourself.
Search for and collect records that we are subpoenaed for.
And what entity, when are entities?
Babe, I can't find the supers. Like, are the supers, the super flow?
Made on business records at Lyft?
At the time they're created.
And why are they made?
For purposes of privacy and security and maintaining data.
And are they made in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And are they made in good faith?
Yes.
What is Lyft?
A technology company that facilitates rideshare pairings between drivers and riders through our Lyft app.
So how does Lyft work?
If you're a rider, you would go in, you would first
What the
download
fuck?
the
Who
Lyft
cares?
app and
Everybody
then
knows.
input your information, name, phone number, payment method, and then you can use the app to request a ride to whatever location you're going to. And it pairs you with the driver in your area.
Is Lyft a paid or free service?
Paid.
Wow.
Are you familiar with the records that have been requested in this case?
Yes.
And have you previously supplied those records to us?
Yes.
And are these the records for the account information for Ana Walshe with a payment and profile for that user?
Yes.
And did Ana Walshe have an account with Lyft?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm now seeking to admit, which has been previously marked as Exhibit 94, the records of Lyft.
All right, the Lyft records for Ana Walshe are now in evidence as Exhibit 94.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Just going to show you these. so
Yeah,
you
she's
can
pretty
reference
weird.
them
Okay.
During your testimony.
Thank you.
She's stuck on her script, like Brian said.
I'm also going to ask, Your Honor, if they could be published to the jury.
They may be.
Thank you.
This is like her courtroom voice, like Bob.
Ms. Gilman, if we could start with the account. Mr. Fox, when was this account created?
This was created on May 16th of 2022.
And what phone number was associated?
What the fuck kind of accent does this guy have? I can't tell.
Some kind of
Is
Southern.
Is it Southern a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, her voice annoys me as well. I find her to be irritating.
She's
like very sing-songy. It's weird.
Right.
With the account.
617-599-7966.
And how is the phone number used with Lyft?
It is, the app is through your phone, so you have to download it to your phone, and that phone number is how you create rides or request rides.
And does Lyft keep other information about the account holder's phone?
We keep information such as the IP address at the time the account was created, the phone carrier, and the app version that was used, and the operating system on that phone.
And why is that?
For data purposes, for privacy security.
And why is that? What kind of phone was used here?
It was a iPhone 14.4.
And who was the carrier?
Verizon.
In addition to keeping that information, do you also keep payment method?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, I'd ask you to go to the payment document.
Oh, I know you know who she is? She's Edie McClurg from fucking
All in the Family?
No, from Ferris Bueller. She was the principal's secretary. And then, in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, she's at the counter at the airport. That's who she is.
There's still is also some of that.
Can you tell me about the payment method in these records?
It was a Visa card, last four digits, 5421.
And finally, sir, Ms. Gilman, if you could go to the cover, were there any rides between December 30th of 2022 and January 8th of 2023 that were used by this rider?
No.
Thank you.
Any cross?
Question.
The witness may step down. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And she didn't take a Lyft. And she didn't take an Uber.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Alyssa Wimmer.
See, this is kind of shit that if the prosecution wanted to, the defense would have stipulated to, but they don't. They want to put on their whole song.
Yeah,
and
they have to put it on. They have to like.
But
Yeah, you can stipulate to the records, but like they want the jury to hear that she didn't.
But they
didn't
could
order
stipulate it
lift,
to that.
didn't-
So and so would have testified that, whatever. They just
And they've
like,
stipulated to a fair amount of shit.
Right this way. Just watch your stuff for me. Step right up. No, just step right up. There you go.
Thank you so much.
but maybe the defense holds out hope that maybe somebody won't show.
And you
All
may
right, guys.
proceed.
Not
Thank
gonna-
you so much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name, spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Alyssa Wimmer, Wimmer.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I work for Uber Technologies.
And what is your title?
I am one of their regional public safety liaisons.
Wow.
And how long have you worked for Uber Technologies?
Approximately a year and a half.
And always in the same position?
Yes.
And what are your specific responsibilities?
My job is to assist law enforcement within my region, which includes the Northeast United States, with complex or critical safety incidents that have some sort of a nexus to the Uber platform.
And as part of your job, have you been designated as a custodian of records?
Yes.
As such, what are your responsibilities?
I am able to look at requests that law enforcement put through our portal for Uber, locate data that they are requesting, and then produce that data to law enforcement.
I did.
And when are entries made on business records at Uber Technologies?
At the time of the event or shortly thereafter.
And why are they made?
In order to maintain our regular course of business.
And are they made in good faith?
Yes.
What is Uber Technologies?
So we're more commonly known as Uber. We are a technology company that facilitates various transportation and delivery services under our platform. So we're probably most commonly known for our rideshare feature, which allows a user to access the Uber application, request a trip with a pickup location and a drop-off location, and then Uber will match that person with the driver, and the driver will transport the individual from point A to point B.
Is Uber a pay or free service?
A paid service.
Are you familiar with the records that have been requested in this case?
Yes.
And did you provide those records previously?
Uber did, yes.
And were those records for account information for 617-599-7966?
Yes.
And did Uber have an account for 617-599-7966?
Yes.
And you have seen those records?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask at this time, those were provided digitally.
Correct.
I'd ask at this time that the records, which have been marked on a thumb drive as Exhibit 95, previously marked, be the next exhibit.
And that's agreed to?
Yes, Your Honor.
The Uber records for the phone number recited are now in evidence as Exhibit 95.
Thank you. And I ask that they be published both for the witness and the jury.
You may do that.
Thank you. I'd ask that we start with response page 2. So why are records based on a phone number for Uber?
Uber does not require individuals to provide legal verification of their identity. So a user can choose whatever display name they want on their account, but we do verify phone number and or email address. So when law enforcement is requesting data from us, we often require a phone number or an email address in order to locate the account.
And what name was associated with this account?
Ana Walshe.
And what email is associated with this account?
It's ANCILI83@yahoo.com.
And was there also a date of birth? at the bottom.
So that date of birth was provided by law enforcement to Uber and as an identifier in order to search for those records. And that date of birth was April 12th of 1983.
And were there going to the next attachment to the response, please?
I found that
Were
person's
there any
comment.
rides between December 30th of 2022 and January 8th of 2023?
There were 2 trips taken from that account on December 30th of 2022.
And they were, can you tell us where those were?
Well, columns G and H will tell you where the rider said they wanted to be picked up in GPS coordinates. Columns I and J will tell you where the rider was actually picked up. Columns K and L will tell you where the rider wanted to be dropped off. And columns M and N will tell you where the rider was actually dropped off.
And those are longitude and latitude?
Correct.
And those are GPS coordinates, like if you put into Google Maps or something like that?
Correct.
And can you tell from this about payment method?
Yes. Columns O and P and Q contain information about the credit card that was used to pay for these 2 rides. Column O is going to be the first 6 digits on that credit card number. Column P is going to be the last 4 digits of that credit card number. And then column Q is the expiration date for the credit card.
And can you tell us what columns R, S, and T are?
Yes. Column R is how much the trip costs in United States currency.
I didn't know that. Did you know that?
Column
Dave?
S is the distance of the trip in miles. And column T is going to be the duration of the trip in minutes.
Were any other rides taken besides these 2 rides?
Between the dates that you indicated?
Exactly.
No.
Thanks, Carrie.
Were any other accounts registered with Uber connected to that phone number, credit card, or email?
I believe there was another account linked to that phone number, but there was no activity on it at all.
And going back to response page 2, where do you see that? Is that somewhere there?
No.
Well, hi, Pop Princess.
I believe this request was also related to information about trips that were taken. And this account had trips on it. Whereas I believe there was another account linked to this phone number that was never used, never had any trips on it at all. And
So there
therefore
were
was
no,
not
so there were no trips for that date?
Correct.
For those dates?
correct.
So no information was supplied?
Correct.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Cross,
Question.
the witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I went back and found that comment to remind me of what I was supposed to put on the list. But now I
Calls.
text
Next
to you.
Thank
witness.
you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Michael Kenyon.
Nasal spray.
Michael Kenyon. Another keeper of records.
So this is the guy they're saying that turned down the Karen Reed re-prosecution. The male prosecutor, this guy.
Oh, yeah? What, they asked him before Hank?
No, I think the retrial. So, oh, was that Hank? I'm so confused.
Yeah, Hank was.
Yeah. Brain fog.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
How are you?
I'm very good, sir. But my first question to you is, what's your name?
Michael Kenyon, Swampscott Police Department.
And can you spell your last name for us?
Yeah, Kenyon.
And sir, you said Swampscott Police Department. What is your rank there?
I'm an officer.
And how long have you been an officer of how long have you been with the Swampscott Police Department?
Since 2020.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about January 9th of 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes.
What time do you think you might have got to dispatch to 330 Paradise Road?
Sometime right around 3 o'clock.
Can you describe 330 Paradise Road for us in Swampscott?
It's an apartment complex on Paradise Road in Swampscott.
And why were you there?
I have been advised by my OIC to go up there and assist some police agencies.
And so
Voice up, sir, please. Just lean right into that
Oh, yeah, okay.
microphone and keep your voice up.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you pull it right to you, it'll make it. There you go. So when you got there, what did you see?
Multiple police agencies. There were the Mass State Police CPAC unit was there, mass crime scene, and some representatives from Swampscott CID were there.
And were they near any areas in particular at 330 Paradise Road?
Yes.
What?
They were near the trash compactor and the dumpster.
At this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to publish what's been previously stipulated to as Exhibits 90 and 91, photographs from 330 Paradise Road.
As agreed, they're now in evidence as 90 and 91.
Ms. Gilman, can we have HAS 6436, which is Exhibit 90? Sir, do you see that?
Yes.
Is that one of the two dumpsters or compactors you had the opportunity to be near at 330 Paradise Road that day?
Yes.
All right. And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 91, HAS 6469? And sir, do you see this object?
Yes.
Is that what's this compared to the other receptacle you saw?
This is a trash compactor.
And so you get there, you see all these officers and you see these two objects. What happens next?
The trash compactor and the dumpster are secured on flatbeds.
Okay. And so then what do you do?
Just advised that I was going to lead a caravan from our location to another location.
And so where was the other location you were going to go to?
At the time it was JRM, but it's the Republic Trash Services at 300 Forest Street in Peabody.
Okay. Now, so what do? You've got this location in Peabody. What happens next?
So I lead the caravan from 330 Paradise Road in Swampscott to the Republic Trash Services at 300 Forest Street in Peabody. Upon arrival, I blocked traffic on Forest Street and allowed the caravan to enter the JRM or the Republic Trash Plant.
And you say the caravan. What was in the caravan?
Caravan was me leading the trash compactor and the dumpster on flatbeds behind me, and then multiple police cruisers being the state or crime scene, and then some Swampscott police unmarked.
And after those cruisers and the dumpster and the compactor went up to the trash spot, what did you do?
Secured the gate and went back to Swampscott to work my shift.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross?
Just one.
Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
No, I just have one question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's my fault. With regards to the Exhibit 91, that trash compactor, do you have any knowledge of whether that had trash in it?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Wait, no, it didn't, or no, he has no
Redirect.
knowledge?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
That might be it. Oh, they take it at 1, not 12? I'm really getting bored.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Sergeant Amy Waterman.
So lunch is 1 to 2 or 12 to 1, usually?
I don't know.
No, they're calling another witness, so probably 1 to 2.
Well, I suppose. I'm finished with this guy.
One to 2, everybody's saying.
1 to 2.
Yeah.
Good morning. And you may proceed.
And then
Good
Mandy
morning.
pulls
Good morning.
Could you
all
please state your
Mandy.
name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Amy Waterman,
E-R-M-A-N.
And how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how were you employed in January of 2023?
I was a trooper assigned to the Massachusetts State Police.
In what unit?
The Violent Fugitive Apprehension Section, which falls under the Division of Investigative Services.
And did you go to 5334 43rd Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. on January 7th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And who did you go to that location with?
Lieutenant Michael Lopes from the Cohasset Police Department.
And do you remember approximately what time you went there on the 7th of January?
Yeah, it was approximately 11:40 a.m.
And whose home was that?
That was the home of Ana Walshe.
And did you know Ana Walshe?
No, I did not.
And why were you at her home?
We had been sent down to DC to search her residence there in regards to a missing person case.
Can you please describe that home?
It was a 3-story brick corner unit. I would call it like a townhouse, brick townhouse.
And was there any security or ring doorbells or anything like that when you got to that home?
No.
And how did you enter the home?
The basement level was a garage, and Lieutenant Lopes was in possession of a key, the key code combination for the door.
To the garage?
Correct.
Okay. And so did you go into the garage?
Yes.
And what observations were made of the garage?
There was several boxes of miscellaneous items, which there was some carpets that were rolled up. There was things you would find in a garage, like a wet vac. No vehicles were found. It was pretty neatly organized.
And were there any other rooms attached to the garage?
There was, through the door, there was a smaller room. I would call it an exercise room. There was a treadmill, a chair, and a couple other items, like a weight bench.
So besides that garage level, what did you do next?
We opened, there was an interior door that led to a stairwell that went up to the actual apartment of the townhouse.
And were you able to get through that door?
Yes.
And did you need an additional key or code or anything to get through that?
No.
And so how did you get through that? Was it unlocked for you? If you know?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. And so where did you then go?
We went up a set of stairs that led to what I would call the first floor of the townhouse. It was three residential floors. So we went up to the first floor.
And can you describe that first floor, please, for the jury?
Yes, it was a main kitchen area. There was a restroom in that area, as well as like a living area, like a seating area.
Okay. And what was the condition of the kitchen?
It was very neat and tidy. Nothing really out of place.
Did you look around?
We did.
Was there anything in the fridge?
Yeah, there was some, I don't remember exactly, but there was some food items in the fridge.
And what did you see in the rest of the area of that main floor, you said?
Again, it was neatly put together. There was some miscellaneous personal items that you would typically find in a kitchen or a living area, furniture.
So it was furnished?
Correct.
And so after looking at that kitchen floor, what did you do next?
Once we took a look at that floor, we went up, ascended up the stairs to the second floor.
And when you say we, you're talking about?
Yes, Lieutenant Lopes.
Okay.
Yes.
Was anyone else with you besides?
No, it was just the two of us.
Okay. So after you finished looking at the kitchen, you said you went up to the next floor?
Correct.
And what was on, and how did you get to the next floor?
We took the stairs up, and there was another interior door that opened up into a larger area.
And what did you see there?
I would describe it as the primary bedroom. Essentially, the whole floor was one big bedroom. There was, off to the left, there was maybe described as like an office area. There was a desk and just a couple sitting chairs. That was to the left as you went in. To the right was the the bed, and there was a walk-in closet. And right before the walk-in closet, there was a door to the left, which was a bathroom.
Did you make any observations of the bed?
The bed was made. There was a couple female clothing items that were on the bed.
Did you make any observations of the closet?
The closet was full of clothing, shoes,
The jury's wondering
glasses,
why they're hearing this shit.
handbags, miscellaneous things.
Pause it
Did
real
you
quick.
make any observations of?
Just because all of this shit is so boring, just to state the obvious. So the state has to put on their whole case without regard to the fact that he has pled guilty to disposing of the body. So they're still going through all of this stuff to prove hasn't even made her, her bed's still made. There's food still in, like, she didn't go anywhere. But the jury, they don't understand why the flip they're hearing all of this. They're like, all right, but we know she's not at her house because he disposed of the body, told us an opening. We know she didn't take an Uber because told us an opening, he disposed of the body. So I just don't understand whether, I guess we'll never know. Did they ask the defense to stipulate to this stuff? Are they pulling their typical, we want to put on our whole song and dance to show just how much time, how much resources, how much investigation went into this investigation? But if I'm on the jury, I'm like, don't get it. Like, why the fuck am I hearing all of this?
Only guilty man in Shawshank.
Men's clothing in the closet.
The whole thing.
Yes, there was some men's clothing.
And what about the bathroom? Can you describe the bathroom?
Like the rest of the house, it was neat and tidy. There were personal items such as hair products and toothbrushes and soaps and things like that.
Was there another floor?
Yes, there was a third floor.
And how did you get to that floor?
We ascended up the stairs.
Wow.
And what was on the third floor?
Wow.
The third floor consisted of another restroom, another bathroom, and there were 3 smaller bedrooms.
And what observations did you make of the 3 smaller bedrooms?
They appeared to be rooms for children, all contained kids' furniture, all very nicely kept and neat. There were various toys and clothing that would tell us that it belonged to the children.
And how were the beds in those rooms?
They were made.
And what size were those beds, if you remember?
No,
I don't recall.
Come
Okay.
on, counselor.
What was the general condition of the home?
She said, how
Again,
did
very
you
neat
get
and
up the
tidy,
stairs?
well organized.
Jeez.
And in general, did you find any paperwork or anything in the home?
We did,
And where was that generally found?
mostly in the kitchen.
And did you find Ana Walshe in the home?
No, we did not.
I wonder why, because Brian disposed of the body. At a bare minimum, I mean, like admitted.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
I'd be like,
Morning,
would you have
sir.
expected
You've
to
used
if
the
he
word me
disposed of the body?
Correct.
Because that's the way the townhouse
Yes,
was well organized.
correct.
So you said that you found the paperwork, documents.
Yes, sir.
You used the word primarily.
So what was the question? Oh, primarily in the kitchen. Yes.
Where in the kitchen? Like,
I don't remember exactly. I believe it was, there was a countertop with some shelves underneath it. I believe that's where it was found.
okay, did you, you mentioned what, I thought I heard you say, you mentioned something like a study or a desk or something in one of the, in the.
Yes,
primary
in the
bedroom?
primary bedroom, there was a desk.
And did you go through the drawers looking for other documents?
I don't recall if we did or not.
So when you left, did you take all the documents that you've found that you thought were significant?
We took some, yes.
Okay. And how did you know what kind of documents to look for, the significance of them?
Based on the address, personal documents for travel was kind of what we were looking for.
That she lived there.
And you said that you saw some men's clothes
Yes,
and they were in the closet?
yes.
There were no other men's clothes anywhere else that you can recall?
Not that I can recall.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
See, he asked those questions for a reason that either will come back at closing or when they present their witnesses.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Your Honor, before we call, could we approach?
Sure.
Sidebar.
$5. You can get an approach. Will you give me $5? Put it in my hand.
And how did you get up the stairs? I mean, she already said that they were kids' bedrooms. And what size were the beds? I mean,
Huge. Twinkies, twins. Yeah, what should we do for lunch break?
Oh, I thought you were talking about food again. You're talking about for the people.
For the people. Well,
you could just put up like a "we're at lunch" screen and let them chat amongst themselves.
Or I could force them to watch like some of our other content. Forcing you to watch our other content. Yeah. Put on the fucking interview with Michael Chernus.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Peter Capizzoli.
Hey, nice Italian kid from the neighborhood. State your name for the record. Yeah, my name's Peter Capizzoli. What's your name? How you doing?
Tracy suggests a lunch nap.
Lunch nap.
And Mandy wants to snuggle with her. So.
Whoa, look at that fucking beard. Woo! That guy. The bearded man.
This way, sir. Step up. Watch your step.
Look at this distinguished gentleman. Look at the way he is sitting. Yes, very distinguished.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Why do they lift those chairs up?
Sir, I'm going to ask you if you pull that microphone closer to you because it's going to amplify your voice and everyone will be able to hear you.
Tiny Santa.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Peter Capizzoli, Capozzoli.
And sir, by the way, that is perfect as far as the volume. Are you familiar with Cohasset Imports?
Yes.
What is Cohasset Imports?
It's a used car dealership, sales and service.
Yeah.
And how are you familiar with it?
I'm the owner.
I own it.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what was entered in today as Exhibit 84?
This guy's fucking fabulous, man. I can't take my eyes off his face. He's got those distinguishing.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Sir, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 84. Do you see at the bottom where it says Cohasset Imports?
Yes.
Now, sir, where is your home in relation to Cohasset Imports?
Wow. Wow.
To the right up the driveway.
And sir, are you familiar with 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes.
How are you familiar with it?
I own it.
And how long have you owned it?
Since September 2019.
And do you see 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in relation to this photograph that has Cohasset Imports on it?
Yes, I do.
And can you point it out for us, sir?
Right there?
In the middle, sir?
Right here?
Yeah. I can't see where your finger is.
In the middle, yes.
Thank you, sir. Now, sir, is that your primary residence, 516?
No.
What do you do with that property?
I rent it.
And so, sir, are you familiar with the Walshe family?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with the Walshe family?
They were the last tenants that we rented to.
And now, when did you begin renting to the Walshe family?
I believe it was March of 22.
And what was the initial terms of the lease?
The first 6 months, I took less per month, I believe $4,800 a month to have them pay up front.
Yes, sir.
That was something they wanted.
Okay. And so, how many months was the lease for?
The first one was 6 months.
And did you ever have to have another lease with them?
Yes.
And when was that?
So we extended it for the full $5,000 per month for another 6 months, I believe.
Oh, Mandy, on
Now,
fire.
during the course of the Walsh family at 516 Chief
Bob
Justice
hasn't
Cushing
seen it
Highway, how many times did you have the opportunity to see Ana Walsh?
3 or 4 times.
And how many times would you have the opportunities to see Brian Walsh?
He brought the check every month, so I would see him each month once, and then maybe another 5 or 6 times in between that.
Now, sir, do you see Mr. Walsh here today?
Babe.
Yes.
Could you identify him with some article of clothing he may be wearing?
A tie with a black jacket.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect that the witness has identified the
Mandy's
defendant.
comment.
The record will so reflect.
Now, sir,
Oh, gosh.
as far as any kind of fixes to the property or anything like that, who would perform repairs to the property?
I did.
How often did you have to do that?
Just 3 or 4 times.
What type of things would you have to fix?
The first time was a dripping faucet. I
What about
went
this
in,
hole in the attic.
figured the problem.
The amount of shit this guy gets in his mustache when he eats is fucking prodigious, man. This guy has shit all up in that thing all the time. I mean, my shit's like pretty well groomed and I still get shit in there. This
Very rarely.
dude, it's a fucking nightmare, bro.
So I think all of this is going to like, did he tell you about the hole in the attic?
Did you hear about
You have
this
to fix
huge
that.
hole in the attic?
Why is he doing all of these repairs? Why is he well, but we already know. See, that's the other thing. It's like if it's getting to like, why is he changing that shit or fixing shit without having the landlord do it? Well, because he was disposing of the body.
He's
And
got
that's
an oversized head for his body, it seems like. I can't stop looking at his face, though. It's
tell the bodies because that chair is so low. I keep saying everybody looks so short.
Wow. I mean, he's got a giant head. He's got like an actor head.
Went back, ordered some parts, got the parts, came back and fixed it.
And besides a leaky faucet, anything else that you had to fix?
One time there was a loose hinge on a hutch in the kitchen, and I came in on a Sunday morning and worked on that and corrected that.
When?
Was anyone home when you fixed the hitch?
Yes.
Who was home?
Ana was home and the 3 boys.
Now, besides making those 2 repairs, any other significant repairs to the home?
Yes, one other one, in the middle of July, the AC stopped working. So I went over at night, looked at it for a few hours, checked everything I could, knew what I had, knew what I didn't have. So then I had an electrician come in the morning. He showed up, I think, at 8 o'clock. And
she gone.
He had, after 5 minutes, he said, "Where's the shutoff switch for the heater AC unit?"
Back.
I said, "I didn't know. It was upstairs." So it was upstairs in the entryway coming in the side door, and the switch had been flipped off. That's why the AC didn't work.
Well,
All right, so pretty basic fixes.
Yes.
Now, sir, as far as the basement of the house, when you rented it, what was in the basement?
Just a few small things and a dehumidifier, maybe a small table, and 2 refrigerators that were not hooked up.
Now, and Ms. Kilman, if you could just take down that exhibit, thank you. In late December of 2022, what did you do as far as going away on a vacation?
I went to the Caribbean over New Year's.
And during that time, did you ever receive any calls from Mr. Brian Walsh?
Yes.
When?
I believe it was Thursday of the week that I was there, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in the late afternoon time frame.
And can you tell us about the conversation? What was the conversation you had with Mr. Walsh in this phone call?
Yes. So he had asked me if I had security on my building. And I said, no, not at this time. We were still in the building process. And
there's some cameras.
So I said, why? And he said, well, my wife is missing. She took an Uber this morning, or was supposed to take an Uber this morning to go to DC for work. And we haven't found her, and she didn't show up in DC.
Did he tell you what time she left?
I think in the 4 to 5 range in the morning.
Now, and you said that your building was under construction. What building was being worked on?
Cohasset Imports.
And did you tell him about any other places that might have cameras?
Yes, so next door north of me, there's a home, and I thought he might have security. So I mentioned the name and said you could check with him.
Now, sir, on the lease you had with the Walshe family, are you familiar with that lease?
Yes.
One moment. Your Honor, if I may approach?
You may.
They might not mind. Just ask if you can paint it.
Yes, that's the lease.
And, Your Honor, I'd seek to have this marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
I think the next one is 96. The lease for 516 Chief Justice Highway is in evidence as Exhibit 96.
Directing your attention to page 4 under tenant. Can you state who the tenant is of the lease and the address affixed to that?
Yes, Ana Walshe, and the address is 330 Paradise Road, apartment 1320 in Swampscott, Mass.
And counsel, your Honor, approach one more time.
You may.
No,
Thank you.
no, you may not. Sit down, sir.
Mr. Capizzoli, I'm handing you a photograph. Sir, do you recognize the room of that the photograph's taken in?
Yes.
Do you recognize the person in that photograph?
Well, I think it's Ana.
Okay. And the room, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the room that you recognize?
Yes.
And what room is it that you recognize?
It's the living room or den. Yep.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? Photo is now in evidence as Exhibit 97.
Your Honor, if the Commonwealth may publish briefly.
Yes?
Thank you. Ms. Gillen, can we have still 3? Mr. Capizzoli, how do you recognize this is the living room?
So when you walk in the front door, it's the room to the left. It's the only room that had a rug. It's the only room downstairs that has a fireplace.
You can take that down.
Rug.
Thank you.
The
Your Honor,
mint
may I have just a
green
moment?
rug.
Yes?
Mhm.
So they didn't cut Anna out of it.
Now, sir, I neglected to ask you this. When you rented the home to the Walshe family, was it furnished?
Yes, partially furnished, yes.
I knew it.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I knew it.
What?
I was saying that house just didn't look homey.
Oh, right,
It looked
yeah.
Like it might
Cross.
be furnished.
Sorry, Judge.
Sorry, I was in my typing mode. Go right ahead.
Okay, hello. You were talking about the property in Cohasset, and one of the rooms we're talking about was the basement.
Yes,
Am I correct that the basement wasn't furnished?
correct.
It wasn't properly heated?
No heat, just for what comes from the boiler, right?
Okay. And there wasn't a washer and dryer down there?
No,
There wasn't a playroom for kids?
no,
There wasn't a rug, it was just a cement floor?
yes,
And the basement not only had access to the house, but it also would have had access to get outside of the house, like
Ye-
bulkhead?
a walk-through door, a regular door, yes.
Okay. You had also mentioned, I believe, Mr. Connor introduced the lease, and that lease was in Diana Walshe's name.
Yes,
And to your knowledge, that was Mr. Walsh's mother.
yes,
And the first 6 months of the lease, that was paid in full
yes,
by Mrs. Walsh, Mrs. Diana Walsh.
yes.
And were you looking to, was your intention?
See, the jury has no idea why they introduced that picture with the rug.
Not
They
yet.
will. They'll put it together. They're like, oh, that's why. They're gonna, when they show the picture of the rug that they find in the dumpster, then they'll bring it up.
I probably would have started with the rug in the dumpster.
They'll tie it together. Yeah, I mean,
they're doing it so disjointed. They just put on people showing the dumpsters. Maybe they're about to switch back over. First establish it's in the house, then show that it was the dumpster. I don't know.
yeah, maybe.
To rent that property in smaller increments, or that's just what came to you with the Walshes that time?
That's what came to me.
Okay. And in speaking to the Walshes, it was your understanding that the reason they were looking for short-term housing was because the family was planning to relocate to Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And after the 6 months, they approached to extend the lease, right?
Yes.
And what month was that, if you remember?
August or September, something in that.
2022?
Yes.
Okay. And when they first came to you to extend the lease, they only wanted to extend it for 3 months.
Yes.
And that was because their trip to DC was impending, was coming up.
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding was that when Mr. and Mrs. Walsh and their 3 young children went to DC, that Diana Walsh might move in and take over.
Yes.
And it sounds like you didn't want to do such a short lease, so you agreed to do 6 months.
Yes.
And during those 6 months, you mentioned that Mr. Walsh would bring you the rent check, right?
Yes.
But the rent was being still paid by Diana Walsh, his mother.
Correct. Yes.
And that was $5,000 a month?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had done a couple repairs to the property as a landlord?
Yes.
And one of the things that you mentioned is there was a leaky faucet.
Yes.
And something like a leaky faucet, is that something that the Walshes would be financially responsible to fix?
No.
Is that's just normal wear and tear of the home?
Yes.
And I think the second thing you said was there a hinge on a hutch that was loose?
Yes.
And that was something that you could just go over with a screwdriver?
I had to replace the hinge.
Okay.
Mhm.
And is that something that was normal wear and tear, or did the Walshes damage that and they would have to pay for it?
Probably wear and tear, but it could have opened too far and broke the hinge. Not sure.
Okay.
Yep.
In the lease, or your understanding, would there be some damage that the Walshes could have done to the home that they would have to be financially responsible for?
Yes.
So, for example, if a large hole in the ceiling happened during their tenancy, you wouldn't run over there and get up on a ladder and drywall the ceiling and fix a hole yourself.
No, I wouldn't.
And that would be something that isn't regular wear and tear, right?
I would say that's not regular wear and tear. No.
Okay. So that would be something that the Walshes would be responsible for paying for and covering.
Sure. If they actually did it, if it wasn't something that the house had control over, yes.
Okay. And you had mentioned that other than the rent check, that you would see Mr. Walsh, when you say 5 or 6 times, do you mean 5 or 6 times a month, or do you mean 5 or 6 times over the course of the lease?
Over the course of the lease, yep.
And would you ever see him with any of his 3 little boys?
No, not outside the house, no.
Okay. And you said you saw Ana Walsh on a couple of occasions?
Yes.
And that was with Mr. Walsh or by herself and the boys?
By herself.
Okay. Nothing further, Your
With the
Honor.
boys, I'm sorry. By herself
Okay.
with the boys.
By
Yeah.
herself with the boys.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
See, so let's pause it right there real quick.
Okay.
I got the feeling from the direct examination that they were the defense was I'm sorry, the prosecution was putting that stuff in about the repairs that he did do to bring out later that, you know, no one called you about the ceiling. But, you know, it's I guess there's a pro and a con, you know, but when they're thinking about it, a lot of times you're thinking, all right, this is my checklist for closing, and then I'm going to incorporate it without fleshing it all out in the moment while it's being told. So the prosecution didn't like say, hey, but did he ever call you about a hole in the ceiling? Because, you know, he's going to say, you heard about all the things that he called about. He never called about a hole in the ceiling, you know, and then the defense is like, oh no, I see what you're doing. I'm going to clear this thing up about the hole in the fucking ceiling so that you can't argue it later. I don't know. Is that what you think the whole point
No,
of
I
that
think
line
that,
of questioning was?
yeah, hers, yes.
No,
Absolutely.
his to save it for closing to argue.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I do. I think that was their point of putting him on. Well, I think that they had to get
And the
the
green
rug,
carpet,
the
right.
rug picture in, and then they had to do the, you know, they thought that would be a good idea. You know, that he called him 5 or 6 times, you know, for various shit, you know, small things too, like a door hinge. I mean, it didn't look like there was water damage. Like you know, like we've had toilets overflow in the house, and we get the drywall damage in the ceiling from, you know, the floor below where we see it. I mean, that could have been a thing. Like, I'm trying to think of what else it could have been. Like, you wouldn't necessarily, I mean, it depends. It's like Mandy was saying. I mean, and I believe her completely, that, you know, people would be like, hey, I have a light bulb that burnt out in my fucking kitchen. Can you come change that shit for me? Like in a rental, you know? So with drywall damage like that, I think if people are renting, that they tend to think that the landlord is responsible for fixing those types of things, even if it was, you know, their own fault, which I don't think is the case.
Right. So you're
If you have a
seeing a
toilet-
little strategy there, was like my point, that the prosecution's trying to not spell out why they asked the questions and save it for closing. And then the defense being like, I saw exactly what you did there, and I'm going to pull out these other questions so that you can't make that argument at closing.
Right. They call that getting in front of it. All right.
And the Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mark Salvaggi.
That's no elf.
Right this way, sir. Just watch your step for me. Step all the way in. Take this chair up for you. There you go.
Yeah.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Mark Salvaggi. It's Selvaggi.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I sell life insurance.
And are you affiliated with any life insurance companies?
Yes.
Which one?
New York Life.
How long have you been selling life insurance?
A little over 10 years.
And in that 10 years, have you always been affiliated with New York Life?
Yes.
Now, sir, who is Nancy McClune?
She's a colleague of mine.
And what is her responsibilities within your office?
She fills out our applications, does our underwriting requirements, traffics the cases through underwriting.
And where is your office located?
1050 Hingham Street, Rockland, Mass.
And besides Ms. McClune, who else is in the office?
Half a dozen other agents.
Okay. And what are your responsibilities in the office?
Speak with clients, talk to them about life insurance, protection.
So there's some clients I'd like to ask you about are Brian and Ana Walshe.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Ana Walshe?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with Ana Walshe?
I was introduced to her through Brian.
Okay, and how did you become familiar with Brian Walshe?
Brian came to me as a client that was a lead that was solicited, and I reached out to him. It was a local address, and asked him, he was looking for life insurance.
When did this occur?
I believe in July of 2021.
And when did you get introduced to Ana Walshe?
I don't remember specifically. It was during COVID, so it might have been happenstance during a Zoom conversation.
Okay. And were you ever able to sell Ana Walshe any insurance policies?
Yes.
What did you sell her for insurance policies?
I sold her 2 life insurance policies. I sold.
Okay. So let's talk about the 2 life insurance policies. Sir, what were you able to sell her as far as life insurance policies?
I was able to sell her a term policy and a whole life policy.
Okay. What is a term life insurance policy?
Term life insurance is a type of life insurance product that is good for a preset amount of time. It was approximately a 20-year term product that was for $1 million.
And now that was for $1 million. What was the other policy?
I sold her a whole life policy that was for $250,000.
Can you tell us what is the difference between a whole life policy and a term policy?
Sure. A term policy is renting a block of insurance for a pre-agreed upon amount of time. It could be anywhere from a year to as long as 30 years. And if you don't pass away during that duration, the insurance company, the contract ends, the insurance company doesn't pay anything out. A whole life policy, kind of like the name implies, lasts your whole life. And unfortunately, all of us someday will pass, and whole life policies pay out 100% of the time. They cost more. They can be paid up during your working years and have it last the rest of your life. But you also have the opportunity to access all the cash value that the policy accumulates and can use it as a deferred savings vehicle.
And Your Honor, at this point in time, I would like to offer 2 policies and the attachments that were included with them from New York Life in the names of Ana Walshe. They are manila folders. They are policies ending in 8840 and 5836.
No objection, Your Honor.
The New York Life policy ending in 8840 is now marked in evidence as, and is in evidence as 98. And the policy, New York Life policy ending 5836 is now in evidence as Exhibit 99.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with Exhibits 98 and 99?
You may.
Thank you. We'll put them on together. Excellent, sir. All right, showing you Exhibit 98. At the top of the first document, can you tell us what it says?
Sure.
What is that?
This is a term policy. This is a policy brief for Ana.
Okay. And does it have, for Ana, does it list the amount of the term policy?
Sure. It lists the face amount of $1 million.
And on the 4th page, does it list who the beneficiary is of that policy?
It does. Yes, it does.
Who is the beneficiary of that policy?
Brian Walshe.
Now, when was that policy purchased? Or better question is, when did it go into effect?
Sure. The policy date is May 17th, 2021.
And the next document that's within that folder, can you tell us what this document is with the binder clip attached?
This is the application.
And so, application, what is that?
This is what is required to secure a life insurance policy.
And so, to secure a life insurance policy, do you have to do anything as far as your medical information?
Sure.
Tell us what it is?
Sure. So you'd fill out a application, which really gives the insurance company permission to do their due diligence on you and your health.
And so there's actually a release in there for them to get your medical records, isn't that correct?
Yes, there is. There's a HIPAA authorization.
Now, sir, I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 99 and ask you to take a look at that and open it up to the first document.
Okay.
And what is that, sir?
This is a policy brief of the whole life policy for $250,000 on Ana Walshe.
And for Ana Walshe, when did this policy go into effect?
The policy date is June 28th, 2021.
And sir, regarding that policy, does that also list the beneficiaries?
Yes, it does.
And could you tell us who the beneficiary is?
I can. It's Brian Walshe.
Now, sir, in addition to that first document you referenced, is there also a similar document within the file with a binder clip for those records?
Yes.
And what is that document, sir?
This is a life application.
And so is that just like the application you just told us about for the other policy?
Yes, it is.
Oh, no.
And with that application is documents.
Oh, no.
From medical providers.
Yes, there is.
Now, was there any difficulty in obtaining Ana Walshe life insurance?
No.
In your honor, may we approach about one small issue?
Sure.
We have no blooping, right?
No, we got nothing.
No.
Might have a little blooping. Yeah, we got maybe, I don't know, a couple of minutes. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, yeah. Uh-oh, lunch break. It looks like this up and turned into a lunch break.
Oh, no, we have no plan.
Yeah, I put a
I'm
poll
going to
up.
send you out of the.
I mean, for
a little
food.
bit. I need to do something outside of your hearing. It may turn out that you go straight through to lunch. And then I may have you come back before the 2 o'clock hour. That's going to depend on whether you have food or not. We'll see. So just hold tight, Judy. You can go back to the jury room right now.
All right, so the court, please.
Can you bloop bloop, see what they discuss once the jury leaves? Or was that it?
I mean,
yeah, how about that?
One second. Yes.
Why do they need to approach when the jury is not in the room?
So,
Oh, they're still on the stand. Sorry.
Document, I'm going to ask you to tell us what it
Wait,
is.
did the jury leave?
yeah,
Oh, they're doing a
Personal health
volunteer?
history.
it's got to be a offer of proof.
Ana Walshe.
Or dear.
And sir, how are you familiar with this document?
This is something that my colleague does mostly, fills out on people's health histories. It's a part of the application process.
And so if someone doesn't fill it out, what happens to getting life insurance?
They don't get life insurance.
Once it's filled out, what's done with the document as far as forwarding it to New York Life?
It's electronically submitted to the underwriters for their consideration and for an offer.
Why do you have a personal health history filled out for life insurance?
All right, health.
Because your health
death.
is what determines the overall cost of your insurance and also if you're eligible to receive insurance.
And after this document was filled out and forwarded to New York Life, what was determined as far as a policy for Ms. Walsh?
She was approved.
And were there any concerns that New York Life had with her health proving that?
No, she received a excellent health rating.
And sir,
How do you know that?
Oh, I love it when the judge chimes in.
Every policy receives a health rating. Basically, Your Honor, we rate everyone's health on a scale from 1 to 37. 1 is as good as you can be. 37 is
Who does it?
as poor as you can be and still be accepted. And she received a number 1 health rating.
And is that in the documents that you're looking at right now?
It's not on this one, no.
Where do you know that from?
It's on the policy itself. It's on the policy brief that was just handed to me a moment ago.
Okay. Sorry for the interruption.
Sir, in addition to filling out that document, are there any other requirements for follow-up with medical professionals or review of records after a person attempts to buy life insurance through New York Life?
Yes, there's a telephone interview component where they, on a recorded line with a representative of the company, they ask them a series of questions, lifestyle questions, have you ever questions. It's about a half-hour long telephone interview that is also part of the underwriting process, in addition to a medical requirement where we send out an examiner for a blood and urine sample, vital signs, things of that nature, and then they request a copy of the medical records from the attending physician, called an attending physician statement.
To your knowledge, was that done in this case?
I'm sorry?
To your knowledge, was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
And sir, that document, is it signed?
This is voice signed by Ana Walshe, yes.
And so what does it mean to be voice signed?
It means at the conclusion of the interview that she conducted over the telephone, she consented to an electronic signature.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Ross?
Thank you.
I'm going to give this to counsel. Yeah.
Sharing. So this form that you were just looking at, do I understand that Ana Walshe supposedly filled this out herself?
I believe it was done through a telephone interview. I wasn't part of that.
Okay, so when you say a telephone interview, you mean someone interviewed purportedly Ana Walshe about these questions?
Yes.
So it wasn't a doctor that was reporting this information to you?
No.
And I think you had just said that if you don't go through this process, you can't get the life insurance, right?
Correct.
Okay, so this information on this form came from reportedly Ana Walshe over the phone.
Yes.
Okay, and these records don't have any attachment from a medical doctor signing off that she was in, as you say, great health in March of 2021.
It doesn't have any medical records attached to it.
So no medical corroboration to the assertions made purportedly by Ana Walshe in March of 2021.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
So you said earlier that that they give a blood and urine sample. Somebody comes to the house. And then you also said that something about they have to sign a release for their medical records.
Yes,
And can you tell based on the documentation if that was done in this case?
it was.
And then once you
wasn't
have
a
that
corruption.
release, what happens?
They
How do you
write,
access the medical records?
the company does it through a third-party vendor, and they receive a copy of the attending physician statement. We call it an APS.
And where does that go?
It goes to the underwriter.
And is that records that you have?
I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean, do you have them with you now? I mean, do you keep those records?
We're never privileged to that information, Your
It
Honor.
all goes to the underwriter?
Correct.
Different entity than you.
Correct.
And you mentioned earlier in your direct that there's a woman that works with you. I got the phonetic as Nancy McGloom.
Yes.
Might be about 75% correct. Is she the person that you said you didn't do this over the phone with Ana Walshe, but that somebody else did?
She's not the person, no, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Is there another person in your office that does that?
No, it's direct from the underwriter, from the home office of New York Life. There's
Oh, it's not even them.
to make sure it's sort of the best information it could be, they do it themselves.
All right.
This ain't coming
Anything
in.
else anybody wants in on after I've asked these
Your
additional
Honor.
questions? All right, so I'm not going to allow it in right now.
Nope.
On this record. If it comes relevant on a rebuttal case, depending on what the defense, if the defense puts on a case and what they do, in order to get this in, you're going to need to, well, you probably honestly would be asking to get in something else, which is like her medical records through a doctor and not through this way. But I'm not going to let it in right now.
I'm not
Yes, Your
coming in.
All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, and not coming in.
So
And not coming in with this guy.
Yeah, good old lack of foundation there.
Yeah. And I was going to say, like, he didn't even ask questions about how they get to that health score. Is it like just some internal process?
I was really dying to see if they were going to ask if they had immunization records as part of their what they looked
Right.
at.
So they're bringing back the jury for another 15 minutes?
Oh, son of a bitch.
Ay, ay, ay.
Son of a bitch.
Maybe to release him. I don't
Son
know.
of a bitch. I thought she said some shit like about going through.
She said it was a possibility.
Your Honor, would I be permitted to ask the witness on the jury about the medical rating?
About the what?
Medical rating?
Yeah, that's on the form, it's already in evidence. You can object, but it would seem to me that that is already on a document that's been admitted.
That question, Judge.
All right.
You cocky?
All right, jury's entering.
That'll never not be funny. Oh, Allie loves that sound effect. It's her favorite. She loves it. Loves it.
I'm gonna fart so hard. Oh my God. Nailed it.
Put it back in session. You may be seated.
It'll never not make me laugh.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness with exhibits 99 and 98. Sir, is there a medical rating that's assigned to a person who buys life insurance from New York Life?
Yes.
How is that determined?
It's a culmination of the underwriting. So your health rating is determined based on your gender. Oh, your health rating is not determined on your gender. That's an incorrect statement. It's determined on your health and the way they evaluate your health.
And so how does New York Life evaluate someone's health when they're buying life insurance?
They use an underwriting scale, everything from your BMI, your body mass index, height, weight, blood pressure, medication you're on, high risk activities that you might participate in, your job sometimes can even factor into your health rating.
How does New York Life find out this information?
Through underwriting, through the telephone interview, through a copy of your medical records, and through their recorded telephone interview.
How do they get the medical records of someone purchasing life insurance?
They request them through a HIPAA authorization that's in the application from the person's primary care physician and any other physicians that they're under the care of.
And is there a scale in which someone can be rated by New York Life for their health rating?
Yes.
What is the scale, sir?
It starts out, the best rating you can receive is called select preferred, and then it goes preferred, and then it goes preferred 2, then it goes non-smoker, then it goes non-smoker, table 1 through 13, then it goes to standard or select standard, which is
Getting sold life insurance was not on my bingo card for the day.
usually a healthy smoker. Then there's standard, which is a smoker, and then there's standard table 1 through 13. And all of those, if you think of it like a ladder, like 1 through 37, every single rung represents a higher risk class, and it subsequently changes the cost of your insurance.
So the healthier you are, the less you have to pay for insurance?
Yes.
And what was Ana Walshe's rating on those policies for the health rating for New York Life?
Select preferred.
And what number would that be?
That's the highest level you can receive.
For the health?
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Who was the healthiest person?
Oh,
the
in
world?
addition, sir, when collecting information, does New York Life, through its underwriting process, get any samples from someone who's applying for life insurance?
Yes.
What do they get?
They'll send a professional, I forget what it's called, paraprofessional, something like that, to do a blood draw, urine sample, and vitals, height, weight, blood pressure.
does New York Life give life insurance if that's not performed?
Yes,
Was it done in this case?
yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
I think it's just cross.
Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
You were just talking about the health rating. I just want to talk to you a little bit about that, okay? So the health rating, that's a New York Life health rating.
Yes,
And so is that like someone in risk assessment and underwriting determines this scale that you just talked about?
yes.
So it's not a medical professional or a doctor reviewing this information and giving this arbitrary number to someone who's applying for insurance?
I don't know who that person is, so I can't tell you.
You had mentioned that when Ms. Walsh applied for life insurance, part of it is this health assessment, right?
Yes,
And this was in March of 2021?
I believe so.
Do you need to look at the record? Would that help?
Probably.
I think they're right in front of you.
Okay.
Take your time.
Yeah, this guy definitely looks mostly like Alan Rickman. He's got Spacey's hairline, but Alan Rickman's face.
Looks to be February 2nd, 2021.
Okay. After February, you said 2nd of 2021, you didn't have any follow-up records, interviews with Ana Walshe about her health?
No.
You had mentioned that someone goes and draws blood and does a urine test.
Yes.
What does the blood test, what does that look for? What does it test for?
I don't fully understand, but the things that it does push out that are common are as if there's evidence of nicotine, if they're smoking or using nicotine. It'll show if cholesterol levels is usually the types of things they're looking for. They're looking for abnormalities. I don't really quite frankly understand what they're looking for.
And then you said a urine test. What are they looking for in the urine test? Is that drugs and alcohol, illegal drugs, I'm assuming, and alcohol?
Nicotine.
And nicotine, okay. Is there any type of analysis of the person's pulmonary system, their lungs and their heart capacity?
I don't know.
You don't know. Is there any type of evaluation of their neurological system?
I don't know.
And the February 2021 date that you're talking about, I think you said that part of this health assessment, this number you give, is based off an interview with the person?
Part of the underwriting is a telephone interview, yes.
Okay, a telephone interview with the person trying to get insurance.
Yes.
And I think you already said it, but you can't get life insurance if you don't go through this process.
Correct.
Okay. And I think you had also said that the healthier you are, the cheaper your premiums can be, or the cheaper you have to pay, which makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. So it's beneficial to someone when they're applying for life insurance to hopefully be at least reporting or be in the best shape physically, and I guess physically, that's the way to say it maybe.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said that you asked them about if they engage in any high-risk activities, right?
That's part of the telephone interview. I don't ask that, but the company does. Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I'm assuming the reason you asked if there's any high-risk activity is to see if they live a lifestyle where they're maybe more likely than someone else to get injured or killed.
Correct.
So bungee jumping.
Bingo.
Is a no for me. It's just, okay. So the only way that you might find out if someone is engaging in high-risk behavior is if they told the underwriter on this telephone interview.
That's one of the ways, yes.
So if someone did engage in arguably high-risk or dangerous behavior and they didn't report it to you, you wouldn't know.
Correct.
Okay. You had mentioned that Ana Walshe had two different policies. One was a term and one was a whole.
Yes.
Now, am I correct that it's common for young married couples or people with children to come and get life insurance?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you just to lean into that microphone a little bit. I think that I'm having a hard time, so I'm not sure. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, and when married couples come to get life insurance, is it more common that the other spouse is the one that's the beneficiary?
Very common.
Okay. So if the husband gets it, it's the wife. If the wife gets it, it's the husband.
Yes.
Okay. And if they have minor children, is it still that the spouse is the beneficiary because they're going to be using that money for the care and protection of the children?
Yes.
Okay. Your company, New York Life, you guys also do financial planning and retirement planning? Like that's kind of the whole company? Okay. And so is life insurance, and we'll talk about the difference between whole and term, life insurance is a type of financial planning and thinking about retirement, right?
Yes.
And so it's something, again, families, married couples, it's common that they come to you for this.
Yes.
Okay. Now, a term life insurance policy, that's something where you pay monthly, and if you die, the benefits get paid out.
Yes.
Okay. But is there a way that you can have a term life insurance policy and that can get converted into another type of policy where you can take loans off it or it can grow a cash value?
Yes.
Okay. And so even a term can start as something that isn't worth anything unless someone dies, and you can turn it into some type of investment or access to finances.
Yes.
Okay. Now, a whole term or a whole policy, that's a little bit different, right?
Yes.
And so I am definitely going to fumble this because numbers is just not my thing, but this is where you can have a whole life insurance policy and you can borrow off of it.
Correct.
So if I have a whole life insurance policy and something unexpected happens or an expense comes up, I can actually borrow off this policy.
Yes.
And am I also correct that if you do borrow off this policy, there's a tax advantage or a tax break? It's like a 401k tax you pay? You explain it to me.
You can borrow the cash value without paying tax on the accumulation value.
And in the whole policy that Ana Walshe had, who would be eligible to take a loan off that policy?
The owner of the policy, who was Anna.
So even Mr. Walshe, who's her husband, he couldn't sign and take a loan off that whole policy without her?
Correct.
Okay. Considering that these policies have some financial value to them, does divorce ever play a role in policies and paying out on a life insurance policy, a whole policy? Is divorce something that clients have ever asked you about? That's probably a better question.
Is divorce, I don't understand the question. Okay, sure.
So if a whole policy has cash value and people are married, if people are going to get divorced, is there ever a question in any of your clients' minds? Well, hey, I've been paying off Bill's policy for 8 years. I should have some of that.
Yes.
Objection.
Set the foundation.
So you had told us that some of these life insurance policies are an asset. It's a way to build cash, build for retirement, and you can access money from, right?
Yes.
And if
Kazi G, this is the defense attorney on cross.
someone, and you might see a whole policy where two people are married.
Yes.
Okay, so if one spouse has a whole policy, you told us that they're the only one that can actually sign the paperwork to get assets off of it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and on a whole policy, I'm assuming you have to pay a premium every month.
Yes.
And so, have
You're right.
you ever had to talk to about how divorce could affect who owns access to that policy, or is it a non-issue?
Objection.
You can answer. Have you ever discussed it with another client, any client?
Yes.
You had mentioned that Ana had a policy. My understanding is, I think you said that you got to Brian Walshe off a lead off the internet?
Yes.
So that means he was looking for insurance, and does he pop in something and you see it and you give it a call?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that when Mr. Walshe initially contacted you, he wanted the insurance?
Objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
So initially, when you followed up on this lead, Mr. Walshe had applied for health insurance through you.
Insurance.
Excuse me, life insurance. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And he was rejected. And he was rejected because he had a felony conviction from his federal court case.
Oh.
No.
Why was he rejected?
He had a pending case.
Apologies. So it was because he had a pending federal case.
Correct.
You guys are real
And
sticklers.
you didn't just stop at that one application. Am I correct that you applied to several other policies or companies to try to get him life insurance?
Yes.
All right. And I think at one point, did you even reach out to other colleagues for help and how to get him life insurance?
Yes.
And it's at that point where he was consistently being rejected in 2021 that it was an afterthought, like, hey, we're going to go with Ana and get her insurance.
Objection.
Sustained.
During the time that Mr. Walshe was applying for life insurance, during that time frame, Ana Walshe never applied for life insurance.
I'm not sure.
Well, what do you mean you're not sure? She didn't apply with it through you.
She applied, I don't know when the one search for Brian's life insurance ended and where hers began. I don't know if the two overlapped.
Okay. But her, as you say, her search for life insurance was an afterthought when you were working with this
Objection.
family.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I be seen at sidebar?
Yes, you may.
Sidebar. Make it quick. Pimps. All right, let's go.
So you were a life insurance salesperson?
Yeah.
Okay. So then your job is you meet with clients and families and try to sell them insurance that they need and want.
Yes.
Okay. And it's not uncommon, or probably more common, that you work with couples, married couples, people with children, right?
Yes.
And so these life insurance policies, they're for the benefit of the family as a whole.
Yes.
Okay. So in this situation, you had told us that Mr. Walshe numerous times applied for life insurance policies and was consistently denied because of his pending federal case, correct?
Yes.
And you're working with the family at this time.
Yes.
And I'm assuming that when you were going through this with Mr. Walshe, actually, he even referred you to other friends and colleagues of his.
Yes.
Objection.
I think it's time to go to lunch.
So close.
You were so close.
Have a nice lunch, sir.
Guys, please. Here's those your notebooks. Follow me.
Lunch break. Hot mic. Some hot mic shit going on.
This is a
Anybody need anything?
No, Your Honor.
Have a nice lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Touchdown, Bears!
All right. So the poll came in 57% Holly Bobo hearing continuation. All right. So if you guys don't know anything about Holly Bobo, in her case, she was killed. She went missing back in 2011. Several individuals were convicted. 2 of them pled. 1 of them went to trial. The guy who went to trial, his name is Zach Adams, and he has been in for quite a while. And this is a post-conviction hearing wherein he's trying to get a new trial based on newly discovered evidence, Brady violations. And currently where we left off, we had the prosecuting attorney who prosecuted the case was on the stand, and she is pretty combative. She's a pretty combative person. So that we're going to pick up exactly where we left off. If it's new to you, then welcome to the Holly Bobo show, and the Zach Adams thing. So it's pretty interesting. And then we'll be back as soon as this trial goes. So let's see here. I'll pull this guy up. All right. So, yep, there it is right there. Go full blown. Oh, wait, I made it smaller.
That would prevent discovery, including testimony regarding reports, memoranda, or other internal state documents made by the district attorney general or other state agents or law enforcement officers in connection with investigating or prosecuting this case. The state also requests this court prohibit any discovery regarding confidential materials, mental impressions, or work product of state officials who are involved or have been involved with the investigation or prosecution of this defendant. You signed and filed this?
Already said that.
Okay. Your Honor, move to mark this in the next section.
Yes.
Mark it as exhibit.
I got two of them, so I'll give you two.
Now, 124. This is a state motion for protection. This is also in the Jason Autry case.
Any reason why you didn't file it also in the Zach Adams case?
Maybe I didn't think it was necessary.
I mean,
Given the attorneys,
Okay.
I don't remember what led me to believe that. But I would say it probably speaks well of Mr. Adams' attorney if I didn't file it.
after Mr. Autry's plea, did a TBI officer come to you and say, I do not believe Jason Autry's proffer?
After
the proffer in January.
and you said after the plea, and I was
I'm
like,
sorry.
I was gone.
Yes.
And I've already answered that question. I said, I do not remember that happening.
Is that something you would have remembered?
I would think so.
Why would you have remembered that?
Why do you remember anything?
You agree that reconstructing April 13th, 2011 is important to determine if a crime took place?
No, because the crime took place. You don't need to reconstruct April the 13th, 2011 to determine if a crime took place. Absolutely not.
Did you do that to the jury in closing argument?
Do what?
Reconstruct April 13th?
I may have, I don't remember.
And
But
what-
that wasn't your question. You asked me whether I thought it was.
As your role of lead prosecutor against Zach Adams,
Okay.
do you think it's important to reconstruct what happened, how it happened, and where cell phone information puts various people that day
To accomplish what?
to determine what happened to Holly?
Okay, that's a different question than you asked a minute ago. So if we start with a crime was committed against Holly,
yes.
If we're able to agree there, then of course it's important to try and recreate what happened to Holly.
Do you acknowledge the proof or the evidence and discovery put the defendants in different cell towers between 8:26 and 8:56 a.m. April 13, 2011?
I cannot agree with you because I do not remember.
Do you agree that that Zach, Shane, and Dylan were in Parsons that morning on April 13, 2011?
Together? Are you asking,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
put three people in one question. I remember the other, are you talking about that morning, anytime that morning?
Anytime that morning.
Okay. And what's morning? What's the cutoff?
You remember at 11:16 a.m., Zach's cell phone was pinging on tower 12572, the south tower of Parsons.
I do not remember that his phone was pinging on a particular tower. I remember that his phone showed him to be in Parsons.
Same with Shane from 11:15 to 11:52.
I don't remember the times. I remember, or the cell tower, but I remember that sometime around that time that their phone showed they were in Parsons.
Okay. And you didn't dispute their phones were with them that morning?
I don't believe I did. But remember, Mr. Bates, I wasn't the phone person.
Right.
I didn't put on phone evidence.
Now, let's comment on that a little bit.
Okay.
When you're the lawyer, you have to have experts. You rely on the experts to form the evidence to present to the trier of fact, right?
When what? When you're the lawyer?
Right.
Of course.
Okay. Now, when do you understand the idea of starting when these three are in Parsons and working back makes Autry's alleged route very relevant?
I don't know what you're looking at. You're using your hands again and I can't see. I found all of their phones and where they moved to be relevant. Not just Autry's, not just Zach Adams, not just Dylan Adams, not just Shane Austin. I found all of their phone evidence to be, or their phone locations to be important.
So if Zach is at Tower 31523 at 1049, having come back from the river with Mr. Autry, and he's in Parsons at 11:15 a.m. through afternoon, where and when was this white truck put at Mr. Dinsmore's garage?
I don't know.
You presented it to the jury.
I may have, and I'm telling you, I sit here today, I don't know. I don't know how many more times I can say, I don't remember. I didn't present phone proof. And Mr. Bates, I wouldn't lie to a jury.
You agree that the clockwise travel of Holly and her phone showed no personal effects, no notes, no lunch boxes, no student records, no nothing. Up until where her cell phone was stagnant for 30 minutes. You would agree with that?
Do not remember. So I cannot agree.
But you agree that the property seemed consistent with a clockwise direction of travel from 9:03, 9:10, 9:25 is consistent of evidence being thrown out along that route.
I mean, I've said it 10 times. I do not remember. This is why I ask you, if there is something I can do to prepare that you want me to review, tell me.
It's my fault.
I would have reviewed it.
Now, you've read the petition. As a lawyer, you read this petition. Yes?
Have you filed an amended one since I left?
The ones when you were still the attorney.
I did read the ones when you were still an attorney. I don't know if that's what we're going on because you haven't asked me anything about Jennifer Thompson. I thought we were here about her representation.
Now, at what point did you realize there was an ATM device held in Alabama that you felt necessary to go and obtain?
Okay. At what point?
Yes, ma'am.
I was still the attorney on the post-conviction when I got a call from TBI that your investigator, Ms. Spirko, had served a subpoena to some bank personnel seeking this device. I don't remember when, but I remember being advised that the bank personnel had, finding her to be sketchy, called TBI and said, what do we do?
Did I discuss with you prior to issuing the subpoena whether you had any objection to issuing a subpoena for a DVD from that very bank?
I don't remember. If you say we did, we did.
Okay.
It was different. Her subpoena wanted the device, not, and so that's two different things. I remember discussing with you the potential footage versus a machine.
A DVD was the first thing. You remember that?
I don't know if we discussed a DVD in particular. I remember you wanting to get the camera footage. That's what I remember. I don't remember a DVD.
And you would agree, well, first of all, at that time, well, now let's hit a pause. It's May 2024.
Well, I hadn't confirmed that. I don't remember the date
Okay.
or the time.
Do you recognize the first one is May 7th, 2024?
I'm sorry, I recognize. I've never seen this as far as I know. So what do you want me to look at? It says Decatur County CB&S Bank Director, Security Mike Mayfield, ASAP. That one?
It's the one DVD labeled 4/13/2011.
I don't see anything about DVD.
It might be the second page, ma'am.
I don't have a second page, sir.
That would explain it.
Ah.
She has a different page in the hand from me, so maybe there weren't two copies. Maybe both of these were supposed to go to the witness. Let's do that. Just keep what you got right now.
Okay.
So the witness has two documents.
And I'll get the court hopefully out of that. First one labeled May 7th, second one labeled May 13th.
These are both TDI subpoenas for identification of the state.
Is it your opinion you've never seen these?
I do not recall ever being shown.
Okay.
Was I aware that a subpoena had been issued? Yes. But I've never, as far as I know, ever seen these documents. There'd be no reason for me to see this.
And this was a subpoena. The first subpoena was from Mr. Adams in the court file. The clerk issued to Mr. Mayfield for the DVD that you received a copy of, and prior to agreed, you had no objection to it.
I'm sorry. That's all. I didn't understand anything you said.
I understand. You don't understand what took place between us last May regarding evidence.
You and I?
Yes.
Okay, what's this? I thought you're asking me about the subpoena.
You remember when Mr. Adams filed a subpoena contacting you, I contacted you and said, do you have any objection to the subpoena?
No, I'm not objecting. Mr. Bates testifying.
It's just
A
a
whole
question.
series of questions involving his actions and what he said.
If she denies it, I can't
Well, this
testify.
is a unique situation, Ms. Lowry. Now, Judge Nichols started in the capacity that you're seated in right
Yes,
now when this case started, so I'm going to allow the questions.
Do you remember that? Where I contacted you, showed you it right after the subpoena?
Mr. Bates, if you say you did, then I bet you did.
I can't testify.
But I don't remember it. I remember talking to you. I remember calling you and getting Mr. Boyano on the phone and having a three-way call with you after hours. I remember I was sitting in my house to tell you that TBI was going to get this, had issued a subpoena. Let me finish. This is what I remember about it. And you were dismayed. And I said, look, you can have it. We want to preserve it. We'll keep chain of custody. We're going to look at it. You can have it. And that's what happened.
You don't remember it was me who reached out to you and said, were you ever going to tell me that you issued a subpoena to the very ATM machine to obtain it directly without my knowledge?
You can get as loud as you want.
Who called each other first?
I don't remember. I thought I called. If you say you called, I really don't care. I just know that what I told you and we followed through with it. And I know why I was concerned that a piece of like physical evidence could be turned over to the person that you sent to pick it up.
There had been no subpoena for the machine yet.
Okay.
And your subpoena told Mr. Mayfield, don't say anything about it.
I didn't have a subpoena. I didn't issue a subpoena.
Did you tell Ms. Ferguson to?
I don't tell Ms. Ferguson to do anything.
Did you instruct her?
I don't instruct Ms. Ferguson to do anything. We'd had a discussion about how to handle this.
Would you agree it's potentially exculpatory evidence?
No.
At this time.
Are you talking about the evidence that they already had? Are you talking about the footage that was in the discovery?
Did you know it existed?
Yes.
When did you know it existed?
I don't know. It would not, we knew they were in, the fact that they were in Parsons, anywhere. I'm sorry, I'm still talking, Mr. Bates. You asked me a question.
You said we knew, and then you stopped.
No, you interrupted me, so I stopped.
We knew they were in Parsons, correct?
Is it my time?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
You knew Shane Austin's bank records showed an ATM withdrawal.
Don't remember that.
Do you recall an IR for his judicially subpoenaed bank records?
No.
Do you recall an IR where Joe William Walker said, this transaction is not covered by our videos?
No.
All right. Then what made you look at this video?
You talking about when I was putting the case together for trial?
Yeah.
I looked at a bunch of videos.
Did you look through this?
I'm still talking.
I apologize.
I looked at a lot of videos. There were a lot. I know that this particular video, I mean, they went there because, you know, there were cameras trying to see what it caught. It didn't show a person. It didn't show, I don't think you can make any distinction about the truck. We knew they were in Parsons. So the fact, if it was them at the bank in Parsons, I wouldn't have been surprised.
So do you, prior to trial in 2017, do you remember seeing the video of the Silverado on the ATM at 1112?
I don't remember if it was the video or if there was a still shot somewhere. And I think there was a still shot, but because that's what's going to come into mind.
Prior to the
But
2000.
let me finish. I could no more have told you if it was a Silverado or anything else. I remember, I think there was a truck at the ATM machine.
And you saw it in 2007, prior to the trial in September 2017? Or was it after?
Well, there was no after until the post-conviction was filed. I was gone, so I didn't. So if it wasn't before, it would have been after you. I seem to recall, doing my best here, Mr. Bates, that I'd seen it. If I didn't, I'm not trying to be deceptive. It would not have been astonishing to me if there had been proof it was them. We knew they were in Parsons.
Then why go get it?
Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. So you hired a pseudo investigator / forensic psychologist / other things. I shouldn't. Does she still have her license? Because I know they were investigating. She intimidated a witness, Miss Britt, I don't remember her first name, who contacted TBI and advised that she'd been threatened. This is the same person who purchased domain names, my name, my election names, that you connected them to your client's website. So that if somebody looks me up and missed my actual, but it says Jennifer Nichols, judge, go straight to the domain name. I listened and listened and listened to this person speak on jail calls. I know that she wormed her way into a federal holding facility by using her credentials, going in, knowing that a person was represented. You and I discussed this a lot, recording him in a recantation that she tried, or you tried, to get admitted after she knew he was high. Even asked him, are you high? This person did not need to have her hands on physical evidence. If it was something that you were going to want, if it confirmed everything that you think, what was she going to do with it? Take it home and put it in her garage? And then try and introduce it at trial? The plan was, if somebody wanted it, preserve it. Just like they did 2,000 other pieces of evidence. Preserve it so that whoever wants it can have it. But Katie Spirko did not need to be driving around with evidence. She's not law enforcement. I don't know if she's claiming to be an investigator now or a blogger or what, but she didn't need anything evidentiary that was going to be important. We know what she did. You turned over discovery to her. She released it.
You acknowledge now it is relevant for Zach Adams, where he was in Parsons that morning.
That was about 5 questions ago. Do I acknowledge that that machinery picked up from the bank is somehow important to this? No. It didn't change a thing.
Do you remember who you watched the video from the ATM with?
No.
Do you know how to get there, like from the file path?
No.
Do you remember where you were when you watched
No.
it? So if I'm understanding you, you don't dispute that it's consistent with the evidence as you understand it, that Zach was in that vehicle at the ATM at this time.
Oh, I do dispute it because I don't know that to be true. I don't know who was in the vehicle.
But you do know Zach's cell phone was in Parsons.
That's my belief. His
And-
cell phone was. And we
and-
thought they were.
Okay. Well, I hear what I've heard in the past. Are you saying Zach didn't have his cell phone in Parsons that morning?
I'm not saying that.
Okay. So you acknowledge Zach was in Parsons that morning?
Zach's cell phone was in Parsons. We believe that he was either with it or close to it. I don't know if somebody else used it. I have no reason to believe that he was separated from it.
Mr. Bates,
I'm done.
this has 2 documents that you have never seen before. These are the TBS subpoenas.
Yes, Your Honor. They were part of a motion for sanctions at the beginning of the case.
Objections to them being entered.
Yes, you can. I don't know.
Okay. Then they're part of the record already, if they didn't be referenced in some other fashion. So we'll pass those back to Mr. Bates.
Is that the one that you made ID?
Yes.
I was gonna make it 125, so I didn't know that I ever did.
You said
So
that.
it's not going to be.
I don't know. I have no idea.
There is no 125 as of yet.
This one,
Well, I guess she's testified about it. We need to make it for identification on.
Yes.
Objections, I think that's-
No, that's fine. I'm sorry. I'm making a face at Your Honor because my exhibit list is off. Your Honor's on 125.
Is that correct? No,
Whichever one, the last document was marked for identification.
125. 2
I'll
TBI.
I'll get reconciled later, but these are going to be 2 different exhibits.
Just making collective exhibit for identification on.
Thank you.
You got 4 papers there. Let's see what they are.
Did you take the picture?
I need
Yeah.
one back.
you need to, sorry. Let's leave this here.
That's my direction.
All right, let's take a break. We'll cross.
All rise.
Go ahead, folks. I've got some questions for you.
You need to use restroom very fun.
I'll let her go first. Those big ones, 5-inch binder.
All right, you're not here for that, don't be safe. You're right here, come on, right now. Right, you still have the transcript from pass that back. We pass this back. Let's from the transcript.
No. Judge Nichols, when did you start in the district attorney's office in Shelby County?
1991.
And in your course of years there, you presided over several units within the district attorney's office. You headed the gang unit, correct?
I did.
You headed the special victims unit, correct?
I did.
In your time in Shelby County, how many jury trials did you handle?
Well, I also headed the original child abuse and child homicide unit.
Yes, I'm sorry. And
That's
in
the
my
first
mind, I
special unit.
lumped that in under
Mhm.
SVU, but for a time it was two different things. Not to mention run-of-the-mill misdemeanors and felonies and everything in between, correct?
Yes,
You worked for many years in the major violators unit.
I did.
In the course of your prosecution career in Shelby County, did you make charging decisions
Yes,
daily?
yes.
How many trials did you handle?
About 200.
And again, everything from
Well, jury trials. I
Yes.
didn't count bit trials.
No, but jury trials, 200, anything from run-of-the-mill misdemeanor on up to death penalty cases.
Very few misdemeanors, but yes.
And everything in between, yes. When you were assigned and asked to handle the Bobo case, had you handled death penalty cases before?
Yes.
Do you have any idea how many?
I don't know how many I handled. I know how many death penalty verdicts I got.
All right. And how many is that?
8 men, 11 murders.
All right.
Because one of them killed 3 people and one of them killed 2 people.
All right. What was different about the Bobo case?
Well, every one of them was different. The difference in each of those cases, I was on it from the beginning, from the time someone was murdered until the trial was complete. When you assigned me this case, we were 4 years down the road. We were on our second elected district attorney. The case at that time was being handled by General Stowe, who had never had a trial, much less a murder trial.
All right.
Very intelligent person, but had never had a trial. I had so much catch up to do.
How big was the file, if you know, when you first came on the case?
I remember being told that it was close to 4 terabytes, which meant nothing to me. And then they would tell me it was like 250,000 pieces of paper. There were over 3,000 investigative reports. At that time, we started printing them. I had 30 5-inch, those big ones, 5-inch binders. And I'm not sure we got through them. So paper-wise, it was certainly more to get through. That was different.
As you worked through the case and worked with your prosecution team and the defense team, at some point, a decision was made to give the defense attorneys everything. Every document, everything that the state of Tennessee had.
I made that decision.
All right. Do you remember when you made that decision or
Early.
at what point?
I don't remember the time. Early.
And was part of that decision made because of the exculpatory information surrounding Terry Britt, or some other dude did it? The investigation into Terry Britt could be viewed as, was that part of what contributed to that decision?
Of course. The other part was coming on when I did, several years down the road, I could not verify what had been turned over and what had not. So we went back to the beginning.
Shook the slate clean.
Literally went to the beginning. And a person was hired to download and copy so that I knew that the defense had everything that the state had.
And in this case, was it unusual that they had a mirror image of what you had? In other words, you didn't change the formats or change what anything looked like. You just gave them everything you had, and as things came in, they got a duplicate copy of it, correct?
That's correct.
Was it unusual for defense attorneys to ask for copies of things that they already been given and then ask for another copy of it?
Only one attorney did that.
All right. And who was that?
Jennifer Thompson.
Okay. But if another attorney, well, like Mr. Scholl with the phone records, asking for those.
Right. He had them, wanted a different form or something.
All right. And when those requests were made, they were granted.
Of course. I thought you meant like routinely asked. Other people asked. That was something that was more than one time.
All right. Well, let's talk about the routinely. When you came on the case, was Ms. Thompson on the case?
Yes.
All right.
Because she filed a motion seeking to vacate my appointment.
Okay.
And that was soon after the appointment.
All right. And she had been hired by the defendant and then later appointed by Judge McGinley. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then at some point she brings on Jim Simmons and Jerry Gonzalez and a team of experts. How many court appearances would you say you made on this case?
I have no idea.
Was she at every one of them?
Yes.
In between those court appearances, did you have interaction with her?
Yes, some.
All right. Did you set up discovery reviews?
Yes.
Talk a little bit about that. More than one?
There was discovery kept. The vast amount of it was at TBI headquarters in Nashville. There was a fair amount at the TBI office in Jackson. And then there were multiple, it was either 4 cars and a truck or 4 trucks and a car and 2 boats that were also at different locations. And I arranged discovery review days for each of those. And the process was all of the evidence would be pulled out. In the case of the discovery, the evidence at TBI headquarters in Nashville, they had to use an entire bay, rows and rows and rows of bags. And TBI had an agent that would take the first bag. Their job was to open it. The items were displayed out of the bag. The lawyers had the opportunity to touch, smell, feel, photograph every piece of evidence.
Which lawyers were there?
Well, the one in Nashville, they were all there. And that was all being lawyers for all 3 defendants were there.
All right. So Ms. Thompson
And that was the biggest one. With the exception of Ms. Thompson, they generally sat behind and watched the evidence being pulled out. And 1 or 2 times they would get up. Ms. Thompson stood at the table, took her time, which she should have, and looked at every single piece of evidence as it was opened, photographed many of them, and then the evidence would be passed to the next special agent who would repackage it, seal it, and sign it. And then that one went back, they went to the next bag.
And that process that Ms. Thompson followed, did she continue that until every bit of evidence had been viewed to her satisfaction?
Yes.
Did any of the other defense attorneys perform that thorough review?
No.
How long did that take?
I don't remember how many days. I know that a couple of other defense attorneys passed, just decided they weren't going to come to the, one of them at least.
They were frustrated at how slow it was going.
It was slow, but no one rushed. Every bag was opened. Everything in every bag, which was sometimes multiple other bags, were opened and displayed.
Would you say that by the time the trial rolled around, or when did you first realize how familiar Ms. Thompson was with this voluminous case file?
I don't remember when I first knew that. It became clear early with the paper discovery that she was going through the hours with a fine-tooth comb. And if something was mentioned in the IR, such as another interview or a piece of evidence or a phone call that was somewhere, she picked up on every single one of them. And she would make a list of what she didn't have there because it might not have been attached to the IR. And she would provide the list and we would provide the evidence, whether it was here's another copy or look here, because Kathy Ferguson was known as the trapper keeper and she seemed to know where everything was. So we got the list and sometimes it would be long, sometimes it would be short, but there were multiple lists. And she's the only one out of all the lawyers that was going through it like that.
Did she show up at every court appearance?
Yes.
Was she engaged in the hearings that were conducted in front of the judge?
Yes.
Did she file substantive motions?
She did.
Were they heard by the judge?
Every time.
Do you recall any situation in which she asked for something from Judge McGinley besides a continuance or something that was not based in the law that wasn't granted to her in terms of resources, extra help, extra hands?
No.
Did she seem to have a strategy, a defense?
From the beginning.
And had you ever had a case in your years of experience before this in which the lead investigative agency had a case agent who believed strongly in the guilt of one particular person to the exclusion of any and all other suspects?
I'd never had that happen.
Had you ever had a case before this in which a defense attorney called to the stand a TBI agent or any other law enforcement agency to say, I think somebody else did this besides the people on trial here?
No. I had one other case where I had to be recused as the prosecutor because a police officer said something to me that was Brady. I immediately let the defense know. So I was recused in the event they wanted to put that evidence on. So it's a little different, but that was a case involving a police officer.
Yes. But any other case in your career in which TBI and federal agencies felt that someone other than the person indicted was actually the person responsible for the crime?
I don't remember that I've ever had that.
Terry Britt.
He was the strategy.
When you came on the case, had his house already been wiretapped?
Yes.
Right. So you had all of that information to digest.
Yes.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Did you look through that complete voluminous investigation into Terry Britt?
Yes.
Did you ever contemplate, maybe he is good for this. Maybe I do need to present this to a grand jury?
Terry Britt would have been an easy person to depend on. There was no proof.
What would you have had a case agent take to the grand jury?
There was nothing to take. There was nothing to take.
How long? Well, let me ask you this. Were there negotiations between the state and the defense about settlement in these cases for these defendants? For Zach Adams, for Dylan Adams, for Jason Autry?
Never with Zach Adams attorneys, because from the beginning, no, never with Jennifer Thompson.
Okay. Clarify what you mean.
She was adamant that he was innocent, and she never changed her mind. She gave up her law practice to only work on one case for a very long time.
She was relentless. Is that a word to use?
Yes.
What about the attorneys or Mr. Maddox, who represented Dylan Adams? Did you have conversations with him about settlement?
I did. And as I said during my direct, it didn't go very far because the statement he gave was going to be his statement, and there were too many holes and things that didn't match what we knew.
Mm-hmm.
And so those talks stopped. With respect to Mr. Autry, I would say Michael Scholl he and Bruno and Max, they all had a lot of experience. He kept it closer to the vest, whether any discussions, whether we were going to talk. He came on it, after I was on it, and I was not surprised that he was in the mode of getting up to speed. He's somebody that is always going to consider the options. I had seen him do that in other cases. There was never a situation where he said, my client is not going to cooperate. And that didn't happen. And we kept moving forward.
Was the first time you met Jason Autry at the proffer, other than seeing him in court?
Yes.
And that proffer took place in Shelby County or somewhere else?
Shelby County.
All right. You'd interviewed co-defendants before that time.
Yes.
How's a proffer different from a co-defendant interview?
In a proffer, the state has evidence. You're notified that somebody wants to talk to you. Their attorney is not, at least in my experience, not leading it. It's basically, like push a button.
Who asked the questions?
I can't remember whether it's Mr. Scholl. I don't remember whether it's Paul or myself.
All right. And did you have all of the discovery in the room with you when you're meeting with Mr. Autry?
No.
Did Mr. Scholl bring binders of information
No,
with him?
no.
Did he have a laptop that he pulled up
No.
terabytes of information on?
It's sitting around a conference room table. I remember where I was sitting. I remember where Mr. Autry was sitting and him talking. And one reason I don't generally take notes or didn't in propers is because you're watching them, you're listening. They need to know that you are laser focused. By that time, you've got a handle on the facts. It's not a situation where you are confronting, arguing with, anything like that. You're listening. And the best way to do that is to keep eyes up and engaged.
And you're assessing that individual's credibility.
Yes.
How are they going to play in front of a jury?
Yes.
What is this going to look like?
Yes.
How long did that proffer take, the first interaction?
I don't remember. It was not short. Neither was it abnormally long. I mean, it would be a guess. If I gave you a time, I'd be totally guessing.
Had you ever had a situation in your years of experience in which a co-defendant was trying to get on Team America, but was not being forthcoming with you?
Many.
Wanted to be on Team America, but just couldn't quite seem to get over that honesty hurdle?
Many.
How do you assess those individuals? How do you narrow in and figure that out?
Well, you've got your evidence, but on top of that, you're listening to them. You're looking at them. I mean, just like you judge the credibility of anybody who testifies or anybody before you. I mean, we all do it every day, all day. You listen to somebody, they are judging your credibility as they speak. And you're doing that to the person that's offering a proffer.
And if you had gotten any sense in that proffer that Jason Autry was regurgitating information or selling you some party line or, I don't know, repeating things that he read in a news article, you could walk away, right?
And have many times.
Many times before. You were prepared to go to trial on Zach Adams.
Yes.
And after you completed Zach Adams' trial, who was going to be tried next? Did you know?
After Zach Adams?
Yes.
I don't know that we had nailed it down. Probably would have been Autry.
Right.
But I don't know.
But ultimately, all three have been indicted.
Correct.
All three have pled not guilty in front of the judge. And unless and until the state of Tennessee null processes the charges or they plead guilty, the only other door to go through is a jury trial, correct?
Correct.
The state of Tennessee was not about to null process these charges.
We were not.
And no firm settlement had been reached on either Mr. Autry or Mr. Dylan Adams.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did the case against Zach Adams get stronger after you talked to Jason Autry?
Yes.
How so?
There were pieces, there were holes that he filled in. Things that that we could not have known without one of them talking to us. There's so many, but an example of that would be, what happened that afternoon when they were at Shane's trailer. Who was doing what and who was saying what.
Is it unusual that times didn't match?
No.
Were these individuals who were all lawfully employed?
No.
And kept calendars? Is it fair to say that their days were spent ingesting drugs, getting off of drugs, and finding their next high?
Yes.
Day bleeding into night, night bleeding into day?
Yes.
Did you tell Jason Autry what to say?
No.
Was Mr. Scholl feeding him information?
No.
Sitting here today, are there still unanswered questions about the last moments of Holly Bobo's life on earth?
Of course.
In fact, it's not unusual for prosecutors to tell victims' families, to tell juries. We're not going to be able to answer all the questions, correct?
It was part of a pretty routine practice of mine to tell them that. You give the jury as much information as you can, but you're not going to be able to answer all of their questions. You're never going to be able to answer all of the family's questions, and you're not going to be able to fill in some of your own.
Such as?
Well, I remember.
Very rude, and it's very nasty.
Karen Bobo saying, Holly would have fought. I remember it like it was yesterday, but we don't know.
We don't. But we know Zach Adams was seen days following with scratches on his arms that he lied about.
Right.
Come on now, dog.
Right. And her mama
Come
said
on, man.
she would have fought. His scratches that he tried to blame on something else was the only proof we had to that. She knew it because she knew her daughter. And he bore the results of that.
He lied about it. He said he got it running from the police in Henderson County.
Right.
That was run to the ground and found to be a lie.
It was.
And then a few months later, he tells law enforcement, oh yeah, wait, I got him moving some marijuana plants. I forgot that.
There were several different versions. None of them were true. They appeared that day.
Sitting here today, do we know in all of these hundreds of thousands of pages of information that has been gathered, the countless videos that have been collected and viewed and reviewed, was there any witness that testified or came forward and said, I saw Zach Adams at this place at between 8 and 10 o'clock in the morning on April 13th, 2011. There is no way he could have been raping, murdering, and kidnapping Holly Bobo because I saw him. Anybody?
Well, they tried to alibi themselves in the beginning.
The co-defendants.
The co-defendants, but so co-defendants said that about one another.
Right. Let's talk about that. As prosecutors, and you've testified to this, we work with law enforcement, but we don't direct law enforcement. They don't work for us. We work together, but we report to two different heads of agencies, and we have different standards and processes and procedures, correct?
Yes.
It's not unusual or improper for a law enforcement officer to maybe tell a half-truth to somebody that they're trying to get information out of, right?
It's not improper or illegal for them to tell them a 100% untruth.
Flat out lie.
Yep.
They can do it.
Yep.
We don't talk to witnesses like that.
No.
We like to get information out of witnesses, correct?
Correct.
Ask open-ended questions and let them talk. Size them up and assess it. So when you picked up this file and began reviewing it through the prosecutor lens, was it concerning to you that law enforcement, hook, line, and sinker, I don't know any other way to describe it, what Terry Dykes did, but hook, line, and sinker let three co-defendants literally alibi each other, nothing to see here, keep moving. Was that concerning?
Of course, by the time I got on it, they had run it down. It was shocking to me that the names that came up almost first, the names that popped up immediately during the investigation, gave an alibi and nobody checked it.
And it wasn't even really a very good alibi, was it?
No.
They couldn't even get their story straight. Did you meet with Terry Britt?
I did.
How many times?
One.
Where was that?
Lake County Prison. I don't know the name of it. It's in the northwest.
Did you go visit him there?
I did.
Somebody with you from TBI?
Yes,
Did you actually go in the middle of the trial?
I did.
Jennifer Thompson was going to call him as a witness, wasn't she?
She was.
Did you know that?
He was on. She didn't give us a witness list, but because that was her strategy, I assumed he was on ours as a potential, but we had not decided to call him.
You went and talked to him,
I did.
and then you made the decision to do what?
Put him on right in the middle, like the next day or the day after. I think it was the next day.
For the sake of this hearing, did you ever get a sense from Mr. Britt that he was being anything but truthful with you?
No, but
What about his confession to Johnny Walker?
there was not a confession to Johnny Walker, despite Mr. Walker trying to couch it that way.
What was wrong with what Mr. Walker had done in the name of investigative work?
Mr. Dykus had already been told to stand down by his boss. Stand down. Truthfully, Mr. Walker had been told to stand down, but Mr. Dykus had really been put off. Mr. Dykus and Mr. Walker agreed that Mr. Walker would go to the place. I don't remember where Terry Britt was being housed, but he was incarcerated somewhere. And Mr. Walker walked in, did not Mirandize him, and proceeded to ask him questions. He reduced that interview to a one-paragraph report.
A memo.
It was a memo. I think it was six lines or something like that.
In his mind, he's obtained
A confession.
the $60 million confession
That's
in
correct.
the history of Tennessee criminal jurisprudence.
That's right.
And he puts it in a memo and files it away.
Just puts in the file. I remember it well.
Had you, in the course of meeting with Terry Britt in prison, what if you'd gotten some uneasy feelings about him? What if in the course of that interview you had said, you know what, wait a minute, something's not right here? What's your duty? What's your responsibility?
Depending on what it was, if it was a feeling as opposed to something he said, if he said it, and I thought it could in any way be exculpatory to the three defendants charged, immediately tell them.
Just like you did with every other bit of evidence that they had in this case.
I did.
Had they talked with him, you know?
Not that I know of. He seemed, I can tell you this, he seemed unaware that he was fixing to be transported to this courthouse and put on the stand once we rested our case. He seemed unaware.
He testified in front of the jury.
He did.
They heard it all.
They did.
They heard over 60 plus witnesses, correct? How many witnesses? I'm sorry. You good?
Yeah.
Over 60 some witnesses. How many witnesses did the defense call? You remember?
More than a handful. I can't tell you. 10. I'm guessing.
And the judge instructed the jury on credibility, on how to assess, on how to do their job, correct?
Yes.
Take the law, take the evidence, use your common sense, wrap it all together and come back. They were out 2 days, right?
They were out a long time.
Deliberating, thinking.
Felt like a long time.
Yep.
What are they on a sidebar already?
No, they're just coming in.
Ah.
Jury's not even in yet.
Ah.
Do something!
Wow.
Yeah.
Mandy's been busy during lunch.
That's very rude.
You are
That's very
unmuted.
nasty.
Hello? Hello?
Judge Judy there.
Thank you.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
I can take that comment down.
Do you understand, sir, you're still under oath?
No, I just need to move this.
And update the ticker.
Hello.
So before break, I was talking again about how you sell policies to individuals and families when it comes to life insurance.
Yes.
So when you're selling to a young married couple, both parties might have life insurance policies,
Yes.
and each of them would be the other one's beneficiary.
Yes.
Okay. And when people have kids, then that's another consideration because they want to make sure if something happens to one parent, the other parent and the children are okay.
Yes.
So in your role as a life insurance agent, would you categorize life insurance policies as something that's an investment for the whole family?
Sometimes.
Okay. And in this particular case, am I correct that all three children had whole life insurance policies as well?
Yes.
And Ana Walshe was the beneficiary of those.
Yes.
So she would have been the only one who could have taken out a loan against any of those policies.
Yes.
Okay. I was asking you before about how Mr. Walshe had been denied several times for health insurance.
Life insurance.
Life insurance.
Yes. Yeah. It's okay. Yes.
Sorry. So you had mentioned that Brian Walshe, I guess, requested life insurance online and you picked it up as a lead and you reached out to him.
Yes.
And you began applying for life insurance policies for him.
Yes.
When you began applying for life insurance policies for Brian Walshe, Ana Walshe did not apply for any life insurance policies.
Correct.
At some point, Ana Walshe did apply for a life insurance policy, and that was after Mr. Walshe consistently was denied because of his open federal case.
Correct.
How did it come about that Ana Walshe would apply for life insurance?
I don't remember the conversation.
Okay.
It probably was my recommendation.
So it was probably
There
your
you go.
recommendation that Ana applied because Mr. Walshe was getting denied.
Correct.
Okay. Is it customary once you sell a policy, I don't know if
That's all she wanted.
You might stay in touch with your clients if they ever have questions in the future about their policies or payouts or any beneficiary questions?
Yes.
So people can email you or call you and say, hey, I have a question about this policy, right?
Yes.
After
Exactly.
Ana Walshe and the children were insured in
I was
February
hoping
of
this was gonna happen.
2021, at no point did Mr. Walshe ever email or call you and say, hey, how do I? I'm just being
yeah.
a lady. Okay.
No, I apologize.
At no point did Mr. Walshe ever contact you to ask you about getting paid out on any of Ana Walshe's life insurance policies.
Correct.
Overruled. He can answer
Correct.
that question.
And at no point did Mr. Walshe ever contact you and ask you about taking out any loans or how to take out loans on any of the children's life insurance policies or Ana Walshe's life insurance policies.
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Questions?
Commonwealth's content.
The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jury, no, this was not about cashing in on her insurance. I mean, it's all you could do.
And the Commonwealth may call this next witness.
Commonwealth would call Davis Gould.
Because the whole reason that the state called him to imply that he wanted to get her life insurance money.
Don't worry about it.
So that was a big flop for the state.
Who's this little guy?
Oh, look, they had to give him a different chair, a higher chair.
They had to give him, he's a very little man.
They're like, you
Oh,
can't
sorry,
sit in
you
this
may
big
proceed.
chair as
Thank you,
everyone
Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name?
My name is Davis Gould. First name is spelled Davis.
Where do you work, sir?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Criminalistics and Crime Scene Response Unit.
All right, sir, lean right into that microphone, loud, clear voice. Thank you.
Sir, what is your role at the State Police Crime Lab?
I'm currently a forensic scientist 2 assigned to the Criminalistics Unit, where I perform lab work for biological analysis on evidence submitted to the laboratory. And I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the Crime Scene Response Unit, and I respond to crime scenes when called upon to assist with investigations.
How long have you been with the Crime Lab?
I've been with the Crime Laboratory for a little over 10 years.
And can you give us your educational background?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science degree from West Virginia University with a major of forensic and investigative science and a minor in biology.
And can you detail your history with the Crime Lab for us?
No, I can't.
I first started working at the Crime Laboratory in 2015 with the CODIS Collection and Investigative Unit. I was a lab technician. I was at that position for approximately a year and a half until a position opened up in the Criminalistics Unit, where I joined as a Forensic Scientist 1. There was about a 1-year-long training period where I went through various modules of training. And upon that completion, I was then promoted to Forensic Scientist 2, which is when I began working on cases.
And you said the CODIS unit, what is that, sir?
The CODIS unit is a unit at the State Police Crime Laboratory responsible for collecting DNA standards from individuals who are required by Massachusetts general law to supply standards to the state database.
Now, sir, you've said I think you kind of briefly told us that you work for 2 units and the difference, but if you could just help us figure this out. What's the difference between the Criminalistics Unit and the Crime Scene Response Unit?
Sure. So the Criminalistics Unit exclusively works in the laboratory. We get cases assigned to us by supervisors, and we then perform the necessary biological analysis on those cases based on the information provided to us. The Crime Scene Response Unit, everyone in the Criminalistics Unit is also in the Crime Scene Response Unit. That unit performs the same biological analysis and trace collections as well. However, we respond to the physical crime scenes when called upon to collect evidence, to perform testing, and then write reports.
Are you familiar with competency tests?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us what competency tests are?
Competency test is a final test that is conducted at the end of training. In the Criminalistics Unit, I went through a training period where there were separate modules, where each module is a particular discipline of forensic science. So blood testing, other bodily fluids, trace analysis, etc. And then upon completing each of those modules, there is a final exam at the end called a competency test, of which I passed prior to working on any cases at the laboratory.
So I think you might have answered my question, but you passed your competency tests?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with what's a proficiency test?
I am, yes.
Can you tell us what a proficiency test is opposed to a competency test?
The main difference is that a proficiency test is performed periodically in each discipline. So, for example, each year I take 2 proficiency tests in the biological screening field. I take 1 trace proficiency test as well, and that's administered through an exterior company that will send us a test to perform, and I'll perform the necessary test in that discipline and then write a report on my findings.
And sir, have you ever testified giving your opinion concerning evidence collection or analysis or forensic analysis of evidence?
Yes, I have.
In the crime lab, is it accredited?
Yes, it is.
What does it mean to be an accredited crime lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary process that the laboratory goes through. An outside agency looks at the standards and procedures that we follow, and that which are guidelines set by the greater scientific community and forensic community. There is a certificate that is given every 5 years that reasserts that we're accredited and adhering to the standards set forth by that agency.
I would like to ask some questions about January 9th, 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
And at about 2:35 that afternoon, where did you report to?
I reported to the Cohasset Police Department at approximately 2:35.
And why were you at the Cohasset Police Department?
I was requested to process a vehicle involved in an incident in Cohasset.
And was anyone else with you to process this vehicle?
Yes, there was.
Who?
I had a trainee with me at the time from the laboratory. He was going through the training period to become a crime scene responder. There were also members of the crime scene services section to take photographs, as well as members of the State Police Detective Unit.
Your Honor, I'm at this point in my examination, as I start questioning Mr. Gould, I'm going to be referring to a series of pre-marked exhibits that are photographs, starting at number 100 going to 128.
When you say they're pre-marked, are they pre-marked and agreed to by the other side?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. So when you offer them, identify what they are so there's a complete record of them. But at this time, they'll be moved into evidence 100 through 128.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, babe.
Yo.
I've decided we should start at 10 o'clock again.
Sir, I might have neglected to ask, did you pass those proficiency tests?
I've passed every proficiency test to date so far.
So,
did you?
Turning your attention back to January 9th, approximately 2:30
When you want to be
p.m. at the Cohasset Police Station in 2023. Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 100, file number 4239, published?
And he's gone.
Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the Volvo I examined on January 9th.
And where is it located, sir?
It's located at the Cohasset Police Department inside their garage.
Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 101, file number 4250? Sir, what is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the front of the same Volvo that I examined.
Now, how did you conduct an examination of the Volvo that day?
Initially, I did a sketch and diagram as well as take some notes based on the vehicle prior to any analysis. So what it looked like from the exterior before I went inside of it and before I started performing any sort of biological testing. I then gathered information from the investigators on scene that were pertinent to the case so that I could determine what forensic linkages I needed to be looking for, and then proceeded with those biological screening tests at that point.
What was the overall condition of the exterior of the vehicle?
Overall, the exterior was very clean. There was an apparent hair noted in the front passenger exterior door handle.
And what was the overall condition of the interior of the vehicle?
The interior was overall very clean with miscellaneous items throughout most of the vehicle.
Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 102, which is file number 4275? Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What did you see in the vehicle as far as child safety seats?
There were two child safety seats, one located in the second row on the passenger side and another seat located in the third row on the driver's side.
Now, sir, what did you observe as far as any staining inside the vehicle?
There were two areas of visible staining that I noted, one being a red-brown stain on the front driver's side visor, and then there was brown stains noted on the front passenger side visor.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 103, which is file number 4283? Sir, directing your attention to the screen, what is it that we're looking at?
This is a photograph of the stain, the red-brown stain on the driver's side visor that I had marked with a ruler and the letter A.
And so you're the person who would put that piece of tape there?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 104, which is file 4286? What is it that we're looking at here, sir?
Similarly, this is a photograph of the brown stains on the front passenger visor that I marked B with the ruler tape.
Now, what did you find as far as gloves on the passenger side of the car?
On the passenger side of the vehicle, on the floor, there were two examination-style gloves. In the front passenger door pocket, there were two additional exam-style gloves in a Ziploc bag. And in the center console, there was 16 exam-style gloves inside of the center console.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 105, which is file number 4279? Sir, did you see this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Can you show us where you found gloves on the passenger side?
I mean,
yes. So on the
gloves
right-hand side of the photograph on the floor, there are the light blue-colored gloves. Those would be the two gloves that I observed on the floor.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 106, which is file number 4258? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
And what is this an image of?
This is the open center console between the front driver and passenger seats with 16 examination-style gloves inside of it.
With the Volvo that afternoon, what were you able to do as far as any testing?
The testing I performed on the Volvo was the blood screening test we use at the laboratory. It is a color changing test involving 2 chemicals. I'll take a clean swab and apply it to any areas that I'm interested in determining if there is potential blood present. It is a screening test, so it does not confirm the presence of blood. Additional testing would be needed. But the color test allows us to visualize stains that we can't see. So I applied this test throughout multiple areas inside the vehicle, looking for blood that was not visible to the naked eye. When it's negative, the swabs don't change any color after I add the chemicals. If it's positive, it will turn a pinkish violet sort of color after the addition of the chemicals. And prior to performing all of those tests, I made sure that my chemicals were working by using a positive and negative control on those chemicals.
And can you tell us what items might trigger a positive that are not human blood?
Yes, so there are vegetables such as cauliflower that have a peroxidase reaction, which is the main reaction in our blood screening test. So that is the main sort of reaction we're looking for. So occasionally those vegetables or legumes such as beans, those are examples of items that can have that positive reaction as well that are not blood.
Now, with this test, were there any areas that tested positive?
Yes, there were.
What areas of the Volvo tested positive?
Of all the areas I examined, there were 5 that tested positive for blood screening. One was the front driver side seat controls for the front seat. There was an area on the second row passenger floor mat that tested positive.
Yeah, all
the third row passenger seat was folded down, and the back side of that screened positive for the presence of blood. And 2 additional areas on the mat that was in the trunk that was covering the trunk storage space. There was 2 mats, 1 area on each of them, test screened positive for the presence of blood. And these were areas that I did not observe any visible staining.
And sir, how many areas do you think you tested overall in the Volvo?
Overall, I would estimate approximately 40 to 50. I covered a lot of the contact areas, so steering wheels, door controls, the radio controls, handles, door pulls, the floor mats, the brake pedals, and many areas inside of the vehicle.
And so, did you have the opportunity to take any samples from the car?
Yes, I did.
And so, what did you take as far as samples from the Volvo that day?
From the Volvo, I collected the hair I previously mentioned, or the apparent hair that I mentioned from the exterior front passenger door handle. And then each of those 5 areas that screened positive for the presence of blood, I took samples from each of those individually for further testing back at the laboratory.
So can you walk us through, how do you take those samples? Like, how do you package them up? How does that work?
So the samples are collected with a set of swabs. I'll use a drop or 2 of clean water and apply it to the swabs. And then I'll take those swabs and go over those areas that screen positive to collect any sample that might be there. And then I'll put each of those samples into a glassine envelope, which then goes into a coin envelope that I'll transport back to the laboratory to be sealed and then stored properly for a further analysis.
How long do you think it took to examine the Volvo and collect the samples?
I would estimate it took me roughly 3.5 to 4 hours.
And after collecting the swabs, did you go back to the crime lab?
No, I did not.
Where did you go to next?
While I was examining the vehicle, I was requested to respond to 300 Forest Street in Peabody, Massachusetts.
What time do you think you got to 300 Forest Street?
I arrived there approximately 8:15 p.m.
And can you describe what 300 Forest Street in Peabody is?
300 Forest Street is a recycle and trash collection center located just off of Route 1.
And what did you see when you got to 300 Forest Street?
Mainly there was a large area where trash had been collected from various neighborhoods and areas, and there was a certain section of trash that had been separated from the larger piles that were there.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as Exhibit 107, HAS 6556? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
What is this an image of?
This is the entrance to the recycle and trash collection center, showing the mounds of garbage that are there.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have HAS 6564, what's been previously marked as Exhibit 108? And do you see this image, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is this an image of?
This is a continuation of the interior of the center.
And so the trash that you had the opportunity to see people going through, I'm going to direct your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 109. Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 109 6566? Was this mixed in with all the other stuff that we just saw, or is this somewhere else?
I'm unsure. This photo was taken prior to my arrival at the collection site.
Okay. But what is this a picture of?
This is a picture of a separated portion of the garbage in the center.
Now,
at least they've identified it as trash.
What did you see? What did you see as far as people searching or going through the trash that night?
By the time I arrived, the main search had already been done, and there was bags of trash that were beginning to be emptied and inventoried by crime scene services section and the detective unit that was there.
And so what was your role as far as dealing with these bags of trash that other officers were going through?
My main role was to assist with the other units that were present and to sift through the items in those bags to determine what items would be relevant for forensic analysis, and then which units would be responsible for taking those items back to the laboratory afterward.
And so what was the first thing that was done when a bag was opened, if there was some kind of evidentiary analysis that needed to be done on it?
The first thing that I did while the trash was being emptied was I had my notes where I noted the items that were coming out of the bags, and then I worked with the crime scene services section trooper there as well, who photographed those items as they were coming out of the bag as well.
And how many different bags of, is it fair to say that you numbered the bags that you found to have some kind of value to you that night?
The crime scene services section did use placards to denote the bags that they were removing and photographing.
All right. Ms. Gilman, can I ask that you publish what's previously been marked as Exhibit 51, file number 6?
So I just said I was taking over because we're not behind time anyway. Yes, thank you, people, for reminding me. I was muted so I didn't sniffle or sneeze in your ears. But while Bob's doing what he's doing, and especially since we're not behind time anyway, he can take over when he gets back. But I just want to say this is so frustrating. If I'm a juror, I am so frustrated that I'm having to hear all of this in such great detail when I have already been told by the defense that this defendant chopped up his wife's body and disposed of it around the town. So it's just too much. It's just too much. I think because of that, they maybe should have stipulated to some of this stuff and just focused on the stuff that matters. But I mean, it's like just so that's how I feel about it, everybody.
Publish was previously been marked as Exhibit 51, file number 6810.
Oh, babe, sorry, I took over because I was impatient and I wanted to complain.
Oh.
But you're right down there. You're right down there running. So if you want to mute it, then you can look. I'll mute it so you're not hearing it in your ears.
No, go ahead, play it.
But we can switch you in at any given time.
I'm good.
All right.
Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
All right. So what's happening in this image that night when you were at 300 Forest Street?
This is the contents of one of the trash bags that was separated at the center.
And Ms. Gilman, can you now show us Exhibit 52, file number 6867? So now what are we looking at in relation to that last image, sir?
Since that last photograph was taken, bench paper was put out onto the floor of the collection center in order to preserve the integrity of the evidence that we were collecting at that point.
They found all those little things.
if it went onto a piece of paper like this, was it going to be collected?
Potentially, yes.
And this bag, sir, that we see on the screen for Exhibit 52, did you have the opportunity to know what was inside this bag, bag 1?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what was discovered inside of bag 1?
Oh, that makes sense.
Inside of bag 1 was a pair of green boots, a black jacket with red-brown stains, and a bracelet inside of the pocket. There was a black purse with red-brown stains, a black wallet, and a pair of headphones inside of a case, as well as a pair of socks.
Was anything discovered as far as car keys?
Yes, there was a pair of Volkswagen keys as well.
Ms. Gilman, can we have
pads?
What's been marked as Exhibit 110, file number 6869?
Hey, guess what? It's
chicken butt.
Anna's, and Brian put it there.
Is this also the contents of that?
I'm sure he already knows this.
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 111, what's been marked as 6870? Are these also the contents of that bag?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to ask you about another bag that you found or had the opportunity to examine.
I was like, wait, they found all these little things just laying around.
Was there a trash bag with the designation 2?
Yes, there was.
What was discovered inside of bag 2?
Inside of bag 2 were 2 white towels with red-brown stains, as well as a piece of tape with apparent gauze and red-brown stains inside of it.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 1? Sir, is that one of the towels that was found inside of bag 2?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 113, file number 6902? Is that the second towel that was found inside the bag, sir?
Correct.
And what's the other items around the towel?
Those are miscellaneous tissues with red-brown stains.
Now, was there a bag 3?
Yes, there was.
What was discovered inside of bag 3?
Inside of bag 3 was a white bathrobe with red-brown stains.
Ms. Gilmer, 69, a picture of what was found, the bathrobe and found inside of bag 3?
Yes, it is.
Now,
so does that lead you to believe, well, I mean, I guess that could be his bathrobe, right? And maybe he put on his bathrobe. If it's her bathrobe,
that doesn't
it
seem.
looks kind of small, right?
Yeah, that can't be his.
Doesn't that lead you to believe she might have been in it when it started, or in the bathroom, or near it when it started? Or do you think he might have just used the bathrobe to wrap up some stuff? I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think?
It's hard to know.
Huh.
I mean, maybe she was in that bathrobe when he
The deed. Did the deed.
was there a bag 4?
There was.
What was discovered inside of bag 4?
Inside of bag 4 was a pair of gray slippers with red-brown stains, a pair of dark gray slippers with red-brown stains and trace materials, as well as apparent hairs with red-brown stains.
So, Ms. Gilman, if
All right. So now I am convinced she was wearing her robe and her slippers when whatever went down, went down. Right, babe?
Maybe.
Because, that's why he had to make it look like she got, dressed to leave. So make it like real clothes disappear. But I don't see why the robe and the slippers are brought in unless she's wearing them at the time, or she's near them at the time. Right? He's got nothing to say. He's like,
I'm doing something else, dude.
Oh.
Fuck, man.
Well, what do you guys think? What do you guys think?
Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
Directing your attention to this image, the slippers there, which ones are those in the top of it?
The slippers located at the top are the gray slippers.
And at the bottom, what is there next to the left of the jar?
There is a leather strap wristwatch located as well.
And you had said that there was a second pair of slippers that was recovered from that bag?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 116, file number 6929?
Maybe that's tissues
Sir,
trying
can
to
you tell us where the second pair of slippers is in this
clean
photo?
up blood.
Yes, at the bottom center of the photo, you'll see the dark gray slippers with the red-brown stains and trace material noted on the bottom of one of the slippers.
All right, give
What
us
is
the
trace
size.
material?
Trace material could reference a number of things. In this particular instance, it references the apparent hairs or fibers that I observed on the slippers.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 117, file number 6934? Sir, what is the trace material you saw that night when you were at 300 Forest Street?
In the photo on the right-hand side of the overturned slipper, there are the apparent hairs and fibers that I call trace materials located on the right-hand side at the toe end of the slipper.
Sir, I'd like to ask you some questions about bag number 5.
So who puts on their slippers to dismember a body?
This guy?
No, I think this shows us that whatever went down when they were both in their slippers. And, you know, I'm wondering why they haven't given us size yet, just to establish those are his, the others were hers. I mean, I think the others being hers goes without saying, given the way that they looked. And then the tissues, you know, I mean, they could have gotten into a fight in the bathroom. He pushes her, he shoves her, she smacks her head on an edge. You know, this is the kind of thing where, like, you know, you say to your kids, hey, if you're ever in a situation where someone accidentally dies, don't try to cover it up. Just call your parents or call the police, because it's best that you just fess up whatever the hell went down, because we'll never know, right? This could have been an accident.
What do you consider to be so what happens if a group of teenagers are out partying, they go buy a sack of blow, it's got the fentanyl in it, one of them dies?
No, they have a special freaking crime for that. It's like, no, they're all responsible. Not that I like it.
I mean,
but that's different.
I thought that was for the dealers.
Yeah, but I don't know. I got to look at it more, because I've seen it where the person who brings it, who bought it and bought it and then brought it, is getting charged. You know, I guess if you're the one that bought it and brought it to the party and shared it with others, and then you pass, maybe something different. But, you know, once you, yeah, like when were the kids dismembering bodies? Yeah, no, I don't know what kids those are, but it's just like all possible scenarios. You know, something goes awry. Don't try to cover it up. But yeah, this speaks to me that, you know, he's wearing his slippers when it happens. She's wearing her slippers when it happens. I don't know. But if it was an accident, such as they got into some sort of argument in the bathroom, you know, he yanks a towel away from her, she loses her footing, falls back, hits her head, you know.
Yeah.
And then you dismember the body, you're fucked. You're fucked.
Yeah. You're Brian Walshe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not suggesting it was an accident. I'm just saying, if it was, you fuck yourself when you try to hide it.
What did you observe inside of that? What did you observe produced from bag 5?
Bag number 5 contained pieces of rug with red-brown stains on some of the pieces.
Ms. Gilman, can we have, sir, what are we looking at here?
These are pieces of a rug with red-brown stains that I noted on 2 of the pieces.
So that's the
And
family
Ms.
room.
Gilman, can we have Exhibit 119? Where did you see the red-brown staining on the rugs?
On the
there?
2 leftmost pieces, the left piece has red-brown stains in the bottom right corner, and then the one in the center of the photo has red-brown stains on the majority of the piece of rug.
So, sir, after bag 5, did you have the opportunity to see anything produced from the 6th bag?
I did, yes.
What was produced from the 6th bag?
Inside the sixth bag was additional pieces of rug with red brown staining on those as well.
And besides red brown staining of rug, what was discovered as far as a Tyvek suit?
There was a white Tyvek suit discovered in the bag as well, along with a wrapper for a Tyvek suit.
Was anything else discovered as far as a safety goggles or anything like that?
Yes, safety goggles were discovered, as well as additional miscellaneous items.
Safety first when you're dismembering people.
Ms. Gilman, can we have exhibit?
You don't want to get.
Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
What is this an image of?
This is an image of the safety goggles and Tyvek suit wrappers that were found in bag number 6.
Can you tell us what a Tyvek suit is?
A Tyvek suit is typically a piece of personal protective equipment.
All right, so I'm just going to pause here, okay? So clearly, when the dismembering came about, he's putting on this Tyvek suit. He's got little footies. He's got all this shit. He's not putting on his fucking slippers and getting his slippers all dirty. Now, might he had his slippers under the Tyveks? You know, maybe. But again, I'm going to say, you know, he was wearing those slippers like when the unaliving happened. Or, you know, sometime before the dismembering, which, oh man, you might have to take over. I got like some shit popping up. Can you see that?
Where?
Yeah, you don't see this popped up in the middle of the screen? Oh no, because it's only on my end. It's telling me like I got too much shit open.
Oh no.
That's what it's telling me.
Not that one.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
So then what I was going to say is the other thing it tells us is that there was blood introduced to the area before the dismembering. To me, that's what it shows. Those bloody slippers. But, I mean, not beyond a reasonable doubt, I guess.
That one would wear in order to protect themselves from anything they might be working with.
Have you ever worn one?
I have, yes.
When would you wear one?
I have worn one specifically during training sessions where there are biological fluids that we are experimenting with.
Ms. Gilman, can we have exhibit 121, which is file number 695? This is an image of.
This is an image showing more of the pieces of the rug.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have exhibit number 122? What are we looking at here, sir?
This is a photograph of the lower half of the Tyvek suit from bag number 6.
That suit stayed pretty clean.
Did you have the opportunity to see the contents of a 7th bag that night?
Yes, I did.
What was inside the 7th? What was produced from the...
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, boy.
Your Honor, may I refer to my notes?
From the 7th bag.
Your Honor, may I refer to my notes?
Okay.
For $5.
The 7th bag contained a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, a ice pack, a blue flat sheet as well.
And sir, I neglected to ask you about the rug as well. I showed you one image, which was exhibit 121. So Ms. Gilman, can we have exhibit 123, file number?
This is another piece of the rug from bag number 6 containing red-brown stains with apparent tissue.
And what is apparent tissue? For those of, like, I don't know what that means. It's not like Kleenex, right?
That's correct. Apparent tissue from the forensic perspective is a material that may or may not resemble human skin tissue. In this particular instance, based on my observations, that's what I called it.
We might get flagged for this shit right here.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down and if we could have exhibit. And so, sir, does this represent the contents of the 7th bag?
Yes, it does.
And so in the upper center, what is that brown bottle?
It is a bottle of hydrogen peroxide.
And the cut up like labels off to the side, did you note what those were for?
I didn't note what they specifically were for. I grouped them under the miscellaneous items that were in this bag.
And now, sir, did you have the opportunity to see an 8th bag in the contents produced?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Gilman, can we have exhibit 125, which is, sir, what is it that we're looking at here?
This is a photograph of the contents of bag number 8.
And what was produced from bag number 8?
Bag number 8 contained a hammer, a pair of wire snips, a hatchet, and a hacksaw with red-brown stains on it.
That's what he's
And
using?
What are wire snips, and then what are shears?
They're sharpened tools that can be used to cut an item of interest.
So which one of those two objects is snips and which one is a shear?
The shears are located on the right-hand side of the photo. The
tiny
snips are
hatchet.
located in the center between the hacksaw and the hatchet.
Oh my God.
I mean, at first I thought everything just looked smaller, but next to that
No,
tape,
man.
right.
I mean, right.
And I don't know why I thought a hacksaw was something much more
Hey,
involved
that's
than
a
just
small hacksaw.
regular
too.
old saw.
Fuck. Jesus.
Mm.
That must have taken this dude for like hours and hours and hours and hours. Oh my God.
Mm.
What a
Awful. Disgusting.
gruesome.
Hey, okay.
Now, sir, I want to ask you about bag 10. Skip it. What was
Skip 9?
The 10th bag contained a large piece of tarp that was taped together. So multiple pieces were taped together to form a larger tarp.
Ms. Gilman, can we have exhibits? This what the 10th bag looked like, sir?
Prior to opening the contents, yes.
And
oh no.
Ms. Gilman, can we have exhibit 127?
This is a photograph of protective booties that are worn over the bottoms of shoes.
And where were those recovered from, sir?
Those were also recovered in bag 10 once the contents were
How are
empty.
they all so clean?
And Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been previously in 029? What is this, sir?
This is a photograph of the tarp from bag number 10 as it was being unfurled from the bag.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have what is this image of, sir?
This is an image of additional items from bag number 10, one of them being an apparent piece of insulation and then
Whoop,
some
the
scraps
attic.
from containers.
The attic has entered the courtroom.
Mm.
There's that insulation. All right. So the body was definitely in the attic. All right.
So, sir, what was done with all of these items?
The items that were taken out of all the bags, we discussed amongst the crime scene services section, detective unit, and myself, which items would be going to which units first for analysis. Items of evidence that would be going straight to the criminalistics unit for analysis, I would be collecting. Items that would be analyzed for potential prints would be going with the crime scene services section, and state police detective unit would be responsible for the remaining items.
So, what items, well, at this point in time, I'd like to ask you something, sir. Are you familiar with what's called the LIMS system for the crime lab?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us what the LIMS system is?
LIMS stands for the Laboratory Information Management System. It is a software program that we utilize in order to track items of evidence that have been submitted to the laboratory and then their chain of custody history as they move throughout the laboratory.
And so,
I am sorry if I am a juror, you could not convince me that any normal human being, just because they are afraid they might get blamed, would take all these steps. It's too much. It's too fucking much. There he goes. He's like, I'm going to yawn off camera.
Why you have to fucking like
Well, because you came back, we could all see it.
commentary everything I do.
We could all see it. And he's stretching.
Bobby,
and his mouth is moving.
Right. What? Huh?
After you had the opportunity to collect items that night, where did you go?
At that point, I left the facility and went to the laboratory in Danvers and submitted items of evidence there under lab number 23-00596.
So that number, that's for the overall case that you're assigned to at this point in time, right?
That's correct.
So what happens as far as when you make a submission of a piece of
right
evidence into the LIMS system?
Once the evidence has been submitted into the laboratory information management system, I then make assignments for myself to write a report based on what I collected from that scene, as well as assignments for the criminalistics unit for any items that need to be analyzed in the criminalistics unit as well. Every item is then appropriately packaged and or dried if it's wet, and then eventually transported to the appropriate storage facility.
And so I'd like to ask you about some of the LIMS numbers that you were able to assign objects that you entered into the evidence. Your Honor, if it may be with the court's approval and with no objection from defense, would he be able to refer to his report during this portion?
Any objection?
No.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, what item number under LIMS did the swabs from the driver's seat controls get?
Those swabs were given item number 9-1, 9 referring to the submission and 1 being the first item under that submission.
And what item number did the swabs from the rear passenger seat floor mat get?
The rear passenger side floor mat was given 9-2.
I'm achy and wish I could stretch. Just thought everyone would want to know this information. It's like, I can't really, like, even with or without this thing on, like, the stretching hurts. Like, even other parts of my body. That's more interesting than what this guy's saying, right?
Yes, it is.
Oh, thanks, babe. I might have you take over so I can go stretch or do something.
Yeah, go stretch. Go stretch.
What LIMS number did the swabs from the rear passenger third row seat get?
9-3.
What was the LIMS number for the swabs from trunk mat 1?
Trunk mat 1 was 9-4.
What was the LIMS number for the swabs from trunk mat 2?
9-5.
What was the item number for the swabs from the red-brown stain with the letter A?
9-6.
What was the item number for the hair sample you got from the door of the Volvo?
9-7.
What was the LIMS number?
Just so you know why he's doing this is so that when they get the next person on that did the analysis, they can use both numbers. They can refer to both numbers. And you know, it's just like for the record so that it's in there because the whoever analyzes this stuff and runs the tests is going to say it came in with this number and we gave it this number, but she didn't actually give it that first number. So now you got this guy saying, I gave it that first number. And it's all going to track. So all the things that didn't add up some in the Karen Reed case, but you know.
For the swabs, for the gloves, I'm sorry, what was the LIMS number for the gloves from the floor?
From the front passenger floor, it was 9-8.
And what was the LIMS number for the Ziploc bag in the passenger door pocket?
9-9.
And what was the LIMS number for the gloves in the center console?
9-10.
Now, did you seize any Band-Aids from the floor of that vehicle?
Hello? Bob, do something.
Andy's having fun.
Sounds exactly like Allie.
Are you trying to get me to pause? What's happening? I don't even know who texts who. We both got, she's making this sound. I don't have a text. Here, I'm putting you up.
Oh, wait.
Oh, is that you? You have control now?
They said you guys can't hear that?
No, there's no sound if you're playing it.
Wait, oh. Yeah,
Wait,
I was playing
what'd you do with it?
Well,
Where'd it go?
I took it down to reshare it because I could hear it fine.
And I could hear it because I still thought I was controlling it. So my sound was playing in my ears.
All right, let me know if y'all can hear this. Let me bloop it back. Well, before I do that, let's see.
Limbs number did they get?
Those were given item 9-11.
Yeah,
Now,
can you guys hear that?
they can.
directing your attention to the items from 300 Forest Street. What was the limbs number for the black jacket from bag number 1?
9-12.
And what was the limbs number for the bracelet from the left pocket of that jacket?
9-13.
What was the limbs number for the black purse in bag 1?
9-14.
And what was the number for the black wallet from bag 1?
Maybe bloop it once.
9-15.
Just giving numbers.
What number did the pair of
Give us a bloop.
boots get from
Captions.
Volkswagen Keys
Fine.
get?
9-17.
And what limbs number did the headphones, did you find headphones that night?
There were headphones inside of a case, yes.
Captions are way
And what
high.
number did they get?
They were 9-18.
What item number did referring to bag 2, what did you discover as far as any gauze?
Inside of bag 2 was a piece of tape that had gauze inside of the tape. So the non-adhesive side was on the exterior, and then the gauze was on the interior of that tape. And the gauze appeared to be red brown stained. 20.
And regarding the wipes that you found from bag 2, what was the item number they got?
They were 9-21.
Bag 2, what numbers did they get?
The white towel, one of them was 9-22 and the other was 9-23.
Okay.
The white bathrobe with red brown stains was 9-24.
That was in bag 4?
9-25.
This is
Sir,
clearly
what
end
about
of
the
case.
gray slippers with red brown stains from bag 4? What limbs number did they get?
Gray slippers were 9-26.
And then there was a second pair of slippers.
I wonder if
Were
he
they the dark
fucked
gray
up.
slippers?
We're supposed to do this.
All right, so what did the dark gray slippers with trace material get as a limbs number?
9-27.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
And
How dare you, man? How dare you?
was there any hair samples recovered from bag 4?
Yes, there was.
What was recovered as far as a hair sample?
Okay, here we
There
go.
was apparent hairs with red brown stains that were not on the slippers. They were just loose inside of the bag. I collected those as well.
And what item number did they get?
They were given 9-28.
And any wipes recovered from bag 4?
Yes, correct.
And what did they get for an item number?
9-29.
And in the images from that bag, was there a sponge?
There was, yes, a sponge with a wipe stuffed into it.
And what item number did that get?
This guy
That was
up.
given number 9-30.
Sure, he didn't mean to do it. If he meant to
And
do
was
it,
anything
he's an
retrieved
asshole.
as far as cuttings, or I shouldn't say that, what was the item number given to the pieces of rug from bag 5?
From bag number 5, I took a cutting myself from the red brown stains that were seen on those pieces of rug. That cutting was given 9-31.
What item number did the Tyvek suit get?
9-32.
And in bag 6, what number did the hand towel get?
9-33.
Bloop, bloop.
Wow. I thought you were going to stretch.
So, sir, now I'd like to show you some of these objects.
I see.
Blooping.
I think that he
Blooping.
fucked up, the prosecutor, and was probably supposed to get the item numbers in as he was first talking about all of this, but he's just got to get them in just so that they've been put, into evidence. And the defense doesn't argue, well, we don't know that that's the same item because they never put the fucking guy on to say that this item number was this before it went over to the lab.
Oh, no. Oh, my God. CW lost her favorite crochet hook.
Well, that is sad.
Oh, no.
Look,
Oh, no.
watch, what are the shades of Brian Walsh's face? That little red splotch next to his ear gets brighter and lighter as the day goes, depending
Scarlett Johansson.
on what happened to the blooping now. We're done.
Maybe.
Might be out.
Oh, there we go.
I'm just gonna be walking back and forth to grab certain objects. And I apologize if I appear to be a ping pong ball, but I think that's probably going to be the
I
easiest.
was like, I don't care.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the court reporter, I'll see my voice up. Sir, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand you an item that's in the bag.
Somebody
I'm
stole
gonna
my
ask you to
fucking
recognize
tiny
the
hands
bag
from
and
his
open it up.
desk.
I'm not going to ask you to produce anything from the bag, okay?
Yep.
All right, thank you, sir. So the first item I'm handing you is a manila envelope. Do you recognize that?
Oh,
Yes, I do.
What
thank
is it,
God, CW.
This is a manila envelope containing the COVID card of Ana Walshe that I recovered from the scene.
Can you open that envelope and determine if that object is inside it?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would seek to have this envelope marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Is it 129 we're at?
Yes, Your Honor.
The COVID card will be, or the exhibit with pouch that contains the COVID card
Oh.
is now in evidence as 129. Jurors, I do expect that there's going to be a series based on.
No, I haven't.
At the side of the bench, there's going to be a series of.
The fucking turd's probably going to get a new trial because of that moronic clerk.
That are going to, the Commonwealth's going to move in to evidence. And those bags, to the extent that they are admitted as evidence, will go back with you in the jury room for you to examine as you need during your deliberations.
Mm-hmm.
But my understanding.
They're like, not the bloody shit, right?
And when they go back with you, you'll have proper gloves, just like the witness now has. All right? Thank you.
Hi, FaceTime a
Sir,
friend to help her
recognize
find her
this bag?
glasses.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the bag of keys and headphones that I recovered at the scene.
Could you open it and
See
confirm
'em?
those items are inside that bag?
It looks like he just decided to do it this way. Like
Oh my God, with the crinkling. Fuck
yeah,
that.
to get all of the, to discuss it all.
Might be out.
Jack.
Why
Of
didn't they
that
do this
is now in
contemporaneously? I don't
What is
understand.
that? In that bag?
Well, both.
So he gets all the fucking EV numbers and
So
now
I think what he wanted to do in retrospect now is that he wanted to talk about everything at one time and not bore everybody with all of the, here's the item number, here's the bag, here's the this, and then move to the next item. So he took his chances and decided to get everything in fluidly with the narrative and then just kind of repeat
Sir,
everything
handing you a
now.
bag and that outside.
My initials, my trainee's initials, and the date.
33.
So Bob's zipping past this because this is all
Yes,
the
there's a
stuff he's already
bracelet inside.
testified about. And
Yeah,
he's
this
just
is the shit we literally just heard them going
right.
through.
This
It's
is all
ridiculous.
the chain of
This is the
evidence.
actual
stuff.
evidence.
Right. I put it in. This has got my signature on. This is where it went after that. You know how they track shit. Sometimes in Massachusetts, and sometimes they don't.
Where are the solo cups? What the fuck? All right. Like no one wants to hear these crinkling bags, right? If you
No.
do, tough shit. I do not want to hear the crinkling bags. I
Right.
feel like we're gonna get fucked and have to listen to some of it anyway.
Yeah, you're gonna run out of time anyway.
Oh my God. Huge
Sidebar.
sacks. Purse and
Sidebar.
wallet bag. Look at this guy.
Right
Sitting
now, his little red cheek flare up is kind of neutral.
it should be like fucking flaming red as he's looking all the bags of his
It should be.
fucking just gruesome shit, man. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
You're at real time, my love. Face it.
Oh my God.
So, speaking of which, I'm back to deciding that what we should do is start at 10. You might need to refresh at this point. Oh, there it goes. It's live. So that we have all of our blooping. We can go faster when it's stuff like this. I don't think we lost anybody because people didn't come. A lot of people didn't come till later anyway.
Hey, Bert.
And it's just better. Cuts down the time everybody's got to sit in front of their screen.
I think people like watched it on different channels and they came and re-watched it with us, which is insane.
No, because like you said, it
I'm producing another bag to you and ask you to recognize that.
Just mute it while they're doing all this.
Yes, I do.
Turn the sound down.
What is that bag, sir?
This bag contains
talk
a
over it.
white bathrobe with red brown stains that I recovered from bag number 3.
Could you open that bag and confirm what the bag inside?
Yes, it is.
So what we're trying to say is like, you've seen it where they do that, okay, what was found in bag 1? And then they would do all this, the item number, bring the bag over. Is this it? That's it. Okay. Introducing the evidence. And then, it makes the whole everything they found process so much longer. So this prosecutor decided, I'm going to talk about everything they found, and then I'm going to go back and redo everything. What I don't know is why he couldn't have, instead of doing that item number thing that he just did, why he couldn't have done that item number thing while he was doing this EV bag number thing, opening the bags, confirming that it's him. Like, that seems silly. Yeah.
Sorry. I can't wait to play that when he's on the stand. A whole bunch. I've muted it if you haven't figured that out.
Yeah.
We can just watch him. He's getting close. Looks like he's getting close to the end here. This is like Christmas at the Mata house. With all the gifts.
Right, and if it like in the Karen Reed case, it actually made a difference, like what was in the bag and what time it got in the bag and all of that stuff. But in this case, it makes no difference. Defendant admits he put that stuff there. So,
Good question, Tracy. Thank you.
What'd she say? Do a poll. Oh, that's Brian. Wait, what are we doing? A poll about?
Screws to Mandy. She said, "How's the merch coming, Mandy?"
All right, let's go over some of these. Did you do all of these? I know we talked about Wildcats thing. Did you do Boris? Were the searches deleted? If not, maybe the argument would be he would have deleted them. Yeah, they weren't deleted. And that is the argument. If he was really trying to hide it, he would have at least tried to delete it. Unsolved Amy Boston, member for 3 months. Thanks for your continued support. Happy holidays. I know we talked about this earlier, but Lady, what is that? Voronkova.
Voronkova.
I can't take this woman seriously when all I hear is Jennifer Coolidge talking, and that was the female prosecutor. We talked about that. The MILF from American Pie. Paul gifted 1 Defense Diary membership. Thank you.
What a guy.
Kaylee letting us know that this male prosecutor right here turned down the Karen Reed retrial. And
He's
thank
like,
you
pass.
for your continued support. Melissa, member for 7 months. Thanks for your continued support. Thanks for keeping me company while I decorate. Nice, nice. I wish we were decorating. We got to get this house Christmassy, for God's sakes. Mama to SL, love you. Thanks for your continued support.
Is that the royal we? Yeah.
I can put things around with one hand for sure.
Old one arm over here. It's got a peg leg at the end of stumpa. Shake. Yo, rumpa.
Yeah.
Mandy, what the fuck are you up to? Don't make me throw you up on screen, girl.
Where'd she go? I don't even see her.
She's over there.
Oh, there she is. Let me just remove my...
She's doing some shit. I don't know what she's doing.
There she is. Now I see her in this.
I see her delightful Christmas tree.
Yeah, should we put you up, Mandy? Give me a thumbs up.
Did she give a thumbs up?
I don't know. Her hand's blurry. She moved it. Oh, she gave the thumbs up.
She did give a thumb. Aw.
Ah. There's Mandy's screen. You're muted.
You're muted.
She won't let me unmute her. Oh.
I unmuted her.
We still can't hear you.
I know, we can't hear you, Mandy.
She's just moving her mouth around. Hi.
Hi.
Your Christmas tree back there.
It's
Hi.
beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
Oh, okay. So they want to do a poll about the
Everywhere.
start time, Eastern Standard Time start time. I say we start 2 hours later, gets us through the lunch, through the break.
2 hours later?
Yeah. And then we got some, because once we start blooping and watching certain things faster, like, wouldn't you have liked to have watched all that Uber and Lyft testimony on like 1.25 at least?
Yeah, at least.
I mean, I would have wanted it even faster, but we knew where it was going and it was completely unimportant. This shit
Look
right
at
here,
all those bags.
Yeah.
of all the things that he already talked about.
The bags of misery. All right, let's see.
Because this morning you said, I was like, well, there's not a lot of people here. And you're like, oh, they'll be coming in. So I think that's what happened is people came in later when they were like
Well,
ready.
I think a lot of people were over at Auntie Dubs.
Oh.
But he does have class every morning.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Maybe a lot of people just woke up. Like,
Right. That's what I'm saying. You know, who wants to wake up at the crack of dawn?
Nobody has to twist my fucking arm to not come on at 8 a.m. Trust me. Like I'll happily not come on. All right, so I'll give the 3 options. And these are gonna be
Oh, because it starts at 9. When I'm saying 10, it would be 11 Eastern time, right?
Oh, I'm not what? No, that's too late. Should I do it in Eastern or Central?
you
Just
do it in what your time zone.
do it in.
All right, so this is going to be in our time zone. Eastern is
No,
obviously.
just say 2 hours after the trial actually starts to give 2
No.
hours of buffing time, of blooping time.
Rejected.
Okay,
Rejected
sir.
that. Idiot. All right, so we're going to do. So these are Central time, unless you're my wife and you still don't know that.
It's always earlier as you go west. I get it conceptually, just somehow I still.
It just it will not register to me, and I don't know what the fuck it is. She's like, wait. So Allie grew up in Philly, and she's been living here for 20 years at least. She's like, wait, so they're an hour
No,
before us?
that's I never say that. I
Oh
just
my
say
God, yes you do.
it's
Yes, you
whatchamacallit
do.
time.
I'm being gaslit right here.
No, but then I'll be like, all right, they're an hour before us. I'll be saying that part. That part I know out loud.
But they're an hour. Yeah, I mean, like
We're an hour
it's an
earlier
hour-
than them.
We're an hour
Right.
earlier than they are.
And California's 2 hours earlier. 3
All
hours
right,
earlier.
everybody
than
needs to
2 from
vote.
us.
If you don't vote, I'm coming to your house, and there's going to be big trouble.
California is 2 hours.
Yes.
From Central Time, but 3 hours from Eastern Time.
Listen, everybody just worry about your own time zone. Okay.
So from me, yeah, from here where I'm at right now.
Salty
2
Mom, that
hours.
would be 9 a.m. for us.
What would be? Oh, when
Make that vote. Do the votes.
no, we're not doing just 1 hour. Is stupid.
Wait, what?
I think we need at least an hour and a half.
Yeah, but you're not accounting for all the pausing we'll be doing during the stream as
But
well.
then there's that hour of lunch.
Yeah, that's the built-in. That thing's right there for you.
Right. So you need more than an hour, is what I'm saying.
And what I'm
because of
saying
all
is
the
it will
pausing we'll
build
be
up
doing.
like, half
Yeah,
hour
but
at least.
we're also trying to bloop and go faster for some witnesses. So
If you do military time, is it the same everywhere?
no.
No. No, yeah, actually it is.
No.
It is. What? Yes,
No.
it is.
No. Well, if it's 9 o'clock somewhere and 8 o'clock somewhere else, that's 2 different military times. 0900, 0800.
Well, I mean, military time is just military time, though. But yeah,
Y'all are
it's
being
still, there's
goofy right
still an
now.
hour. There's still an hour delay.
I do
Hour delay.
time zones about as good as I do prison math.
Oh, I know.
Okay, wait. This trial's really going.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
Unmute, bloop back.
Tipton's crossing here.
Hold on, guys. We'll go back.
Yeah, we don't want to miss this.
Make sure there wasn't some last bombshell of a question that he asked.
Examination.
Go back. Make sure there wasn't some last bombshell question he asked.
No.
Oh,
Bag,
no. Okay.
Bag.
Then he conferred with people. and
I
then he
get
was
stuck
done.
with some menial shit. Okay, you're gonna do the chump shit.
Is that
Thanks.
a Harry Potter tie?
Who?
Is he wearing a Harry Potter tie?
Who?
I know, I miss wearing all my Christmas ties, all my Jerry Garcia Christmas ties.
Yes?
Consults with counsel. No
That
more
guy's
questions?
strutting through the courtroom.
There's good old Larry.
And we're done.
Why don't I hear it?
Because they're whispering.
What?
They're conferring. Do I need to ask anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh, I was
Thank you.
watching the
Cross?
YouTube. Which is ahead of
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Finally.
Oh, my apologies. Sorry about that.
Jeebus.
Jesus, they act
brutal.
like this courtroom is as big as a football field.
It's way bigger than that fucking shoebox that they tried reading in. I'll tell you that.
What is this Kevin Bacon hair we have on this guy?
I don't know. You forgot the face.
Mr.
though.
Gould's fine.
So you told us as you began your testimony that when you went to the scene
What about Mountain Time?
of the, where all the trash and everything was, that there was, people were collecting bags. At one point, you had to then take out some of the evidence and put it on paper to quote, preserve the integrity of the evidence.
Yes.
And when we talk about preserve the integrity of the evidence, what we're trying to do is what all of you are trying to do is make sure that you keep it in the same condition that it was in when you found it, correct?
Exactly. Yes.
Now, do you know anything about a trash compactor that was taken to that area before you arrived?
I don't know any specifics about a trash compactor. No.
So can you tell the jury if you have any information?
Mountain Time's an hour before us.
Wow, we're going to keep going on this.
Mountain
Time changes.
What?
I don't know. Sometimes, like in Colorado, I don't know.
No. Wrong. With the capital R.
That some of this evidence has been introduced that was taken out of a dumpster there, that it had first been in a compactor and then transferred to the dumpster? Or you just?
I do not know.
I don't know.
When you talk about the integrity of the evidence, it also includes trying to preserve the fact, as best you can, of how a particular item.
How do I do that?
Is not stained by another item. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say. Yes.
So when you're handling this evidence that you're collecting, you're really taking care not to have one item touch another item, because you don't want a transfer between biological evidence between item 1 and item 2, correct?
Correct. To the best of my ability. Yes.
Sure. And
we can have a contest. Everybody who will post their Christmas tree, and Al and I will judge which one we like the most, and then that winner wins a sticker package. Oh, yeah, Christmas tree. Christmas tree.
But we can't look at their names. We have to just.
And in the collection of this evidence, it's fair to say, isn't it, Mr. Gould, that you have no way of knowing before you were able to begin your examination of these items at the scene, how they had come into contact with each other, either within a bag or just being pulled out by people before you arrived.
Yeah.
Before I arrived, correct.
Weird.
And there is such a thing in your expertise in forensics that includes characterization of transfer of biological.
Kai, I'm very clear on time zones. Only Allie needs help with that. Trust me. New York, East Coast is an hour ahead of us. Mountain Time is an hour behind us, and West Coast is 2 hours behind us. It's that simple. When we're talking the other side of the pond, though, it's a little trickier. 6, 7.
All right, I'm leaving the stretch.
That is within the realm of our responsibilities. Yes.
And what that simply means is that one item that has some either biological evidence or something else, if it comes into contact with another item, it can transfer that to the other item. So item A that may have had a red-brown stain on it, I transfer some of that red-brown stain to item B, whereas before, item B never had a red brown stain.
That's correct. And the term we would use for that is called low cards exchange principle.
And that would include, for instance, if you were looking at a pair of slippers like we have in this case, and you see in one of the photographs that there looks to be apparent hairs attached to the slippers. It could very well be that those hairs that are seen attached to the slipper, they could have transferred to that slipper because they were already in the bag or they came into contact with something else.
Absolutely, yes.
And so it's fair to say then that when you're out there, very careful, and with all the training and experience you have, there's no way for you to be able to tell a jury, with regards to this specific case, how exactly some of this red-brown stain or biological evidence actually came to be on any piece of evidence.
Correct. I cannot say the manner of deposition. I can only confirm its presence.
And so it's fair to say, isn't it, that there could very well be some of this evidence that now, when you look upon it, it has a red-brown stain on it. That red-brown stain may not have been on that piece of evidence when it was, in fact, initially placed into, for example, a black bag.
That's possible, yes.
In the photographs that were introduced of the scene where you went with all that trash and garbage, it's fair to say that a lot of that trash and garbage had absolutely nothing to do with this case.
Correct.
How did you differentiate at the scene what applied to this case and what didn't apply to this case?
Mainly once the discovery was made of red-brown stains on items, I was looking for any items of interest that might be in with those bags that have those red-brown stains on them as well, to try to establish any potential biological connections with the items in those bags.
And we saw a lot of photographs, but some of the photographs appeared to have some of the items that were eventually taken into custody by you and given a lens number, like you described for the jury. Some of those items, when they were first taken out of the bags, it looks to me like they were placed directly onto the floor of that warehouse.
Yes, they do.
And the floor of the warehouse actually looks somewhat damp in the photographs.
It does, yes.
And it was in fact damp.
I can't recall exactly the conditions, but it is the floor of the facility, yes.
And so it's fair to say that a lot of terrible question, I apologize. It's fair to say that you have no idea what was originally on the floor of that warehouse before you arrived.
Correct.
You just know that it had the appearance, it may have been damp, but you don't know what caused the damage.
That's correct.
And then these items were placed on that. Items, like for instance, the items have been admitted into evidence here, and they could have been then be caused to be dampened by what was on the floor of that warehouse.
That's possible, yes.
And then what happened was, once again, in your very earnest desire to preserve the integrity of the evidence, you then took a lot of this physical pieces of evidence and you placed them on, what do we call it, paper?
Yes, we would refer to the white parchment paper, typically in the lab as bench paper.
Bench paper. And that's what we see in the photographs.
Yes.
And then, after you collected these items,
I don't get what he's doing, where he's going.
Transported to the lab at the Mass State Police.
Yes.
And I thought I heard you testify that you had transported to various parts of the lab?
The evidence, I believe what I had said was that the evidence will eventually travel to its respective facility where it needs to be stored. But I did submit at one laboratory with all the items.
You did?
Yes.
And after you transported the items to the lab, did you have any further, did you do any further work on these items?
No, I did not.
Well, thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
He gone.
He's like, I don't have shit planned now.
I ain't got shit.
Got through this
We
real
burned
quick.
through them.
Yeah.
Class might get dismissed
He
early.
looks like a cockatiel. Like, what the fuck is that cockatiel hair he has?
If you were to
Kinda
watch this
cockatiel-y.
dude in the shower, his fucking like comb over, his front to back comb over would be down to his chin. All he does, so he's got those are all his front bangs that he combs all the way back over his head. That's what the fuck's
Super
happening.
comb over.
Like seriously, like if you push that shit forward,
Or maybe it's a rug. I don't know if
he'd
they
look
let you
like
have
Cousin It from the
rugs in
fucking
prison,
Monsters.
jail.
I mean,
He's got that cot bouffant.
he got his butter whipped before fucking court, though. I'll tell you that.
Look at him.
With his baby Gap sweater for his tiny arms.
Wait, is that a sweater?
I thought it was a suit.
I don't know what it is.
is.
There's a weird seam on the back, like along his shoulders that I can see on my screen. It's weird. I don't know what it is. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
He's just such a weirdo. Like,
He's a fucking creep with his fucking hook nose.
in
Jesus Christ.
Ana, it was just like
A delight.
a dime. Like,
I mean, he
successful,
way,
beautiful.
yeah, he way outkicked his coverage with her. I don't know what the fuck this guy's doing, man. Fucking selling bunk Warhols, walking around with that fucking hook nose.
What's everybody saying in the poll?
Oh, let's see. The poll. If only let's see, we got 104. Wait, the votes are gathering up. So 144 votes. It's 22% say 8 o'clock a.m. Central Standard. 9 a.m. Central Standard is 45%. That's leading. And then 10 a.m. Central Standard is at 33.
So either one of those two. 8 a.m.'s out.
Out.
By a long shot.
You out, motherfucker.
So does this judge do full days?
What says Ted? What? Well, she stops at 4 on the dime.
It must be like a Massachusetts thing. Or are we in Norfolk?
Are we in Norfolk? Jesus Christ.
Are we in Dedham? Are we in Dedham?
How many
Norfolk.
fucking Massachusetts cases do we
We're not in
Norfolk.
Peabody.
Dedham?
Dedham. You got that one pretty good. Dedham.
Peabody.
Go to fucking Dedham.
What's Peabody?
Peabody.
Cohasset. Let's go to fucking Cohasset. Fucking Norfolk.
Peabody, it's what teenagers go through.
Oh.
Wow. There it is. Norfolk.
Jurors, I'm going to send you on your way today.
Yep.
And I was talking to the lawyers just now about what the schedule is.
We're ahead of
for
time.
the rest of the week, because I'd like to let you know, because I know
I'm
ever mindful of the sacrifice you're making to be here to serve as jurors in this case. So here's the rest of the week.
Oh.
I expect tomorrow will be a full day,
Full
9
day.
to 4. And then on Friday, I think I told many of you during impanelment, seems like a long time ago, so you may not remember, that my plan always was to go 9 to 1 while the evidence was presented.
What the
Friday.
fuck?
And that's frankly
Saturdays?
my own education to let me continue with the other cases.
No, Friday, she said.
So I see them on
Right?
Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
When I have a longer case.
Oh.
So that's what I'm going to be doing Friday afternoon. But what it means for you is our day.
Sarah
on
said to
Friday
say
will likely be just 9
Worcester.
to 1.
Oh.
Right? So you have a layout.
Wait,
Parties tell
y'all
me
are
so
fucking
far we're
talking
right
to
on
her
schedule.
shit. Hold on.
Half a day on,
Wait, hold
Party
on.
will likely, so that's why.
half a day on
your own
Fridays.
Education to let me continue with the other cases that are in this session. So I see them on Friday afternoon when I have a longer case. So that's what I'm going to be doing Friday afternoon. But what it means for you is our day on Friday will likely be just 9 to 1.
Beautiful.
All right. So you have a layout. Parties tell me so far we're right on schedule, maybe a little ahead of schedule. So I try to keep you informed, because again, I know the sacrifice you make. Have a good night, but before you leave, I remind you. First, don't do any research about this case. Don't go on social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case.
When's Aiden's case? On the 5th?
To have open minds as you listen to the evidence.
I think so.
Good night, and I'll see you back here tomorrow, ready to work.
All rise for the court, please.
Got any bloops, babe? See what they talk about, if
That would
anything.
be good if we could bounce over to Aiden shit, because this is always in the afternoon. Friday. I think today.
So did we catch everything that she was saying? Because I was talking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes,
no,
tomorrow's a
it's,
full day,
Friday, half day.
and it sounds like all Fridays half a day.
So that'll end at noon for us, high noon on Friday.
Well, but we're going to be...
Maybe not Friday if it's going to be ending at noon. I just assume no lunch.
Yeah. No, actually, it seems like they're going to do it every Friday. That this judge hears her call. Her
This
regular.
thing
Back to a
going
couple of
past-
things we spoke about earlier
Not
today.
going past next Friday. Not a chance.
So the Commonwealth's motion with regard to the guilty plea was filed on Sunday night.
Here we go.
And I frankly had asked Madam Clerk if she could check, because my recollection was that the defendant never filed a written, I know you've been busy. I just want to make sure I have all the paper in front of me. Is it correct that you have not filed a written opposition?
I haven't had the chance to address it, but I will have something emailed to the court by tomorrow morning.
Okay. And so here's, with regard to that, let me focus you a little bit more precisely, which is.
That's so nice when they do that.
I want that to address.
So yeah, which case is up for Aiden?
Wait,
the only one I give a shit about in terms of wanting to watch it.
There's only one left, babe.
Is that for certain?
I mean, the other case is
Everybody
gone.
says that shit, but he had multiple cases. Like there was not just one other case. There was multiple other cases.
Oh, I don't know then.
That's what I'm saying. Like I want, I'm the witness intimidation shit's the one that
We're watching whatever Aiden's got going. I made a decision Friday, 2 p.m.
Yeah, we'll watch it.
But
okay.
the judge is about to give them some direction on what she wants them to address, specifically with regard to whether or not this defendant's guilty pleas comes before this jury.
I just want you to know, OJP, outside the jury's presence. Isn't that handy the way they put that there?
What relevance does the defendant's plea of guilty, not his taking responsibility by testifying consistent with the expected evidence presented in the opening? I lied to the police. I improperly disposed of my wife's body. What relevance does the fact of the plea, if you are seeking to get the plea in of guilty to indictments or counts 2 and 3, have to any permissible fact finding that this jury would do, recognizing that the jury is prohibited and will get an instruction consistent with almost every criminal case, that they may not consider punishment or the consequences of its verdict. So one of the things I'm concerned about is in line drawing, that I'm inviting the jury, if I allow them to hear evidence that he pled guilty, then I'm inviting them to do exactly what I'm going to tell them not to do, which is you are not to consider jurors. You stay in your lane, I stay in mine. So it's not clear to me entirely, and it's, again, no fault of the parties. You may be thinking through a lot of the information I gave you earlier today. But think about now whether A, you are seeking to admit that he pled to those 2 counts. And if you are still seeking that information, what relevance does it have to this jury's permissible job? All right.
Wait, I need to rehear that, what
it.
she
I
said,
need myself
because,
another note.
well, let's just wait.
When's
Maybe
Commonwealth going to get me the FASTO things? The reduced FASTO text messages.
Your Honor, I had a chance to discuss the messages with the Commonwealth. And my position, and I alerted the Commonwealth to this, is that if the court was inclined to allow even some of the messages, that my preference is the whole package of the messages that they initially wanted to come in comes in full.
Okay. So relevant or not, you wish me to put it in?
Given the court's ruling that some of the messages are coming in, it is our belief that the context of all the messages
Is more beneficial as a strategic matter for your client?
If it's strategic, it's relevance, it gives a full context. I think otherwise you'd be able to cherry pick certain statements and make an argument that another argument could be made on the exact opposite side of the coin had the other parts been admissible.
All
So
right.
it is a strategic
I
request.
said this probably a million times. You know the evidence better than I did. I started before I assigned the Commonwealth to reduce. I started to try to reduce it myself. And I was able to reduce it. But again, I don't know your cases nearly as well as you do. I'm just consuming it as the jury's consuming the evidence. All right. Anything, those are the two things that I wanted to talk about before we suspended for today. First, go to the Commonwealth, and then I'll go to the defense. Anything that the Commonwealth needs to talk about.
Your Honor, with respect to the text messages, we did send counsel a copy with names and images of certain individuals blurred out and redacted. I don't know that that's an issue with.
It's just the text content. I don't care about the photographs that are blurred.
All right. So particularly of the third parties,
Contact
the
information.
minor third parties that are in those text messages, those absolutely need to be blurred. But you're not suggesting that the photo, or maybe you are suggesting that the photo that Ana Walshe sent at 10:07 is blurred.
No, Your Honor, only the third party minor children.
Okay. All right. That seems appropriate. Anything else from the Commonwealth?
Nothing else from the Commonwealth.
For the defense, anything you want to raise with the court?
I think what everyone wants to research and get an answer to is the 1020 max that we were discussing at sidebar.
10,
Which again, I think we all just need to open a book, so to speak, and hopefully have information for the court about that, because that's relevant for Friday.
Right. There's a lot to unpack there from what my preliminary research revealed, but I haven't had a chance to read it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good night.
So going back to what she said about the
You want me to
plea,
back?
yeah. So it seemed like she's saying outside of the normal stuff, like he accepted.
Well, it was interesting
that I'm inviting the
she
jury.
specifically said, I don't know if they have advised her that he's going to be testifying, because she brought that up.
The opening was very clear that he's testifying. That's all I'm going to say.
Right. I mean, that's
Regard to the guilty plea was filed on Sunday night. And I frankly had asked Madam Clerk if she could check, because my recollection was that the defendant never filed a written. I know you've been busy. I just want to make sure I have all the paper in front of me. Is it correct that you have not filed a written opposition?
I haven't had the chance to address it, but I will have something emailed to the court by tomorrow morning.
Okay. And so here's, with regard to that, let me focus you a little bit more precisely, which is, I want that to address what relevance does the defendant's plea of guilty, not his taking responsibility by testifying consistent with the expected evidence presented in the opening. I lied to the police. I improperly disposed of my wife's body. What relevance does the fact of the plea, if you are seeking to get the plea in, of guilty to indictments or counts 2 and 3,
Pause it real quick.
have to any permissible fact finding?
So I was taking that comment to mean the plea of guilty was an acceptance of responsibility during which he testified that consistent with what the evidence is going to show. But maybe you're right. She's talking about.
That's what she said in the beginning. If he testifies to this, and that, like that's where I heard it. Right?
No, but she's saying that's what I'm saying. Like, she didn't say if he testifies.
I thought she did.
She's saying that he testified.
Let me see it.
Guilty, not his taking responsibility by testifying consistent with the expected evidence presented in the opening. I lied to the police.
It could go either way.
I improperly disposed of my wife's body. What relevance does the fact of the plea, if you are seeking to get the plea in, of guilty to indictments or counts 2 and 3, have to any permissible fact finding that this jury would do, recognizing that the jury is prohibited and
All right,
will
you
get
can
an
pause it.
instruction
You can
consistent
stop
with
it now.
almost every criminal case.
Yeah.
That
So, and then she's raising this concern about the sentence. I don't think that they're looking or should be looking to get in. He accepted a plea to this amount of time. So, and I don't know if that's what she's saying, because she's getting into this whole, it's opening the door for the jury to concern itself with sentencing. And now I'm just confused about what she was saying there outside of acceptance of responsibility, which would be one reason that it should get in if he is testifying, if he is taking the stand, that he has accepted responsibility for what he has done. Or if she was saying, I don't know, because I think it's relevant to all the evidence that was that evidence of, consciousness of guilt, or just evidence that he disposed of the body. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't. I mean, if he doesn't testify,
I still think there's a basis for it to come in, because
I think it has to come in.
But I think it should have come in with the cops that they have on already, such as, but you would based on his plea of, based on the fact that he pled guilty to disposal of the body, you would expect to find blood in the car. You would expect to find hair in the car. You know what I mean? Those are the questions that I would have been asking then.
Well, here's the thing. I guess, so they were doing voir dire for like whatever, a week, 10 days prior to, I can't remember. I think he did his change of plea after they impaneled the jury, but before the trial started, I think. So my question being is, you know how, like, I think like here in Illinois, like before they even start voir dire, like the judge will say what the charges are. You know what I'm saying? So like if they've been advised that there's 3 counts, and now when they're sitting here and they get the jury instructions that there's only 1 count, you know what I mean? Are they going to be like, well, if the plea isn't brought up at all?
I mean, they were told that at the start of this.
That's
right.
They were told
I mean,
what?
I think that, remember, you were picking up the dog during the very beginnings and openings.
Oh yeah. So
yeah, she read the charge.
But that's not what I'm saying.
They know from they already know now that there's only 1 charge, even if before they knew there were more than 1.
My point.
I understand you're saying that you think it during voir dire they were told more than 1 charge. Possibly.
Well, yeah, because like here in Illinois, the judge has always told potential jurors what the charges are.
Right.
Like before the thing started. So I'm just saying, theoretically, all of the potential jurors heard that, including the 12 people that are plus the alternates that are now impaneled. They heard about 3 charges, and now all of a sudden at trial, there's only 1.
Right.
I don't know.
I'm just surprised there's not questions to these witnesses, such as, however, if he disposed of the body but did not, if he disposed of the body, you would expect to find that evidence there, whether or not he had any hand in her unaliving, like for all of the things that they have found so far.
Wait, did he definitely plead before voir dire? You sure? Because remember, that happened like at the end of November. And there was like before Thanksgiving. Did that happen that long ago? Holy shit. Okay. All right. I'll take y'all's word for it. It seemed like it was right before trial, but
November 18th.
so yeah, he pled. Okay. All right, good. That's important then. Then I have nothing to be worried about in terms of the jury wondering what the fuck's going on with those 2 other counts. Yeah. All right.
So we'll have to see. Do we get the filings? Will we see what they
Well, was
filed?
that the day? Was that the first day?
Of what?
Was that the day that they had gathered for Vadir that he pled? He did the change of plea that day?
It was November 18th that he changed
Yeah,
his
that would be
plea.
it. Yeah, that would be it. Yeah, all right, cool. All right. All right. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I mean that gets rid of my fear, like in terms of, the jury wondering what the fuck. Because I mean, if you look at it like this, if he doesn't take the stand and they don't allow that to come in, which I don't see why they would, then it's just a circumstantial case for murder, where he's just arguing this whole thing. Like, I mean, considering the fact that Tipton, and obviously it's not evidence, opening statement is not evidence, but Tipton told his story in terms of what happened here. This is what the defense's story is. This is what Brian's story is. He did he did dismember his wife's body. He did lie to the cops. So they know that, right? So I guess my question is, how does it hurt? Like, what way does it hurt Brian Walshe for the plea to come in?
No, Brian wants the plea to come in. The state wants the plea out.
Why does the state think it hurts them?
Because they want them to consider all that consciousness of guilt. They don't want him being like he accepted responsibility for what he did.
Well, I mean, if they're thinking it's consciousness of guilt, then they've already found him guilty of murder.
Right. She's still going to let it be labeled as consciousness of, she's still going to give them the consciousness of guilt instruction either way.
Yeah.
But they just want it. They don't want him, saying I admitted to what I actually did. And that was disposed of this body. I didn't have anything to do with the murder.
My Mac camera looks like it's 2017.
What are you talking about?
Mandy's little comment there. All right, let's go through some quick soups.
We did them all. You're at.
You're at.
Did
what about Mountain Time, Cody?
No, wait, we're actually down to pick 78. That's where you start.
You did Michael Taylor?
Pick 78 is where you start.
Oh, pick 78. What the?
Right after Mama 2SL.
Mama 2SL.
All right, I'll highlight it.
Yeah, there you go. I'm still not seeing it.
Pixie.
All right,
Pixie.
Oh,
no
Pixie.
Wonder what the fuck, man?
I thought she was saying pick 6. I'm like, what?
She's like, pick 78. I'm like, what?
I'm out. I'm going to stretch. Y'all super chat some people.
No, I see you weaseled me up here with nothing valid to share with the class.
Your Christmas tree.
Yeah, your lovely Christmas tree and your beautiful face. Those are two things you could share with the class.
Right.
All right. So Pixie 78, 5 months. I wish I'd found you earlier.
Aw.
That's the sweetest thing ever. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate you. Sarah Mess, do a poll. I did.
Done.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
And then Michael Taylor, 33, 55, 51. I'm behind 10 minutes. Figured I'd donate since it will probably flag you for the evidence picks. Love y'all. Thank you.
Right. It's probably going. We might have to cut some of those out. We've got to keep an eye on it.
What?
On whether we get demonetized.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, they weren't
talking about it.
They weren't all that. It was just a brownish red substance. We don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Cody in Tennessee. What about Mountain Time? Yes. Thank you. Shannon, we are here for you. Stick to the time that works best for you. Oh, how considerate. Shannon, you're just a delight. And then lovely DSN 385 with the $5 super. Thank you. As always, DSN, you're always so generous. And then I just wanted to throw out, we got some Venmos today, some delicious, delicious Venmos. Motions, if you're still here, thank you very much for your $10 Venmo. And then I hate, like, you guys remember, if you're sending a Venmo and you don't want us to use your government name, you got to let me know what your name is. So I'll give the first name, but that's it. Bobby, thank you very much. And she said, great coverage for your $25 Venmo. And then Kim sent another $25.
Woo-wee.
And I think
What a Venmo day.
She said something. She said
something.
She did say something. I don't know where the hell it went. Thank you. She said, thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kim. All right, cool.
So what time are we coming back tomorrow?
I think we'll do
9:30. Split the baby.
Splitting the baby.
9:30 Central Standard Time.
Okay, half-C's weren't even options on the poll.
I know. Allie doesn't give a fuck about the poll.
Well,
does it appear that Allie gives a fuck about that?
Well, no, I'm saying some people said 9, some people said 10. We split the difference.
listen, whatever Ali says, that's fine.
She the boss. All right. So yeah, I mean it ended at 40. Oh, now more people are gonna like pump up 8 o'clock.
Oh,
look at these mofos.
What are you guys doing?
How are people pumping up 8 o'clock?
What's
You
the
already
number?
did
8
the
o'clock is
poll.
now up to 28%. 9
That's still
a.m. is
nothing.
42.
That
and
beats.
10 is 30.
Dude, you were supposed to close the poll.
It's all right. We're still leading by a large majority between, you got to combine the 40 and the 30 for the 70.
Stop the steal.
I don't understand the math. All right, so
9:30 Central Standard Time.
9:15.
It is. Fine, babe. 9:15.
9:15. That's when we'll
Okay.
start it off. All right, mods, we adore you so much. Mandy, we love you.
And your Christmas tree.
Damn it, Mandy, make me some merch, girl.
Oh,
like it's
man.
already the 3rd.
She's already hardest working enough.
I know she is, and she's like
Okay,
like
but if
grossly
I-
overpaid.
Send it to you. You have to look
something
at
with
it.
I will. I did the last time you sent it to me. I loved it. And like the only thing I was saying is it has to say DD on it somewhere. Otherwise, what's the point? The point of merch is letting,
Yes.
getting the name of the pod out.
I concur.
Yeah, it has to.
Bob,
So that's where you got to get
he's
creative.
got this amazing shirt underneath the shirt he's wearing. Show it to the people.
What is it?
It's Go Funk Yourself.
No, I'm not wearing that.
Oh, I thought I saw you had it on. It
No.
doesn't say the name of the band anywhere. You don't know it has
Yeah.
anything to do with the band.
Has
I'm
no,
like,
no idea. People are
bad
like, I love
marketing.
that shirt. Yeah, bad marketing.
That was Mr. Please, right?
It was Mr. Please.
Yeah. Great shirt, Mr. Please.
Mr.
Great
Please,
band.
Mr.
Bad
Please.
marketing.
Bad marketing.
All right, I got to get these 2 back to the home. So,
Yeah,
Okay.
get them back to
Love
the
you.
home.
y'all.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, get us.
All right,
She's
Trace,
out.
we love you. Thank you for sending me the delicious witness list today. And since there was a sending of documents, it always helps you remember the greatest legal document receptacle in the entire world is Seeking Justice Discord. Go over there. Any documents for any cases that are of note, and even some that are smaller. If it's caught Tracy's eye and she's able to get the documents, they're in there. So go over to that Seeking Justice Discord. They've got everything you need. And frankly, it is the absolute best way to get notifications that we are going live. That's like fail safe. It always pops up on Seeking Justice. And I believe,
Even when we decide like 2 minutes beforehand.
yeah, I mean, it'll fucking pop up, bro.
All right.
Shit's like fire, dude. It's absolutely fire.
All right.
All right, you guys. We love you because, as you know, without you, I would literally just be an old man
Sitting around talking to his wife.
Mm-hmm.